of TPS tech. We've been talking about TPS before I came on, quite eloquently, because it is a challenging thing with all vehicles. But I just want to see the re-entry part again. I've always been fascinated by the live cameras they've managed to provide live stream of the entry interface phase of ship. There's two reasons they can do that. Is one, because it's a larger mass area, and also they've got the Starlink link, which is what it literally is, and that allows them to provide that. We've never had that during previous, like the space shuttle. I'm not going to bring up shuttle too much, but like the space shuttle, we never got the live re-entry shots because it's just a new modern era where we get to watch those colours and see the interactions and watching the flaps working or burning, as the case may be. But it's going to be something I really enjoy that, Alex, the most. The colours and just the views of watching this vehicle pushing against the atmosphere and slowing down, which is exactly what re-entry is. That's why you get the heat build-up, because it's the friction.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to do some thanks here because we've got lots of people to thank. So bear with me while I go through this queue because it is absolutely appreciated. And I want to make sure everybody's name gets called out because without it, we will be able to do things like this and provide these views for everybody because you're all welcome. We've got 8,000 people in right now just for the stakeout. We're 6.5 hours before launch and 8,000 people in. We had about 110,000 in during the final part of the countdown on the launch stream yesterday. It just shows you the interest is still there. It really is encouraging because you can forgive people for saying, well, I watched the first flight because it was all of the news, as it was. It was all of the mainstream media about this big rocket. It's probably less so these days because they only tend to focus on the negatives, like if it blows up or anything like that. But to see that amount of people who have found this, have gone looking for it and found the streams and that amount of number of people watching is very encouraging because it is an exciting vehicle. Hanks, thanks for the great coverage of all things spaceflight, especially Starship. Thank you, Hanks. We make the effort. Irma G, I once an early night, never missed a launch. Right. So, well, we've got a 1 hour window, haven't we, Ryan? It's a 1 hour window. So if they don't launch within that 1 hour, then it's not going to be a late night for you too much. It's not like a Starlink where they can push the T0 through about 4 or 5 hours, is it?
No, it's they have a single hour to go through, so 6:30 p.m. Central to 7:30 p.m. Central. If they can't make it through that, then we're in for, I guess, day number 4 in a row. But the hope is that they can make it through that. The vehicle will be good to go. Weather gets cleared up because it's looking fine now, and I think we're looking pretty good around launch time. So hope is we can get this thing off. Third time's the charm. Starship Flight 10, let's go.
How many chinchillas would fit in the Starship? Well, here we go. I think everybody's trying to find various versions of animals and objects for the absolute payload capacity of Starship. It's going to be lots, Alex.
Can we not turn Starship in Noah's Ark, please?
Yes.
Because it's like every single time.
It's either bananas or animals, I found. It's like, I don't know where that comes from, but it's actually, you know what? It's actually a thing that some companies have used. I know that ULA liked doing their whales for payload capacity, which was the most bonkers way of trying to show the capacity of their fairings. But there we go. Eric gifted 5 team memberships. Thank you, Eric. And if you did get a free gifted membership, that's what it is. It's free. It means you're on the membership program for a month. Just say thank you in chat. I have seen some of you say thank you in chat for the gifted membership, so that's really nice. But it is through the generosity of our community that you become a member for free for a month, which is great because you may be somebody who really likes what we do, but just can't go spending money on YouTube subscriptions, and that's probably most people. That's fair to say. That's probably most people. So that you've been gifted by someone generous in the community is a really cool thing, and it's one of the few good things YouTube has implemented over the recent years. I must say, I think it's a great way of building the community. Stormy, keep it up, guys. Love your streams. Again, I stumble over these because I'm reading them out live, and I'm kind of like my brain is saying, "Well, that's really nice," and you've actually done that as a super chat, which is doubly nice. So that's why I stumble sometimes over those because it does register in me. I'm not just reading these out. They actually are making an impact on what we do. So I really do appreciate it. Jawar, missed opportunity to call this Block 3 stream. Oh no. We get into trouble for that. That's coming soon. Flight 12 onwards. Metro, Singing in the Rain. That was earlier because it has now stopped, I do believe. It looks like it's dried up now. Joyce, No message apart from heart and a rocket, which I think is very appropriate. Z30, now going to join with my new other currency. It's HUF. Wonder what that is. Hungarian, maybe? Here's some interstellar credits. I think there's a theme going on here. Active. Third Starship stakeout in a row. I was very happy today at work. Tomorrow I'll be a zombie. Yes, it is. It's a long slog, but let's face it, we're watching a big rocket, so that's kind of fun part of it. I think the slog becomes fun. The grind is real. Cheesecake references from Mr. Gamer. Onion, what's your favourite piece of NSF merch? Oh, okay. That's a good question. I'm going to... See, merch makes me think of clothing and what have you. I do love the Raptor... the RS-25 T-shirt I've got. I really love that one. You'd imagine so why. But I do actually really like that T-shirt. It's a really cool design. But I'd say my favourite merch would be my metal prints I've got on the wall. I'll link it. I took a picture ages ago of the metal prints I've got on the side of my wall, which is literally to the right of me right now, talking. And it does make the wall look cool. And when I get friends round, I tend to shepherd them towards them. I tend to sort of like casually shepherd them into the room so they can see the metal prints and give me their opinions. And their opinions tend to be, wow, that's really cool. And they are absolutely great quality, I must admit. And they have really lightened up the place with the rocketry, shall we say. Alex, what's your favourite piece of NSF merch?
Oh, I do like the engine collection that we had. I do have my Raptor shirt. I wore it on the Sunday attempt. I watched it already, and so it's ready for today's launch attempt because I'm gonna wear it tonight as well for that attempt. But yeah, there you can see the engine collection. It's my favorite because it shows. Not just Raptor, it also shows Merlin. You have the RS-25 and also the BE-4 engine. I think like those are the Artemis engines to me. It's like you've got SLS, you've got Starship, you've got also New Glenn, and you also got Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. It's amazing. These are really great pieces of merch because it shows really amazing engines. I guess we should put out at some point something about the SRBs and things like that. That will be also cool. You can have them on stickers. That's what we're showing right now, right? The stickers. I also have those. Should probably stick them to something because I still have them on a drawer at my desk. And
Sorry, Alex, keep going. Keep going. No, keep going.
No, it's this thing of like, where do I put my stickers? Where do people put the stickers? Because it's a shame sometimes where it's like, oh, but I have to open it and this looks so good, and if I stick it to something, they're gonna be wearing out and things. Like it just feels like a shame. It's like but yeah, sometimes you gotta stick it to somewhere. There, it's on a laptop.
You even get an Alex answer for merch. It's amazing. I don't know where Alex finds all the words, but I think it's a cool point about the engines. I do like the fact we've got RS-25, then we go Merlin and Raptor for the workhorse of Merlin. Let's face it, with the Falcon 9, the Raptor, which is what we're covering right now, and also the BE-4. With the BE-4, I know it is a Starship stream. Now, Noble Origin's not yet got the full imagination of people yet, but that's one heck of an engine. It really is. I mean, Ryan, if you compare the Raptor, say I'm going to go full belt here, Raptor 3 with a BE-4, how much difference is there between the two? I mean, what would you say about both engines in comparison?
I mean, Raptor, wait, 3 and 4? Did you say?
Raptor 3
BE-4.
and BE-4.
Oh, BE-4. I am my brain. It's 3 days in a row, Chris. Look, I mean, BE-4. It's a great engine. It is. It's a closed cycle. LOX rich, stage combustion engine, Methalox engine. It's a really, really nice engine. But Raptor 3 exists. I mean, it's full stage combustion cycle. It's one of the pinnacles of liquid rocket engine design. It's got flight. Both have flight tests. Both have flight data in there, but Raptor's got more. Raptor's definitely got more testing history that we know of. I mean, they fire them like crazy over in McGregor and whatnot. But I would pick Raptor over BE-4. if you were to compare the two, because simply it's a more mature engine at this point in time. I mean, BU4 is going to get there, but they need to fly it more and test it more. But I consider them both to be good engines, but Raptor's better.
Very good. Squamish Plum. There's some really creative usernames on YouTube, I must admit, and sometimes they catch me out with the pronunciations, but that is Squeamish Plum. Asks, what exactly was the nature of the ground system issue that caused the postponement, and how did the SpaceX team trouble it? So that is attempt 1 we're talking about there, because attempt 2 went fine on the GSC standpoint. It was the weather that was a constraint. But Alex, maybe you want to describe what the problem was on attempt 1.
There we go. We've got the clip there here of what happened. So on Sunday, they went into an attempt. Unfortunately, they had a leak on the quick disconnect arm. They had one of the liquid oxygen lines that goes to the ship. It started leaking, and so they had to stop the count and reset for another day. Now, what they did overnight is they tried to just simply replace it. Instead of fixing the pipe or anything like that and call it a day, they replaced the entire line. They used a winch on the tower just to be able to do all of that procedure. And they lift up another one. Hang on, they're disconnecting there, the quick disconnect. And now, there we go. New hose goes in. It gets connected. It got tested in the morning, and it worked yesterday. This is yesterday morning, what they're doing there. And they filled up the ship. Then they drained it. It worked. And they tested like we on their arm. They were able to verify that it worked, despite the weather being, very ambulish, if you will.
Yeah, but that's a good point, Alex. That was a positive from yesterday. Of course, no one likes scrubs. Everyone likes launches. But they got through a full countdown, a full prop load and a full countdown, and took it down to T0 because they classed it as a wet dress. A wet dress rehearsal is literally a full launch countdown minus the engine ignition. And obviously the water deluge system. They didn't fire the water deluge system up, did they, Alex? I think they did the DSS, and that was it.
Yeah, no, they don't go to that because, it will be wasting. First of all, they have a set number of times that they can fire that per the regulations every year, right? And so they don't want to waste one of those, but also they don't want to waste the water, because if they waste the water, then they have to track in more water again. So not only they have to replenish the tank farm, the normal tank farm, but also the deluge one. And so yeah, they just run it to T-minus 10 seconds. That's right before the deluge activates, and it was good. There's a lot of things that happen internally on the rocket between T-minus 40 and T-minus 10 seconds. So they got a lot of data out of that.
Indeed. And of course, during yesterday's live stream, and we fed it into our stream as well, as you'd imagine we do, in the final hour of the countdown, we did get Elon and Bill, who's head of... what's Bill's role at SpaceX, Alex? Can I
Vice President of Starship Engineering. Yep.
Thank you. We had those both on the SpaceX stream providing an update. I don't think it was the technical update that Elon was promising, because we didn't really get a technical update as such, to be fair. I did think it was one of the best updates ever, and I'll explain why. It's because Elon did finally give a new update saying point to point is real. Huzzah! Huzzah! So yes, yes, that is a very challenging future prospect. I think he was just going through the capabilities. Whether or not that become a reality is another thing. Other than that, and I will take Jedi Knight's point here, did you see Elon's 20-minute update on where we are, why we're all here? It was disappointing, absolutely nothing burger. Well, there were certainly some people who were expecting more details. I've got a funny feeling that with the SpaceX live stream being a public, out-facing stream, that Elon may have calibrated the update to be more of an overview of what Starship is for that kind of audience. So I'm hoping maybe there'll be a separate technical update for the more hardcore followers of Starship. Ryan, are we hopeful that maybe we'll get a second one, maybe a standalone one where Elon gives more technical details?
I don't know. I don't know if I'm that hopeful for it. To be honest with you, we did learn that if you stand in front of a Raptor, you get vaporized, right? That's firing. You learned that, right?
Hang on, Ryan. That's a good safety tip. Come on, you can't denounce that. There'll be people out there thinking, "Well, I'm glad I'm not going to do that now because Elon told me you'd get vaporized if you stood in front of a Methalox engine with firing at McGregor."
Also, say, did you know we can go see SN15 over the Wreck Garden, right?
Oh, jeez.
Well, anyways, but yeah.
Yeah,
it was the standard. It was the standard. Starship is big. It's stainless steel. It's making life multiplanetary. It's yeah. I mean, if you just want to see, I'm not gonna say my thoughts, but if you want to see how I somewhat felt about it, it's Jack, I kind of agree with Jack, but we'll go with
Let's let Chris say something.
Yes. Basically, I think we all know that. We all are kind of a hardcore audience there. And again, if you watch the reaction on X, I mean, to be fair, you're going to get a reaction. Elon could just smile at the camera and people say it's the best thing ever. Because it's what X is like these days with people in the spotlight, shall we say. But we're a hardcore audience, so you can imagine that we would be thirsty for more details. One thing we did get, though, was more views from inside Star Factory, which I think we all appreciate. Elon's put a clip out there from his own phone, it looked like, showing nose cones and barrel sections, and we got more of an insight look into Star Factory as well, so that was kind of cool. But yeah, I'm hopeful we might get a second one. I'm thinking we'll get Bill maybe on it, doing a second one, and that'd be cool. I mean, it'd be less of a big audience where you're worried about the public facing kind of like we need to explain this is a vehicle that's going to make life multiplanetary, and more about the technical details of Starship, the vehicle itself, and the ground systems. That would be my hope, but we'll have to wait and see. It's up to them how they do this. I've got some more thanks to do. I'm rotating between thanks and normal questions. I know people go onto streams and think they only read super chats, and some streams only do read super chats, but I make sure that I intertwine between a normal question from anybody. It could be your first time here. It could be your first question ever asked. If I spot it and I stick it into the queue, it doesn't matter. It doesn't be a super chat or not. I will read it out. That's what the last question was about, actually. It was just a normal standard question. But I'm going to read out some thanks as well. Thornburg, EJ, that was from earlier. I don't know what the reference was. Namaste became a member. Elliot became a member. AZ, which I believe is Arizona Space Geek, has become a member. And I noticed in the actual queue itself that somebody just pointed, here we go, Max Bay. I just want to say thank you to those who donate memberships. Over the year, I was able to become a member from donated memberships. I can be a paid member, but thanks for getting me in here. That's the cool thing about gifted memberships. It's not like a one-off and that's the only time you'll get it. You can get reoccurring, where if you're in chat, you tend to find that when gifted memberships come through, you may just get re-upped again. So that is really cool that you might just get a chain of gifted memberships, and I think that's really cool that you said thank you for it as well. Locroll, 2 work days on Starship Watch. Heck yeah. Love having you all on while I'm doing my mind-numbing job. What you do, Locroll, let us know what you do. Pilch's Place, the space shuttle sure would have looked good on top of a Starship booster. See, the fun thing about the space shuttle, and I don't want to go on too much about the shuttle because you know what I'm like, and I won't, is that would make it in line. And one of the issues with the shuttle was it was side mounted, and that put it in the line of fire of the firm TPS coming off the external tank, and that's what caused issues, including the disastrous one with STS-107. So an inline vehicle, like let's say Dream Chaser, that's an upcoming vehicle that's going to launch inline. That originally was going to launch without a fairing. That was going to literally be plonked on top of an Atlas V. Literally plonked on top of an Atlas V without a fairing, but now it's going to be inside a fairing on Vulcan. And we're hoping, Alex, you know what? Let's divert a little bit to Dream Chaser just for a second. When do you think Dream Chaser is going to make its debut flight?
Oh boy. Hopefully next year. I have no idea. It's one of those things that we really get very little information about. So right now I'm gonna say probably next year. I just have no idea when. It doesn't seem like they are anywhere close or anywhere far. It's just we don't know. They are still in pre-launch preparations.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'll be next year, and I think that's fine. I think Sierra Space are going through what is completely expected, a huge amount of reviews. Remember, this vehicle is going to be docking at the ISS. The ISS, takes these things extremely seriously, as you can imagine. It's an orbital outpost running around the planet at 17,500 miles an hour, and it's got humans on board. The last thing you want is missing a check that causes a problem with the vehicle arriving at the station, because that could cause serious problems, and you do not want that on the ISS. So the amount of checks and reviews and processes they go through before they allow for a vehicle to arrive at the ISS are huge. So that's where they are right now. So next year is fine. Do it right, get it right, have no Starliner style issues, and just have Dream Chaser add into the crew commercial resupply progress, because I was going to say crewed, but that is a hope for the future. It's going to be cargo only to start with Tenacity. That's the first Dream Chaser. Not Sure asks, how much propellant is lost during a scrub, Ryan?
We don't really know how much is lost. We don't have the numbers. It depends on how much is used during chill down. Depends on how much is boiled off. There's a lot of factors that go into it. SpaceX has never really given us a number, but they definitely know that based off how much they hold and how much they can recapture, and how much they can then bring in, they should be able to do a 24-hour turnaround, which is what they're attempting to do right now. They haven't tried this before. We'll see if everything's still on track at this point. They're just they're still filling up the tank farm and whatnot, but we don't know an exact number.
Very good. I've got lots of people asking, such as Resnojet, just made it back home. Any chance for a status update? Alex, have we got any updates on things like road closures? Or roadblocks?
Yeah, so right now they have already closed the road at all of the 3 different points. Of course, the road closures are not instant. They sometimes still let pass vehicles and whatnot, especially the ones that full stack closure point and everything. For example, for trucks, the trucks that we're seeing getting to the pad and everything, offloading propellant. I'm gonna run this graphic again, Ryan, so just cue it up again. But yeah, we can see there, for example, a bunch of those trucks there still, but the beach is clear. We got the update from the county that it's closed, that the road is closed. So that means if you want to go down there, you must bet you have some business to do at the launch site. So that means, folks like SpaceX and those trucks and things like that, the police as well. But regular folk cannot go beyond this point that we see, well, no longer. I was going to mention the other roadblock, which is the one at Richardson Avenue. But yeah, the one here that we're seeing right now at the LBJ intersection, that is going to be vacated closer to the launch. We're going to get another run of these graphics so that you can see that is the roadblock on the right. That is at LBJ Boulevard at the Village in Boca Chica. And then there's another one a little bit further up the road at Richardson Avenue. That's the one where they're going to be staying for the launch, because the other one will be vacated once closer to the launch because it's too close for comfort. And then there's the soft roadblock out there in Brownsville with the intersection with Oklahoma Avenue, which is already set up as well. We have been told, at least from our field teams, that it's already there. So all 3 roadblocks already in place. As you can see, some cars still going by, but that one on the right, that is the one at Richardson. So SpaceXers, SpaceX employees, and as you can see there, that truck and things like that, those can still pass as they still are preparing for the launch. But yeah.
Very good. That's also a great graphic from Ryan there, because the map gives you some sense of context on the area, which is very much down in the south of Texas, right on the Mexican border. It's a brutal place to be when it's in the middle of the heat with all the insects, all the bitey insects. I always joke, but it's true. I've never experienced a first-hand encounter with a mosquito. And the people at Starbase and our team at Starbase find that hilarious because they want me to experience a mosquito. I'm not particularly fond on the idea of being an experimental Englishman going out there, burning, turning red, and getting bitten. But there we go. There'd be big rockets to see, so I'd definitely go for it. Kalesko asks, is there any testing done on the methane oxygen being delivered to ensure the quality and purity before it's stored at the tank farm? Right, that's a good question.
It's, well, any of the quality or purity, I guess, of it is done where they get it from. So, and there's multiple different companies they get stuff from, because it takes a decent amount of, as we know, liquid oxygen and nitrogen and methane. So they basically get it from different vendors, and they do the quality testing at the vendor locations, basically.
Very good. Alex, this is right up your street. Ninja Guy Dan asks, and this could apply for the reuse of Falcon 9s, for example. Do we know what forms of non-destructive testing SpaceX uses on reflown boosters? Do they use X-ray scans or eddy current inspections like in the aviation industry does? So Ryan can join in this one, but Alex first.
Yeah. So, for example, for the engines, it's very important to look at the internals and everything. They do boroscoping, essentially just putting a big pipe with a lens on one side, essentially looking through the whole thing, just like a doctor looking to your eye and things like that, or looking to your ears and all that. Just looking in on the insides of the engine and making sure that everything is correct and everything is good. Falcon 9, of course, also has a lot of soot as well that they have to clear out of those engines. I think they used at one point isopropyl alcohol. I don't know how to pronounce that, but that's essentially some of the things that they do. For example, on the engines, on the tanks themselves, as you were mentioning, yeah, they do X-ray scans. I don't think they do it on every single flight. They only do it every X amount of flights. It's not all the time, and you can notice that because they have to clear the well lines to do the X-ray scan so that it doesn't mess up with the machine and everything, because it's very messy, the sooty with grease and everything around it. And so they clear the lines, then they pass the X-ray machine and everything, and they have that there. They also have here at Starbase, there's like a portion of the Star Factory which also has a way to inspect the welds. Once they weld barrel sections and things like that, they have their own X-ray machines as well to do that. So I guess in the future we'll probably do the same with starships, not for every flight, but every 10 flights, for example, maybe every 15 or 20 flights, they'll probably take one of those, give it a pass, and make sure that all of those welds are still good to go. But that's essentially more or less the few things that we can observe and that we know from different accounts from different SpaceX officials.
Right, and I know you work in the aviation industry, so I definitely want to get your insights on how you would compare how you do checks on planes to rockets, maybe did any probably crossovers.
I would expect a lot of NDT, like especially eddy current inspections on welds and things like that, or dipenetrant inspections on Raptors and turbine blades and other things like that before installation. There's definitely a lot of forms of NDT you can do, and I would fully expect SpaceX to be doing a lot of it on not only the vehicle side, but even ground infrastructure, like making sure pipes don't have any microfractures in them, stuff like that. There's definitely, they definitely do a lot. We've actually seen them do it before. We've seen them do X-ray inspections on valves and stuff like that, like way back when they were building the original orbital tank farm. I think they were doing like X-ray inspections on the valves that were inside the bunker that helped supply the propellant to Pad A. So they've definitely done a lot of that stuff in the past, and they still do it even now. So.
Just explain what NDT is before I address what the heck Ali's doing in chat.
Non-destructive testing. So basically, you're finding a way to test a material or a component or something in a non-destructive way, so that you're testing it to make sure it's good. There's no microfractures. There's no problems with it, and the what you're using is still usable. The component and whatever you're looking at is still usable. There are things that are called destructive testing, which is like you're destroying the part to test it. So like when you test something to failure, or you cut open, say, a COPV to look at to see if the layers or something are having issues with it. That kind of thing.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, let's address this. This is not unusual for Ali. Would you believe Ali has done this before? There's people now getting suspicious in chat that someone's hacked his account. It doesn't work that way, but Ali has done this before. So Ali has got a track record of going bonkers with the gifted memberships and support. And it goes without saying, we very much appreciate of it. First of all, Ali started off by doing a super chat just to note that, oh my God, no time left. So we were wondering what that was about. I'm going to put that on screen. Hang on. There we go. Hang on. I've probably gone too far here. Let's count these. There's so many. I'm going to go through them all, but I'm going to go through...
Hang on, because he just said, yeah, like I am trying to destructively test in the chat.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
There's some YouTube chat program going, I'm not built for this. How do I start allocating all of these? I can't keep up. But I'm going to count them. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 300 gifted memberships.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Right, I'm gonna put them on screen. The problem is when I click on these, it's only going to show one of them. But luckily, the top of the chat just shows all the 50 Smallies, and they'll be stuck there for a while. But I'm clicking on them, Ali. Trust me, I'm clicking every single one of them. But that is incredible support, and that is great because that's also meaning that 300 people in what is pretty much still a hardcore audience. Let's face it, this is not the audience that turns up 10 minutes before launch. This is the audience that turns up 6 hours before launch. So I would class you all as hardcore Starship fans. Are become gifted members, which is really great. And when I say gifted members, it means you get 1 month at Red Team level, which is basically exactly the same as if you bought a Red Team level. There's no it's only like wishy-washy, diluted version of membership. No, it's a full membership, and you'll see your name in green chat and everything, and you'll see access to the community membership area as well. I've got through clicking them all. Thank you, Ali. What do you say to that, Alex? What do you say to that? I don't know what to say to that.
You got me exactly the same. I'm speechless, and it's really hard to get me speechless.
I mean, Ali's got a track record. This is not like some guy called Ali's just turned up in chat and just gone bonkers. And you're thinking, hang on, that's a bit suspicious. Ali has done this before many times over the years. This is Ali's. I know who he is. Ali's been doing this for years. So bonkers. Thank you, Ali. It's very much appreciated. Right. I don't want to sound like I'm mumbling because I just don't know what to say to that because it's just so much. I'm going to go through some more thanks as well because this all counts. Everyone joining in. I don't want anyone to feel like they've been like outdone or anything like that. Bason's become a member themselves. Mr. Farston's become a member. Zaprik, I'll butcher names, but I think that's close. Has been a Capcom member, so you're part of our Discord as well now. Jason B, no underplaying this, has gifted 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you, Jason B. I want to make sure that everyone is recognised and no one feels like they're outdone there. So much support. I'm going to go to questions, but Hypercouch, I'm talking about usernames. Hypercouch has become a Pad Rep member. My mouth is broken. Ali's breaking me. Oh dear, North Fantastica's joining in. Why did they do this? Why did they do this? It's just, I say that in a way that's kind of like, I know why you do it, but I just still can't believe people still do it. But North Fantastica's just done $150 super chat. Bonkers. The panel's not yet caught up. I just saw it on live chat. By the way, tankers are still arriving, Ryan. Are we still? How long do the tankers keep rolling in for? I mean, what's the cutoff point here?
I don't know what the cutoff point is for the tankers. I mean, they do want to really start chill down around TNIS 3.5 hours, give or take. Or 2.5 even is when they really start kicking in with the bunker vent and the Pope vent. So I'd assume they would want to be done within the next 2 to 2.5 hours. They can do all the checkouts they want with the tank farm, with the pad. They can do all those checkouts. They can run through their count. All they're doing is filling up the tanks. That's all they're doing, and they can keep doing that until they need to have the pad clear before chill down, and they really don't start going into chill down until 2.5 to 3 hours before they want to launch. So they can keep going like this. At least they should be able to keep going like this for a bit until they have enough propellant.
Yeah, I remember yesterday, as we were closing the stakeout stream, like the last half hour, they were talking about the Pope vent. I remember that. So and look, the stakeout stream. This stream should be ending in about 3 hours from now at the T-minus 3 hour mark. Then we'll start our launch coverage on the launch stream, dedicated launch stream. So I remember talking in the launch stream. Yeah, we covered the start of the tank from Chilldown with the Stakies. the Stakies being the folks that were hosting the stakeout stream.
I will note that the chat programming, whatever it's called, the software is still allocating the members to from Ali's gifted memberships. It was still doing it. It's like I'm trying desperately. He's thinking to itself, I'm desperately trying to catch up with Ali. But I think it's now got everybody who it's gifted to now. So it's finally caught up. But that was going on for a good 5-10 minutes after Ali had done it, which is quite funny to see because I don't think we've ever seen that crazy amount in such a fast succession of gifted memberships. Shuttle tanker. I see the shuttle tanker. Apparently, we did speak to Gen Ox, who run these tankers, and they've got 2 of them. They've actually got 2 shuttle tankers, which was interesting to find out. They've yet to tell us, because they don't really know themselves, the history of why it was painted on this one. In particular, we don't think it was a Starbase related thing. Apparently, they had it before, but they've got 2 of these shuttle tankers. So when you see shuttle tanker, it's either one of 2, not the same one every single time. The bingo, the lottery would be seeing both of them passing each other on Highway 4. That's the lottery. That's the big win when we see that. I just want to say, by the way, I do appreciate everybody's in here. We do get this amazing support from our community, but do not underplay the fact that we have a large community, and the large community is what makes it work. There is a way of supporting us without costing $1, 1 cent, and that is to like our streams and like our videos. Now, you'll hear YouTubers always saying that, like, subscribe, and notification. The like thing is not a monetary thing, but it is a tool I've become more invested in, because if you have seen recently, there's a heck of a lot of scam channels out there with crypto scams, usually showing Elon's speech or even showing a Starlink launch from our stream once, which was classed as Flight 10. And they're basically just hacked channels, which are using automatic likes and bots to get higher in the rankings. So when people search for it, they see that first. And I always fear that some young child who's getting into Starship gets to see that scam channel and gets put off for life. So if you like the legitimate streams like us, like Everyday Astronaut, and all the ones who legitimately out there covering this with original content, like the streams, because we have to fight those crypto channels, those scam channels. And that's a free way of helping us, and it's very much appreciated when people do that. Okay, right. So we're getting closer and closer to the transitioning of Ryan and Alex. I wonder if I got one final killer question for you both. Well, I get several DMs in my DM box while I'm on commentary. I'll answer them after I come off commentary, I promise. Here we go. Gaming with Pete asks, what's your favourite launch? I'll start and say I always go back to the maiden flight of Falcon Heavy. I thought the way that webcast was done by SpaceX was one of the templates on how to do a webcast. That launch was amazing. Everything about it, the success of it, the dual booster landings, the David Bowie music at Fairy Separation, the commentary, the crowd noise from Hawthorne. I thought it was absolutely incredible. It really was cool. So that Falcon Heavy's maiden launch was one of my favourite post-shuttle launches. Alex, what was your favourite launch?
I would agree. Falcon Heavy was really, really cool. I think it was, the way that they timed it, and it also went on the first try. That was also really incredible.
Oh,
there we go.
How fast is Ryan with that? It takes me half an hour to search on YouTube to find the videos I'm looking for. But he found that fast. But yeah, it was beautiful. It was incredible. Just the way John Innsbrucker was on it as well. He added so much to it, making returning 39 and multiplying. Yes. I love him. He's brilliant. He's just so good. I hope they put him on more and more commentaries because he really just hits the spot. Ryan, what was your favourite launch?
I don't know, honestly.
Right, you had a chance to think about it while I was asking Alex.
I am slightly distracted right now, and you know why. But anyways,
Oh, is it some Tay-Tay
I'm not gonna
news?
say anything.
Oh,
Is the
my
keyword
goodness.
engagement or something?
Oh no!
I don't know.
Oh.
I am slightly distracted talking with a bunch of different people at the moment. So you know what? Let me think here. Everyone's gonna groan and yell at me. So you just whatever. I gotta think here. I don't know.
Ryan, I'll let you off the hook. Ryan, I'm going to let you off the hook. Taylor Swift's getting engaged. Your mind's not with it now.
I will say Starship Flight 5 because it's first catch of a booster. I'll go with that.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. And on that bombshell, I think I'm going to let you go off and peruse your entertainment websites to get the lowdown on some NFL. What positions he played in NFL?
Tight end. You don't know that?
Tight end, right. I don't know NFL. An engagement between an NFL tight end and a pop star. There we go. We'll leave it at that. And on that bombshell, let's introduce who we got on replacing Alex. First of all, thank you, Alex. I should thank you before I transition you out. Thank you for your insight and your answers.
It's been a pleasure as usual. I'm gonna go get my milk for my coffee, and get ready for the lunch stream. I'm gonna be later in 3 hours, so see you all in just 3 hours, I guess.
There we go. I've already outro. Ryan's gone. Ryan's mind's elsewhere now. Thank you for joining us, Ryan.
Oh, it's a pleasure as always, Chris. I just hope that this thing can launch, and let's cross our fingers. Chip 37, please. It's all on you. Please succeed. You'll cap off the day with that one if you can succeed. And I think I speak for just about everyone else. We want this thing to go. So
absolutely,
please go.
Absolutely, yeah. Great sign off. Thank you, Ryan. And joining us, you lucky people, we've got Max Evans. Hello, Max.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. It is afternoon right now, isn't it? Yes, it is. Time is all blurring together as it has been for the past 3 days because they have been quite the doozy. But here we go. Take 3.
Very good. And we're also joined by Cody. Hello, Cody.
Hello. It's feeling a bit like Groundhog Day, isn't it? Third time's the charm, I guess.
It is. And you're both not distracted by Taylor Swift news, are you?
No, absolutely not. No.
Thank goodness for that. Right, so we can get back to Starship. It's an easy question. What was your favourite launch? And Ryan goes, I can't think. Taylor Swift.
Good Lord, man.
I know. Well, she is very famous, to be fair, so it's not like it's unusual. Right, so let's get back.
Who's that? Who is that? Taylor Swift. Who is that? I have no idea.
Well, to be fair, even I know who she is. I mean, let's face it, I'm into heavy metal, but even I know who she is. We have had so much support come in. It's been bonkers, as ever. And I say as ever, but it's Ali's not finished. Ali's come back with a massive super chat. YouTube allows this max bonkers. Sorry. So Ali has actually gone to the maximum amount you can put onto a YouTube channel with the gifted and donations, which is bonkers, and super chats, I should say. Ali, thank you again. And it isn't for the first time. You've done it before. I know your name immediately as soon as it came up. You've been around with us for years, and you've supported us for years. And if there's a way we can do more for you, then we'll find a way of doing more for you. I think maybe a visit to Starbase and we make sure you meet the team and things like that. We'll find something because he's still going. Another 50 came in. I'm gonna come back to you, Ali, but we'll find a way of doing more for you. I just want to thank some more people. Dean Brilliant, thank you for your support. Enzo, is there a minimum distance SpaceX refinery plant will have to be away from the launch site, or is there a chance it will be in the city limits? So this air separation plant, Max, that we've seen the foundations, shall we say, being built for at Starbase across the road at Highway 4. I assume they wanted to be as close to the launch site as possible because they'd have to pipeline it in, won't they, really?
I mean, that as well, but also you see all of these LOX tankers coming in and out, and that takes a lot of time, and there are probably hundreds. I mean, I haven't counted how many tankers there are exactly, but that takes a lot of time and a lot of manpower as well, and on top of the fuel costs for all the trucks to go up and down the highway. So if they can save a lot more time and a lot more effort and just pipe it from across the road, that is the best of all worlds, really, for everybody involved. So it just saves a lot of headache in the long term, being able to refine and make their own resources on site. And I think they want to do that as well with Slick 37 as well at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida as well. So it's a bit of a headache now trying to get it constructed, especially right off a public highway. But it is a long-term investment, and I think it is going to bode SpaceX very well, being able to refine all their LOX right on site. So saves a bit of headache for everybody in the long term.
Yep. And another catch-up from Frenner asks, this one of you for Cody, for yesterday something was due to cloud. Can you explain? Basically, the question asks, can you explain why the cloud was a problem?
Right, yes. So in rocket launch operations, one thing you don't often think about is lightning and weather. At the Cape, around every single launch pad, you see these super large lightning protection towers, and even at 39A, there's a large mast on the fixed service structure to protect against lightning strikes. And so yesterday, what we saw was an anvil cloud that was too close to the launch site for them to continue with launch. Now, you might think, why is lightning such a big deal? You can strike an airplane with lightning. Well, we kind of discovered this during Apollo 12 when lightning struck the vehicle in flight as it flew through a cloud, and it shut off electrical systems, which to save the mission, the astronauts aboard had to flip SCE to auxiliary. That's where that line comes from. And so it's become, after that, it's kind of become the norm in spaceflight to ensure that you're not launching around lightning. You're paying attention to that weather. You're not flying through electrically static clouds because you don't want lightning striking a rocket.
Absolutely. We have someone to support. I'm making sure that you at least get your name on it. I desperately don't want to miss anyone, so I'm making sure I'm clicking on a few of them onto the screen where they haven't got a question. So basically, you get your name on screen because obviously, thanks to all of you. For especially ones who are on their own getting memberships, because obviously with the amount of gifted memberships coming through, you probably think you wouldn't have to. And a lot of people haven't have to because it's incredible support. I do like this question, even though we don't know the answer. We hoped we were going to get the answer yesterday at the acclaimed technical update. And Max, Igor asks, is SpaceX working on life support system for Starship?
I mean, they kind of have to for the HLS variant, at least, which is probably going to be the first crewed version of Starship to fly, even though it is probably not going to have crew in it when they launch it. Maybe they will. I'm not sure. That was one of the things we were hoping to find out more about during the, I guess, quote unquote, I'm using air quotes here, technical update yesterday pre-launch with Elon and Dan and Bill. Presumably, yes, but a lot of that work is happening behind closed doors, very tightly closed doors, and there isn't a ton of information, if any, to go off of to see any progress on that front. But yes, they have to, and the launch window to test and get the HLS variant of Starship running is coming up very soon. Yeah, and you see it there, rendezvousing with the Orion spacecraft. And for context, Orion really is not a small spacecraft. It is one of the largest capsules to fly, if not the largest, next to Crew Dragon and Starliner. I think it's actually bigger than both. Certainly the heaviest, especially with the crew service module on the bottom. But yeah, that just shows how big Starship is. But yes, there has to be some work happening behind the scenes, but we are not lucky enough to be in the know as to any progress or any information specifics on that front. Maybe some more information will be coming out in the coming days or weeks about what's happening. But at the moment, these renders and the, I guess, quote unquote, information we had yesterday is all we have, unfortunately.
While we're on that render, there's a question I've noticed in chat earlier from Revengist who asks, is the ISS rotation control systems powerful enough to work with a docked Starship? Cody, we have seen a render. It was back in the early days. I'm not sure Ryan will be able to find it because it was way back in the early days where it showed Starship literally docked to the ISS. And it was kind of hilarious because you could see the size of Starship in comparison to the ISS. And a lot of people were saying that's not very realistic. It's too large. I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so Starship being docked to the ISS, the biggest concern you'd have control-wise is you're adding a huge mass moment of inertia. You're increasing the mass moment of inertia of the station. You have this massive Starship off on one end, and suddenly, all the propulsion modules on the Russian side of the station are going to have to work in overdrive if they want to correctly orient the station. Along with that, you're shifting the center of mass of the entire station, right? As soon as you dock something there, everything's attached together. It's shifting that center of mass around. So now you have to think about different control systems of how are you actually going to orient the station. And so one thing we have seen is visiting spacecraft like Dragon recently have been able to kind of help with station operations with propulsion, right? We saw that that new boost kit added to the Dragon trunk that's being launched and docked to the ISS. And so if there were any control issues in the future, you could see maybe Starship helping with that orientation, because we have seen different spacecraft docked to the ISS helping with that orientation and propulsion aspect.
Very good. And that was an amazing find by Ryan, because I did Google it before I answered the question. I did see it in the corner of my eye. I thought, I'll do a quick Google, and I couldn't find it. And Ryan has found it via his extremely capable skills, and that is a crazy render. I mean, I'm sure you'll agree. I preempted it's a crazy render. Look at the modules. Those modules, which it's docked to, there's 3 of them there, one either side and one in the middle, and those were individually launched in the full capability of the Space Shuttle cargo bay. For context, I mean, that is absolutely bonkers. Then you can see the size comparison. I'd love to see it one day, but I know SpaceX and Elon are all very focused, and rightly so, on the beyond Earth exploration of Moon and Mars, especially Mars, with the goal of making life multiplanetary, which is what the technical update, as Max called it, in commas there, was focused again on. But it is Elon's driving force, and you can take a positive out of that. I'm not being fluffy by saying this. When you have somebody at the top of a company that fixated on that long-term goal, that's good, because that means it's unlike NASA, where they go through political cycles of every 4 years, and every president may have a different look on things. And let's face it, if you're the president of the United States and you're thinking about plans that may be 20 years away, you're not going to maybe get the benefit of it. You know, you want to get things that while you're in office and show off. That's political in every country. Max, help me out here, because I'm talking about American politics, and I don't want to impose my Britishness on this. But when you've got like a presidential cycle, and you put a lot of funding and a lot of effort into something that you won't be there as president for, it's kind of less motivational. Whereas Elon's always going to be around and always going to be there for that end goal, isn't he?
I mean, I'm not even sure we should be having it focus on politics, because I think at the end of the day, the bigger issue is there's just too many hands on the issue or the potential solution, and there isn't a singular vision that most people are hyper focused on, and that is what late SpaceX has, I guess, the fortunate luxury of is being able to have that singular vision and smaller goals along the way, and having a very strong drive to get there. Whereas in American politics or any other larger political system where there are many other people involved, that's just more people to get in the way, honestly. And that is what leads to a lot of the very slow progress, especially that we have seen with SLS and a lot of the Artemis program, unfortunately. The Artemis program and SLS are, I guess, arguably good on paper, but in practice, as we've seen with a lot of stuff in the U.S. government spaceflight programs, Space Shuttle included, the water always gets muddy at some point, and it never becomes completely clear. And I think SpaceX is in a very good position, especially with them being privately funded, to do essentially what they want to when they want to, so long as they're able to either keep up, for the most part, with their timelines. So. It's just how it goes. It's the long-lasting topic of private space versus government space. Like, there's always going to be that debate back and forth. But if there's one thing that should speak louder than most, if not everything else, it's the sheer speed of progress that SpaceX has been able to achieve over these last 10 to 15 years between Falcon and now Starship alike. So the water is never not going to be muddy on both fronts, but one is a lot less muddy than the other, honestly. Yeah,
and a good point in chat about JFK. All praise to him for having a long-term view at that speech at Rice University, which is the iconic speech we all know about. I'm sure you all know about. If not, definitely go on YouTube. If you're new to spaceflight, go on YouTube and just go over that speech, because it is very key to how we got to the moon. I'm going to speedrun these because I've got so many of them. And I say speedrun only to make sure you get named and you're not waiting too long to be named, because there's so many of them. Tim Simmons gifted 10 Red Team memberships. Red Queen GTA WS6, I'm sure that's actually a gamer username as well. KMR Mobile Command Center Fund for Starbase Texas. KJC Bomber for the win. Best treatment for sleep deprivation is creatine, apparently. Marchy 22. Why can't SpaceX build a pier on the beach and ship propellant to launch site instead of trucking it in? I think that is something they looked at, but they decided to go with trucks now, and now they're going for a plant and probably a pipeline. But that is a good point you make there about what were the previous plans they were looking into. Sharp, do we know the details about Tower 2 new trench? Yeah, we have been going through that in detail, looking at the two pads, looking at it. But we have an article on site, which I will link to in a second, which goes in detail about Pad 2, written by our very own Jake Reese. Bideford, there we go. Bideford, one of our absolute regulars. Third time's a charm and excitement abounds. Thanks to you, NSF, for all the prayers for everybody, for my son, Michael. From everyone, for my son, Michael. Hope Michael's doing okay, Bideford. Let me know what's going on there. Keep them coming. Now, everyone, please like and thumbs up for NSF. Bideford, I'll DM you about that. I'll find out what's the reference. I'll be very careful. I don't want to say too much because I might get it wrong. GoryX, become a Capcom member. So you've been on our Discord. Welcome. Can we break Chris B? You were already there, Rocket Scientist, with a $50 tip. I am well broken already. North Antarctica's joined in with the massive super chat earlier with 20 gifted memberships. I don't want to sound like I'm just reading out super chats. That's what you try to break me on purpose. I don't want people joining the stream think that's all we do. We do have questions and we do answer as many questions as possible. That's one of the reasons we have a stakeout stream, is that we can answer as much as possible because we have hours before launch. But I also want to make sure everyone's thanked. I'm going to go straight to Ali again because I don't want Ali waiting too long for me to appreciate the fact that he did another 100 gifted memberships. On top of the 300, 400 was it earlier, which is bonkers alone. So you have maxed out what you can do on YouTube. I think you definitely were correct by saying you've maxed out what you've done there. Nathan, Astro95 Me did a $100 tip. Now, Nathan Moller was at OG, first time we got exclusive photographs of the space shuttle program for NSF. Before then, it was like the public domain, nasa.gov images. But then Nathan, Larry, Brian and the team went out. Stephen Burgess went out there as Max Q Entertainment, which is now an Astro 95 Media, and taking photographs and providing them to NSF. So I will never forget those days, Nathan, and very much appreciate it. And you're now at Starbase because you say grateful for the help and hospitality of the NSF team this week. Always wonderful getting to work and play alongside the team for a bit. We'll see you all another flight sometime down the line. I assume you have to go back now, Nathan. I hope you're still there. Get a chance for Flight 3. But if not, there's Flight 11 coming up, potentially in a month's time or so. Chat, when do you think Flight 11 will be? If this goes well, when do you think Flight 11 will be? I'll let chat just go crazy with that answer because it's kind of fun. I've got to thank Richard Pipkin, become a Capcom member, as did Dirk. See, Dirk Schreitz. You're in our Discord now as well. I am totally broken. You've broken me, chat. Well done. I'm completely broken. I'm now a mumbling fool because I can't deal with all this support. It's just crazy. I'm going to just quick few more thanks and then go back to questions because otherwise I will sound like I'm just reading out thanks. The Lost Spark Art and Photography Studio become Red Team member, and we've got a massive super chat from Negative Ascent Specialist. Some great usernames on YouTube, I must admit. Kane Bedford became Red Team membership, and Tyres with Point to Point. How do you think SpaceX will deal with flights to other countries? Will they set up the production site in other countries? Starlink to UK, please. Starship to UK, please. We've got Starlink already, but Starship to UK, please. Max, what do you think about Point to Point?
It is a very ambitious idea, but honestly, considering what they want to do and all of the hands that the rules for that probably have to go through, not just in the U.S. but any other country that Starship might affect airspace wise, we're maybe 10 years off at least from that. It's honestly tough for me to go down that road, just because there's so much to do beforehand with Starship's other goals, between going to Mars, getting us back to the moon and everything else, and also launching today, wink wink nudge nudge, but long ways off. It is certainly ambitious, but it seems like, at least at the time being, it seems like a headache more than anything else.
Cody, what's your thoughts on Point to Point? And say something positive about it, because I love Point to Point.
I'm sorry, Chris. It's a huge, not only engineering task to get Point to Point to work, but it's also a huge regulatory task, right? Not only do you have to get these offshore launch pads working with a routine amount of launch to be able to supply enough liquid oxygen, liquid methane, liquid nitrogen to these things offshore. You also have to go through a ton of regulatory work to actually get cities on board. Having constant sonic booms over a city is not something that is easy to convince people living in that city on. And so it's going to be a huge challenge, I think, to actually get point-to-point to be more and more and more and more common. But we'll see in the future. You know, SpaceX ambitions are high, and I don't doubt that they're going to be able to, you know, someday start to push towards point-to-point.
Very good. I'm going to now link that article about a question about Pad 2 and queries into what about it. I'm going to put it into chat right now. But also, I did get a question about, do we get a patch named Third Time's a Charm, maybe? Well, first of all, the patch for this mission is our Flight 10 patch, which I think is absolutely fantastic. I really do think it's fantastic. I wouldn't just say that. I'm too Yorkshire to pretend to like something. If I don't like something, I'll just go, here's our new patch for Flight 10 and leave it at that. That's what I do. Honestly, that's what I like. But I do absolutely love this patch. I think it's the best one we've done. It's a good play on Ship 36 going rud at masses and Ship 37 taking a role on Flight 10 with Boost 16 and being a phoenix from the flames. I thought that was extremely clever from our designer, Jax, who does amazing work. But on the question in hand, Third Time's a Charm, the production of patches, as you can imagine, is not easy. But we do have an option here which plays on this Third Time's a Charm. And it's in our store now. And Ryan told me he's going to show it on screen, which he is right now. There is. That is actually a merch design in our store. Let me do the hashtag. Oh, I can't multitask. Hang on, bear with me. I'll type and talk at the same time, which is never a clever thing for me to do in my old age. There we go. In the store right now is the Third Time's a Charm merch, because maybe it technically this has no basis in reality at all, but that's our good luck charm. Our merch charm, that this will be Third Time's a Charm. I know that doesn't work technically. There is some controller in charge of Starship saying, thanks for the t-shirt. I don't know if that does anything about the weather constraints. But hopefully we will get Third Time's a Charm. And it is now in our store. So well done to our store team who do amazing work on that one. But there it is. In all various colours and sizes. That's quite clever. I didn't realise we had different colours for it as well. That's really cool. There we go. That's in the store right now. But yes, the patch is really cool. Doing an actual off-the-fly patch like the Shrug patch was not easy, as you imagine. It took a while for it to get into the warehousing for shipping. As those who ordered the Shrug patch will know to attest. But they've all been now shipped out now, so that's fine. There we go. Back to questions. Oh, Robert Smith's been on Grok. Grok says there's a 75% probability of favourable launch conditions during the winter, a 30 to 40% chance of rain. Biggest risk being lightning and anvil clouds. You know what? Maybe that's probably the thing we're watching now, because yesterday, Cody, they had a full countdown, a full propellant load. The hose behaved itself on the ship quick disconnect arm. Everything went well. It was just the weather, wasn't it? So are we hopeful that this time round the wet dress rehearsal has validated the systems, shall we say, the pad systems in the vehicle, and we are just looking for weather?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we had the big concern of, they're replacing the hose, they're going to be late on time, maybe you have to retest the pad. But after yesterday's wet dress rehearsal, going through the full fueling operations, and even getting down to T-minus 40 seconds, everything looked perfect. I don't want to jinx it, knock on wood, right? And so I really do think as long as the weather is clear above the launch site for today's launch attempt, it's going to go, because as we've seen, it went really well. The repairs on that hose on the ship quick disconnect went good. It didn't seem like any leaks there. It didn't seem like any delays there. So yeah, I'm pretty confident in this upcoming launch attempt, as long as the weather over the launch site cooperates, which is harder said than done, right?
Yeah, they can see on screen a replay of what was proven to be a rather leaky line on the ship quick disconnect arm. That is the big metal structure attached to the ship from the right hand side, and there is the replacement of the hose, which occurred over the night time. They did very well, because there's every chance that would have taken longer than a 24-hour recycle, but the skilled SpaceX workers up there, high up on the ship quick disconnect arm. My word, I can't speak after I've been talking for more than an hour. It's true, though. Got it replaced, and look how well it performed yesterday. It was only the weather that was a constraint. Now, back to the live views, though, we did spot a whirlybird, a chopper, landing on Highway 4. What's that all about, Max?
A whirlybird, Chris? A whirlybird?
That's what we call them over here. Help me out, chat. Is that maybe that's an English thing?
I've never heard that before, but honestly, it kind of sticks. I like it. A whirlybird. But what you are seeing now, currently, just west of the launch site now, in between the production site and the launch site, is that orange and white helicopter. That is a privately hired helicopter to, I'm sure, enforce range safety and make sure that all personnel are where they should and shouldn't be come go time when it is time to launch an in-fuel Starship. So it'll be circling the area quite a bit, and it'll be making rounds and then landing back on the road by where they have a mobile fueling station over there to make sure that it is always full of fuel and ready to enforce the range, make sure people are safe and that everything is clear. It used to be on the first attempt and prior launches, that site was literally right next to our highway camera site, which is where this camera is. But they have since moved further west down towards the LBJ Boulevard, which is kind of a shame because we rather enjoyed having them very close to our highway site. But still a good view, and they will fly pretty much right over the road and then all up and around wherever they want to go to make sure that everyone is clear. But the beach closed at about 11 a.m. Local time, so about a couple hours ago now. Geez. So hopefully everyone that is not supposed to be there is not there. I think we still have some tankers and some other crew on the launch pad still, but pad clear should be coming hopefully in the next 90 minutes or so. At least like in between now and then, roughly.
I've had it confirmed by chat it's an English thing, and it's an old English thing because they're saying, wow, I've not heard that in quite a while. So there we go. I'm showing both my Englishness and my age in one go. Upside down egg beater is the other one, by the way. Sky Blender.
Upside down egg beater?
Yeah. I've not heard that one myself, to be fair. That's a new one, but I'm trying to wonder where the origins of Whirlybird is. It might be in an old TV show, maybe. I don't know. Either ways, I digress. I do have a question that I want to give to Max. Apologies, Cody. You're going to get plenty of questions during the stream, so don't worry.
All good.
But Max knows that we're both fascinated by the potential of Starship in Florida because it's going to be absolutely cool. I have a sideways question from Astra Evader who asks, once Falcon is retired, will 39A crawlaway be used again? Now, that kind of segues me into what I'm expecting with the first Starships to arrive into Florida. Remember, Roberts Road is not going to be producing vehicles initially. They'll be coming from Starbase by barge, arriving up the Banana River into the Turn Basin. Surprise, surprise, turning in the Turn Basin, because that's what it's called. And then offloaded. And then I'm imagining the crawlaway, or at least the road by the side of it, will be utilized to transport the vehicles out to 39A. So, Max, first of all, A, your excitement about Starship arriving in Florida, and B, what do you think 39A's future is once they do retire Falcon in the future?
Oh, so I think the easier question to answer is my excitement, and it is up there. It is through the roof. It is not even bounded by Earth's atmosphere. I mean, and honestly, we are so excited, and the fact that we are talking about it more and more and more nowadays is just pure evidence on its own that, okay, we are getting really, really, really close now, and we can also see a lot more work happening over at Pad A via our Space Coast live cameras over at the KSC press site. So initially, yes, we have seen documents from the FAA saying that they're going to be barging hardware from Starbase over to Florida first, and that is presumably what's going to happen for, I don't know, maybe the first 5 to 7, 10 flights, maybe anything until Star Factory and Gigabay are up and running over at the Kennedy Space Center at Hangar X. No real telling as to how many flights they'll have in between now and when that's complete. Probably somewhere from 5 to 10, maybe on the lower or higher end. Not quite sure. But from what we see now, they only really use SPMTs to transport ships and boosters from the production site here in Starbase to the launch site. And we have seen road widening or road work at the KSC where the roads have been widened in places. And we presume that is to make it easier for larger aerospace equipment, i.e. wink, wink, nudge, nudge, probably Starship, to be moved down that road via SPMTs. and that would make it a lot easier for boosters and ships because they are quite girthy, as we know from seeing many rolls and rollbacks at this point. So, with that being said, the crawlerway is currently used by NASA and the Crawler Transporter and Mobile Launcher 1 and Mobile Launcher 2 in the next few years for the SLS Block 1 and Block 1B launch vehicles. Right now, currently just Block 1. And they need that to transport it from the VAB to over to LC-39B. And that is a very, it is very critically constructed with layers of Alabama River rocks, obviously, that have to take the weight of the entire ML and crawler transporter and rocket over it to ensure that it has a stable and safe way of transportation from the VAB to the pad. Now, the crawlerway past the point where it turns toward LC-39B has been removed of those river rocks, and right now I think it is just dirt or clay, whatever layer was underneath the rocks. So in between that and the VAB, obviously those rocks are still there, but I'm struggling to think if I can't really see them needing to use the actual crawlerway. If anything, I can see them making a case to take the crawlerway away from that part of the KSC to either widen the road or give some more pads for hardware over there. Like completely just taking it completely away, because there's really no need to transport Starship like that. And they're as cool as it would be to see Starship rolling out of the VAB, kind of like SLS, I don't foresee that happening. And so I think the roadways that are currently there will suffice plenty for the purposes that they need. So the crawlerway I can't really see coming back online for Pad A ever again, unfortunately, as much as it sucks to say. But SpaceX will have their own ways of transporting hardware from Hangar X to either Pad 39A or Pad 37 down at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Although it is going to be interesting to see how they do that on the Cape side, whether or not they opt to go through the KSC by our press site cameras or find a way to construct a vehicle that can support Starship going over a bridge, because the bridges here, or the causeways, I should say, on the Cape side, they arc, and obviously they're not flat. And of course, it is very difficult to transport a piece of hardware that tall and that wide over a surface that is not straight and level. So we'll have to wait and see. But the crawlerway for Starship, I don't think is going to be in its future. SPMTs right now seem to be the way.
Very good. Very concise and informative from you there, Max. And that's a nice way for me to say, I'm going to bid adieu. I've managed to, during Max's answer, create a Nightbot command to spread the word of Whirlybird to the masses so you can all use it now. I want it trending in the States and worldwide. And I'm wondering if Nightbot's completely broken by Ali from earlier. And Nightbot, wake up, Nightbot. Where have you gone, Nightbot? I'll work on that. I think Nightbot's just given up. Nightbot said, I couldn't deal with all that Ali support. But I want to make a point of that by saying thank you to Ali and thank you to everybody. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for those asking questions in chat. Thank you for those liking the stream. And thank you for watching us. It all counts. It really does. Right down all the way to just watching the streams. Because you can imagine, it won't be that much fun if there's like 50 people here, all of them being massive supporters, let's just say. 50 people, it's not a big audience, is it? Going on 10,000 people, that's a lot more fun, I must admit. So you're all very much supporting us in your own way, and it's very much appreciated. And on that bombshell, I'm going to hand over to Sawyer. Sawyer, could you take over the reins, please?
Yeah, it's my turn to talk. Cool. Thank you, Chris. And, folks, it is Groundhog Day. Again. I'm Bill Murray. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein, taking over here for the Stakeout stream. Of course, still joined by Max and Cody. You saw the shirt, third time's the charm. How are we feeling vibes-wise? Cody, how you feeling?
After a third attempt, the vibes are undoubtedly, they're dampered. But with what looks like some nicer weather, ? It's giving me hope. And you know what? The source of hype is hope. And so I'm ready to get hyped up. And I'm ready to see for Flight 10 fly, it's gonna be good to see this one get off the pad.
Yes, I am hoped up and hyped up. I love it. Max, what's your vibes for today now?
If somebody was to ask me how it's going, my usual response is it's going and flowing, and I'm not even sure if flowing is the right word for today because we are all very knackered and we are very tired. But obviously, we love doing this. We are always happy to be out here, and honestly, given the weather forecast that has been released with a 75% chance of favorable weather around launch time, those are the best chances we have had all week. So. Fingers are crossed. Today does feel like the day. We are feeling very launchy, but also we are feeling very cautious. It is not uncommon for a mission to scrub. I said the word. Oh no, we're in trouble.
No,
Oh,
Max,
Max.
we were
said the
doing so
word.
good.
Oh no, I said the word. But TLDR, we're feeling good. It's either it feels like either a launch aborts or doesn't go one day and then goes the next, or it happens to S-word like 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 more times and delays for a long time. This is the first Starship mission to delay more than once, which is rather unique because Starship has a history of going, for the most part, on time on the first launch attempt day or window. So fingers are at least crossed. We are certainly hoping that we can basically just will Starship off the ground today. So we don't really need, clear skies would be nice, but if we can just get Starship gone and get preps for Flight 11 underway, I think that would make a lot of people very happy.
Yeah, the big thing, of course, was the anvil clouds and the fact that they were connected. So even though there wasn't necessarily an anvil cloud directly over the launch pad at that point, the clouds that were there were connected to the system that has those anvil clouds. And that's a concern because those are the ones that cause the severe thunder and lightning. So that's why if they can be connected, the lightning can go through the clouds and you get a bad day. But yes, it went from flowing to now flowing like molasses. It's definitely slowed down. Sorry, but we'll see you all tomorrow now that Max has said the thing. I'm kidding. If you have questions, as always, tag us at NASA Spaceflight. We will continue to answer questions. I know some of you have been with us for all 3 days, so I really appreciate that. We'll try and vary up the questions a little bit. I've got some of my own fun ones that I want to throw in, too, that are still Starship related, so we'll have some fun with it while we continue the countdown with about 5 hours and 22 minutes to go until the opening of the window. Well, now, since we've already started bringing it up, Heliosphere Physics and Spaceflight asking, I'll go to Outspace Nerd first, asking how many times can the tank farm cycle fueling the ships before they have to stop? Is there a point where they're like, oh, we've done this 6 days in a row now, we have to give it a break? Cody?
Yeah, after the wet dress rehearsal from yesterday, it was tough to know if they had enough in the tanks, right? You can see there the fleet of trucks that are out there that have been working like quite a bit to refuel those tanks there at the tank farm. So I'm not too sure if they actually get into account today into a full wet dress rehearsal, if they're going to have enough consumables to go again. We might have to wait a day for them to actually get all those consumables back, because that is a big issue with the tank farm. While you can recuperate a lot of that fuel, you can't recuperate all of it, right? And so it is going to be a bit of a watch item there. If they can't quite get, if they go super far into the count, they might not have enough for another attempt immediately. They just got to wait for more consumables there.
Yeah, because I don't think we've ever seen it where they fully fuel the vehicle, didn't launch, and then were able to do it again in 24 hours, just because the amount of consumables that it takes, the amount of consumables that are used, and then having to restock all of it. For the previous attempt, they'd only just barely started fueling, so it's like, okay, 24 hours is reasonable. This is going to be impressive to get that tank farm fully refueled and good to go. Could it potentially be, though, that maybe it's not all the way fueled to the top, and that reduces the window that they might have, say, instead of being able to hold for 30 minutes, it's only 15, Max? Could that be a possibility?
I don't think they would go ahead with a launch if they didn't have sufficient propellant for both stages as they would want to fully for a launch. So, I mean, obviously, as you can see, the LOX tanks or the LOX trucker tanks, tanker trucks, whatever they're called, are still topping up the LOX side of the farm. So, I think it's going to be more of no. I think they can do it. I mean, obviously, I don't think they would be pressing ahead with operations if they thought it wasn't possible. I mean, they still have about an hour 20 at least until they need to pad clear to get ready to wake the tank farm up and get ready for prop load operations. But it's worth noting that the combined fuel capacity for both stages, for both LOX and methane combined, is around 4,600 metric tons for Starship. So fully fueled, it's about 5,000 metric tons, which is by far and away the heaviest and largest rocket ever flown to this point. So they would not be pressing ahead if they thought their resources were going to be super low, or if not at a dangerously low level to ensure a launch attempt today. So the fact that they seem to be pressing ahead, I believe, is a good sign that they have confidence that they can get this wrapped up before they have to pad clear.
I mean, yeah, it's SpaceX. They always find a way to impress you when it's like, oh, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, and then all of a sudden, they always somehow pull it out. So it's impressive.
It was the same thing with the LOXOs that we saw on the ship QD, a couple nights ago, where we thought, oh, that like a full-on hose replacement on the ship QD is not a small task, and we thought that seems kind of tight for a 24-hour turnaround. But here they got it done, and they got a full-on launch attempt done yesterday, even though it didn't launch. But yeah, I think it is pretty normal to see everything else tracking as it is now, albeit LOX seems a bit low. But as we have said a few times already, they have time. They have time to get it topped off and cleared out.
And the other thing that's impressive in more ways than one, Taggart saying is a third reset a record for Starship. For launch attempts where you have the full stack, yeah, this is the first time that they've ever had 3 attempts at it where they've had to not launch the first 2 times. And even for those past 2 missions where they delayed, I think only one of them was the next day, or were they all a couple days later? Max, do you remember?
I do, and that was on the old tank farm design. Remember, and I think I'm seeing in the back channel that according to Alex, they can do multiple launch attempts on a single tank farm fill, which is good. But at that being said, Starship does take up a lot of resources. So it's easier to recoup if you have to stand down, and you can recoup some of that LOX and methane in the tanks. But obviously, once it launches, all of that's gone. It can't be taken back. So yeah, I think they're currently in good shape.
Also, I think, Cody, that just speaks to the vehicle of Starship and the bonkiesness of all this, that in 10 flights, there have only been 4 attempts that didn't go, and 2 of them were the last 2 days. I mean, what does that say about the engineering on this thing?
I mean, yeah, for a new vehicle, typically what you see a lot of scrubs during launch operations when you're learning maybe how a temperamental vehicle acts on a pad, learning how to actually fuel it, how to operate around it. So it's a huge testament to the SpaceX team that throughout these first 10 flights, well, I guess first 9 flights coming up on 10 here, they haven't had too many scrubs. They've usually gone on their first attempt, which is very rare launch vehicle wise.
You realize you just said it too.
Oh, no.
Well, folks, we've cursed it here.
Well,
nice
also,
knowing everyone.
In the back channel, apparently D said it first, so blame is now being shifted off of me onto D completely.
Ah, there we go.
Unless this is the reverse curse, where we spent all this time the last 2 days not saying it, that it happened. So now if we just say it, it'll work.
Is that how that works?
I don't know, but I really hope it is.
Wait, someone needs to say it a 4th time, because it's like, one counteracts the other. There we go. Now we're fine.
Hey, you saw the new shirt. Third time's the charm. So, anyway, let me thank some people here. There's a bit of a backlog that I want to make sure that we thank everybody for the support. Mr. Fluffy, this was for Ryan. Did you see the Swifty news? Ship 26. I guess that would be Swift 26. Maybe that's when they're going to get married now. Jason B saying needs to get the Tesla Semi on those tankers. KCJ Bomber saying thermal cam fun, but also creatine, I'm telling you, is the best proven cognitive enhancer after sleep deprivation. I don't know. We're all, I think, at that sleep deprivation part where we're running on fumes and excitement. Got some good questions in here, too. Going Places with Chris asking, I'll throw this one to you, Max, since you're there. When Starship is flying regularly, do you think Starbase will have a viewing area to watch the launches? And if so, how close could it feasibly be?
I mean, they already do, albeit it's not provided from SpaceX. I mean, you already have publicly accessible areas over on South Padre Island, like Isla Blanca Park, or just get a room at the Margaritaville Hotel as well, and they're also fantastic views. But over here on the west side of the complex, we have the Rocket Ranch Outpost, and hopefully they are not going to be going anywhere anytime soon. So yeah, I mean, these areas are already here and ready, but I don't think that SpaceX is going to be building anything for the public, unfortunately. Not that they are required. I mean, they don't have that really in Florida. That's all organized by a separate company. We are just lucky enough to have access to the KSC press site as often as we do. But I mean, hopefully everything else that is still over here in SpaceX and is still accessible will stay that way for a long time to come. But and in terms of what SpaceX might not or might be doing, I don't think they will.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like over at the Kennedy Space Center. It's not like they provide viewing for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy launches themselves, but you get people lining up along US 1 in Titusville at all the different parks, the beaches, the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex offering their viewing sites. So it's kind of, we'll provide the rockets, you find a spot to watch it.
Basically.
Speaking of watching in Florida, EJ asking, Cody, is it possible to launch in Texas and catch in Florida?
Ship-wise, maybe, right? We talked yesterday a little bit about maybe like doing a point-to-point for booster, and we came to the conclusion it probably wasn't feasible because of the extra energy involved, right? I don't know if the booster would be able to sustain something like that re-entry, right? Ship-wise, there's not really a reason not to, right? As soon as they get the towers built in Florida, they could almost do like an orbital once around, right? You launch and you pass by Florida, but then you go ahead and you land. The one concern would be the trajectory, right? With the site here in Texas, they're very locked into one trajectory here that kind of threads the needle between Florida and Cuba and continues down, right? And they don't have much orbital inclination change, so it really would depend on how much cross-range Starship could have, or what other orbital maneuvers they could do to align Starship to be on a path to re-enter and then land at Florida. But yeah, once they actually get this down, and Starship is super reliable on the landings, I don't see why not.
I mean, yeah, once they also get clearance to be able to fly over land, that's going to be the big thing too, considering that to get to the Space Coast, you then have to fly over the entirety of the Florida Peninsula.
Right, yes. Yeah, it is a big concern there of like, hey, you need to make sure this thing is reliable so you're not overflying populated land with a large Starship that can make it through reentry. That's a big concern there. So as soon as they get this reliable, yeah, they'll hopefully get that regulatory approval to be able to overfly land.
Let's see. Jason B asking Max, what would be produced at the air separator plant? I expect liquid oxygen, nitrogen, CO2, but would they be doing methane?
I'm pretty sure methane is going to have to remain being either trucked in, or if they can find some way to have a tanker offshore and pipe that in from offshore. What is going to be primarily produced at that new air separation farm is going to be LOX and nitrogen, because those are the easiest to produce, and that those are not also pollutants, and they are inert. Well, LOX is not inert, obviously. It is one of the literal propellants, but it is, if you vent it off, it's not going to spontaneously combust and is not flammable on its own. So primarily those two, and that will save, as you can see, the effort and time and cost of having all of these trucker tanks or tanker trucks. Good Lord, I can't talk. From having to come in and out as often as they do, and it offers less of a constraint toward getting the prop farm loaded up to a level that it needs to be to support either testing operations or launch operations. So primarily LOX and nitrogen, but mostly LOX.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing that here. We're seeing that over at the Cape. They're really all in on not having to rely on all of these trucks to bring everything in, as you're seeing on your screen right now, to allow for these more rapid turnarounds. Someone who must have broken their keyboard with the $50 super chat asking, could Starship use LNG? There's an export terminal being built 5 miles away. Cody, what are your thoughts? I mean, technically, is it not already kind of LNG?
Yeah, methane is a natural gas. It's one of the natural gases. Perhaps they're meaning like propane or another natural gas there. And in that case, I'm hearing the back channel, the purification plant and liquefier, and you've got methane from LNG. So yeah, you can straight up grab that from a liquid natural gas plant like that. So that is an import option, I guess, if they're able to get the purifier there and actually extract just the methane from that, right? Then they should be able to fly with that, which would be a good option instead of needing to ship it from other plants by truck. I mean, even with the proximity of that, it's almost like you could set up a pipeline or something, and then you could really get going on Starship launches there. But I had an interesting thought about propane, because in amateur rocketry, we've actually seen some developments with liquid propane as is one of the options that people have kind of gone with, which is not super recommended. But on a vehicle like Starship, liquid propane just wouldn't really work out propellant-wise. The properties of methane make it much better for regenerative cooling, and also for just general operations, much more energy dense and stuff like that.
Propane and propane accessories. I can't do it as well as EJ. But yeah, also, by the way, new season, fantastic on Hulu, just saying. And then here's one from Onion. Max, I'll throw this one to you. If today gets maxed, when will the next launch be?
If it gets maxed?
Read the screen.
Okay, all right, I get it now. All right, but D said it first. I had to put that on the record, and that is in our back channel. It is in writing. I would presume. I think if it's just a weather issue, they should be able to turn it around again in 24 hours if they don't have any issues with the ground service equipment, or GSE as it is more commonly called, or a vehicle issue. So I think another 24-hour turnaround, it would be a lot for us to deal with over here at NSF and for other members of the media. But I think just in terms of launch operations, I think a 24-hour turnaround should be theoretically possible. And it has to be said, not that I want this to become a reality, the weather tomorrow and through the weekend, or tomorrow through the weekend, the weather looks a lot better. So should they need to have to go tomorrow, weather should not be a key watch item for those launch attempt days. So, but hopefully those are not going to be needed, and we can get Starship off of the ground today.
I hope you don't mind I turned you into an adjective there, or a verb there.
That's okay.
And especially sorry for those people just listening. Didn't want to say the S word again, like negative. Ascent Specialist saying, day number 3, watching all day long while I dig basements. Thanks for all the entertainment and info. Any idea if there will be cameras on the dumb links to record ship after deployment? I know we've been speculating for like 3 flights now, or 4 flights now. I mean, that would be pretty cool, Cody.
It would be pretty cool. Now, one thing to note is we have not seen any FTC filings or FCC filings. Sorry, so many like federal agencies there. We haven't seen any filings saying that they're gonna have extra signals there. But that doesn't entirely rule it out of the question. It just means we haven't seen a ton of evidence there. So it could be something where it's a local communication between Starship and the dumb link. We don't really know at this point, but it would be extremely cool to see a camera on one of those eight dumb links, eight simulator Starlinks, and get a kind of third person view of Starship there. We were saying yesterday it would be like one of the coolest shots of a spacecraft. I think one of the coolest that has been taken in history there. So.
I mean, yeah, that would be pretty awesome. Now, I see people asking about the fact that there is a launch before this one. There is a Falcon 9 launch set to launch out of Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. The NAUS Luxiosis primary payload with some others on board, Leap 1 and Pelican 3 and 4, Acadia 6, F-Fly 1, 2, and 3. That is set to launch 27 minutes and 45 seconds from now, according to the Next Spaceflight app. So, yeah, I believe if SpaceX provides a feed, we will be able to watch a Falcon 9 launch before today's Starship launch. So stick around and stay tuned for that. And if you want to know when all these launches are happening, don't forget, you can check out the Next Spaceflight app and nextspaceflight.com for all of that information. For the Falcon 9 launches, you'll even sometimes see the flight simulation button option, and that will allow you to see the trajectory with data powered by Flight Club. Also, Alex pointing out this would be the oldest Falcon 9 booster in active rotation that will be flying. Speaking of acting rotation, Heliosphere Physics and Spaceflight asking, could multiple starships be linked together in orbit to make a new space station with some degree of artificial gravity? I mean, Max, we had Skylab, which was part of a Saturn third stage, Saturn 4B. Do you think we could see a Starship space station?
I mean, it is certainly sized up to the task. I mean, yeah, the Skylab was literally an S4B, third stage of a Saturn V rocket, converted to be a habitable space for human beings for any extended stays in orbit. Starship is much bigger than that. It's even bigger than the Space Shuttle orbiter. So, just from a sizing perspective, it is absolutely there, and it might be kind of tricky figuring out a way to link them all together, and at that point you may as well just launch the segments separately and not as, like, I guess, converted ships. But even just a singular ship on its own would be a big station on its own. If you open up even beyond the current, like, payload section of the launch vehicle into any of the prop tanks, or in that area. So it is already a huge launch vehicle with a ton of volume inside of it. So it's certainly possible, and I think we also talked about this yesterday on the Stakeout stream as well. So certainly possible, and we will see what the future has in store for Starship in the future. But maybe.
Speaking of something in store for the future for Starship, I had a friend who I was talking with last night. Shout out Karen for this question. She had a good thought, and I want to chat your opinions as well. You can tag us at NSF with your ideas on it as well. I'll start with Cody, then to Max. Let's say a SpaceX engineer comes up to you right now and says, I am the magic SpaceX genie. You have the power to make one modification to Starship. What are you modifying? Cody, I'll let you go first.
This is a really good question. I don't know. I think if I could make one request, it would be to, and this would have to be a wish, it would be to increase the diameter slightly. As we've seen, they've had to really lengthen Starship in these versions as we're going higher and higher, and so the kind of length to diameter ratio is getting a bit silly, in my opinion. And so to kind of save on length, increasing the diameter would greatly increase the amount of fuel that they could have there. It could increase the amount of diameter available for engines, and I think it would help overall with Starship's proportions and stuff like that. So, but certainly it would be such a huge change in the Starship program that I don't think they're doing it anytime soon. That would be almost an entirely new vehicle. So that's why it would have to be a wish there.
Max, what would you magically change?
I was going to say it, but Jack actually said it in the back channel before I did, so I'm going to literally quote, big ass windows. I mean, Starship needs windows. I mean, we were also talking about this yesterday. Windows. Starship really needs windows. And even if it's just for an aesthetic purpose for these early experimental flights, it would still look wicked cool and also give us some insight as to the window shapes and sizes that SpaceX is planning for crewed variants of Starship in the future. But yes, big ass windows.
Let's see. I saw someone say legs. A lot of people saying googly eyes, which, I mean,
no,
not bad.
That's a launch indicator right there. You just wait till the shake.
It's true. Some people saying add SRBs to the side of it.
No. Oh, actually, I have one more.
Yep.
Starship Super Duper Heavy. Put 2 more super heavy boosters with nose goes on the side. 99 Raptor engines, baby. Let's go.
Who needs 99 lift balloons? You got 99 Raptor engines. I have to say,
I got that one.
Mine, if I had to say, it would be a Chomper style payload door. I would totally want one where, again, like you see in all the movies, kind of like what Neutron is doing, but with Starship being huge, it'd be more impressive. It just opens it up, this giant mouth. I guess that works with the googly eyes. And then out comes this giant, massive satellite that it's deploying. Hubble 3.0, whatever it would be. I think that would be an epic payload deploy mechanism. So that would be mine. Although, Cody, you had another suggestion that would be good.
Yeah, I would love to see a Starship variant, or just a Starship that is very reminiscent of Shuttle, because I think Shuttle had great looks to it. I think of maybe a more Shuttle-like door that opens, instead of like a mouth, it's opening more horizontally along the nose cone there, and then you paint the stainless steel white, and you have the NASA text on the side and the little American flag and the meatball, and I would love to see a Starship that's all Shuttle-ified up.
Yeah, maybe even as someone pointed out in chat, with wings that fold out, land like a plane.
Maybe not quite, but then you just have Shuttle there.
I mean, that's not a bad thing in my books.
No,
anyway.
But, different capabilities.
Anyway, just thought that was a fun little question. As we are now under the no earlier than 5-hour mark. So if you see in the clock in the top left, NET, that is no earlier than, meaning that is when the window will open for Starship's flight. So we are now under 5 hours away from the opening of that window at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. Wow. I see a lot of people who are kind of just joining in asking about the weather. Max, what is the weather currently where you are, and what is the weather looking like for launch time?
So we are still getting plenty of sunshine out here today, and I'm currently over at the Rocket Ranch outpost, about 3.5 miles west of the launch pad. Seeing some blue skies around, but it is mostly a bunch of high altitude clouds, which honestly are not really threatening towards launch operations. There is a bit of a breeze around right now, but also not too much of a concern. Keeping an eye on the radar for any storms that may pop up, because we are around the point where we may see some convection happening, where just a bunch of hot air rising from the inland and mixing with some cooler air coming off of the Gulf, and storms can pop up rather quickly, as myself, Dee, Jack, and Tyler learned this morning was happening as we got rained on a couple of times. But the forecast has been going back and forth as to if it's going to rain this afternoon or not. I just checked it maybe 5 minutes ago, and it said it was not supposed to, but cloud cover was going to be mostly the case up until around 5:30 or 6 o'clock, which lines up with hopefully better viewing conditions for a 6:30 window opening launch. So weather is certainly the best today that it has been over the past couple of days, but as I was saying earlier, should they need to launch tomorrow or later in the week, the weather for tomorrow through this coming Sunday is looking really, really, really good. Lots of sunshine. So should they need to, the weather looks great for the rest of the week. But hopefully they won't need that, and we can get Starship off the ground today.
Exactly. And it's worth noting, we had the technical issue for the first attempt. This one, it was the weather. They went all the way through with a full wet dress rehearsal, counting all the way down to T-minus 10 seconds and holding, which is what they do for a wet dress rehearsal anyway. So it seems like they got decently working systems on the vehicle, at least as of yesterday. So that bodes well as long as the weather holds up. And again, they have, an hour-long window to target if things don't look fantastic at the top of the window. As we see those tanker trucks continuing to refill the tank farm, let me take a moment, thank a couple of people here. Frank, thank you very much for the support. Turtle saying the helicopter is also called a Skippy because of the sound it makes. Hashtag Whirlybird. I've heard of Whirlybird. I've called it that before. I didn't realize there was such a big unknown about it. Here's actually a good one as we see the tankers there. Cody, Aaron's asking, how full do you reckon the tank farm is at this point?
At this point, they're gonna start to be a little bit more full, right? If we're looking at the timeline wise here, they want to have pad close out in the next hour or so. So I'd imagine that it's pretty full at this point. I'm not sure if we can see any more tankers really coming down the road right now on the different cameras. I'm sure a couple will trickle in here, but it does look like that they're ramping up for launch here. And there's another one. As I was saying, they're gonna probably be coming in until they do the pad closeout, but they are getting up there.
And if I remember rightly, they basically must have the pad clear by about, that would be 4:30 p.m. Central Time, so about 2 hours.
Right, yes. Yeah.
Rob saying, don't ever change your intro music with the 20 pounds. We have no intention on it. And before you say it, yes, Dove also used it in a commercial. Jeff Rowe, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Win saying, I hope everything goes well today. I think we all do. And then Bloodwolf 97, as we were just talking about there. So how is the tanking going? Do they actually have the time to launch? SpaceX wouldn't be going for it if they didn't think they could. SpaceX is all about conserving propellant, but also, hey, if we've got it and we've got the time, let's push it. Oh, here we go. Papa Hawkeye's back again. You remember from yesterday. Why did the ship break up with the booster? It needed space. Hashtag last one. Hashtag coffee fund.
It clearly wasn't the last one.
You'll bring this to me on the day of Taylor Swift's engagement.
No.
No?
I will not do
I
that.
thought that was good. That was a good one. Come on, Max.
I will not bring this to you on the day of Taylor. Never mind. I'm not going to go on about it.
Anyway, continuing along here. Again, we are watching the Falcon 9 on the West Coast, but this just in. SpaceX, the clock has entered a hold on the SpaceX website. For those who are unaware, the SpaceX website is connected directly with the clocks that they use. So it is a live update in that. So it is temporarily in a hold. That could mean they are changing the T0. It could resume. We don't actually know It is just a hold for now. Max, as the one who said the word, any thoughts on why they might be holding?
It could have something to do with they need a bit more time to get the LOX tank filled up because there are still some tankers over there. Either that, or they are seeing other factors at play, either with the ground systems as they are, I guess, beginning to condition things and wake some other systems up, or they see some weather in the area that they are looking at. But we are still 5 hours out ish from, or no, not 5, like closer to 4 hours away from the window opening. So I'm really not sure. It's going to be interesting to see what ends up happening here, but also same thing happened yesterday where they entered into a T-minus or a hold at T-minus 12 hours on their website countdown, and they still well proceeded. Obviously, this is much later into the countdown than T-minus 12 hours, but I don't know. I can't really see anything on the screen or from anything else with my Mark 1 eyeballs with the weather, but not sure, but it is rather interesting.
Right, and it's worth noting there is no official word yet on why the hold, no update yet on if there's going to be a new T0. They do have an hour-long window from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. Central Time. The official time that the hold was entered per the SpaceX website was at T-minus 4 hours, 52 minutes, and 23 seconds. So, at this point, we're going to keep waiting and see what the update is. And we're going to continue as if they are aiming for some point within that window, because they still can. It could legitimately just be that, hey, we need an extra hour to fill things. So, we'll watch that. In the meantime, there is another countdown that is actually ticking down, and that is on the left side of your screen, and that is out at Vandenberg Space Force Base in California at about 12 minutes and 37 seconds to go. Carson is at the controls right now producing. Carson, are you sure that's Vandenberg? So we can actually see the rocket.
Oh, man.
Cody? Tell me I'm wrong.
Vandenberg. Like, I can't tell you you're not wrong, but Vandenberg has its good moments, okay?
It has its moments, maybe.
When you can actually see the rocket, Vandenberg is actually a beautiful launch site. But obviously, many times you can't. But today is one of those good days where you can.
Yeah, all right. At least we get good weather somewhere today, so we'll see. But yeah, so we'll be hopefully able to watch a launch at least, regardless, as we continue to wait on status updates on Starship on the right side of your screen. And in the meantime, Brian Murphy with a really good question here, asking, Max, why is there just a 1 hour window?
That is all the time that they have allotted from the FAA, because obviously I don't believe they are approved to fly at night at the moment. So I think the late afternoon hours are what I guess they had requested from the FAA, and that is what the FAA has granted. But they may have other options to fly, but that would have to be worked out with the FAA and their current launch license and their stipulations as to when they can and can't launch. But that is what SpaceX wanted, and that is what the FAA was able to grant them.
I'll add a comment to that in just a second, but it appears that Carson has helped make it look a lot more like Vandenberg.
I spotted this and I got a little. I'm a little mad at you, Carson. Come on.
Yeah, there we go. Thanks for that. Thanks, Carson, making it feel at home. But anyway, as you're pointing out, yeah, there are multiple NOTAMs and not Mars notice to airmen, formerly air missions, notice to mariners, TFRs, temporary flight restrictions, all of these different areas that need to be closed off to keep people safe. Again, we're talking splashing down in the Indian Ocean. We've got the booster coming back to the Gulf, and all the areas in between, as we've seen from flights 7 and 8, with areas near the Turks and Caicos and those islands being extra careful. So that is why it is kind of important that they keep that area closed, but you also don't want to close too long because that diverts flights and messes up a lot of people's days. So that is part of the reason why. Now, over at Vandenberg, I'm being told that we have something happening during this launch that has not happened in nearly 2 years. This particular booster has not had a return to launch site landing in about 2 years. That was 14 flights ago for this booster. So when we mean RTLS, Cody, what do we mean by that?
Yeah, so RTLS is indicating its return mode. So what RTLS stands for is return to launch site. And I believe this is a term coined during the shuttle program during an abort mode where they would have to RTLS or return to the launch site. And so this just indicates that during this mission, when the Falcon 9 first stage returns, they're going to go ahead and return to the landing pad. That's actually right next to the launch pad here. It's a really incredible view. I think there were a couple camera shots that we've seen where in one camera shot you can see it launch and land, and so like you get a long exposure shot and you can just see both. It's a really cool launch and landing pad right there.
Yeah, that is one of the exclusive benefits that Vandenberg has for now. As a reminder, out on the Florida coastline, LZ-1 has now been given back to the Space Force for its new tenant. They're currently just using LZ-2, but the plan is to have the boosters literally return to the launch site, in that there will be landing zones within the launch pad boundaries for LC-39A and Slick 40 out there. And it will be required that they land back at their respective site. So if it launches from 39A, it has to land at the landing zone at 39A rather than landing back at the LZ at Slick 40. So that will be exciting when that finally comes to Florida. But yes, Vandenberg over there at Slick 4 East does kind of hold the actual return to launch site, given that it is really close to the pad. Coming up on 7.5 minutes now for that launch. They should be getting ready to enter engine chill. Max, why do they chill down the engines on Falcon, and do they do the same thing for Starship?
Yes, they do. So essentially, they are now into the point where they are now beginning to flow a bit of the super chill propellants, being RP1 and liquid oxygen, into the 9 Merlin 1D engines on Falcon 9's first stage in order to thermally condition them for lift-off conditions. And essentially, they want to cool down the engine and all of its components so it is not thermally shocked from the propellants whenever it is introduced into the various engine systems, because you could cause bubbles, boil off, flash gassing, and you could damage a lot of your hardware there, and that would make for a bad day for a lot of people. And the same process applies for Starship as well, because obviously it also uses cryogenic propellants with methane and liquid oxygen. So that is what they are doing now. Falcon 9 is a fraction of the size of Starship. A super heavy booster is a little bit taller than a Falcon 9 rocket with its fairing. So that tells you just how big Starship is, but that is not to say how small Falcon 9 is, because it is still a very tall launch vehicle. That is all happening now. You can see a lot of the vapor coming off of the tank structures on both the first and second stage as the super cold propellants meet the tank walls, which are at originally ambient temperature outside of Vandenberg, so probably anywhere in the realm of 70 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm not sure what that is in Celsius. But that is still super cold, and that is why you see condensation flowing off of the tank structure. So fingers crossed all goes well, and engine chill will continue up until about T0. And then, of course, at T0, they will flow all of the propellants into all 9 engines, and we should have ignition and liftoff.
Yeah, and right now we're hearing that Stage 1 RP1 load is complete. That is Rocket Propellant 1, that is kerosene. Falcon 9 is Kerolox, as opposed to the Methalox that we see on Starship. And as mentioned, Starship does perform the Raptor engine chill. That usually happens about 20 minutes before launch, versus Falcon 9, which is 7 minutes before launch. And I know we brought this up a couple days now, but Cody, it still blows my mind. How fast are they able to load prop into Falcon 9 versus how fast are they able to load prop into Starship?
Yeah, so for for Falcon 9, I forgot the exact time they start beforehand, but it is very soon before launch. I believe it's within like 30 minutes before launch, or maybe a little bit more than that, that they're able to start doing late load of these cryogenic propellants. On Starship, they start fuel load at T-minus 53 minutes. And so you might wonder, why are they putting in all this effort with these high power pumps to just pump in all these cryogenics immediately? It's because of efficiency. As these cryogenics sit in the rockets, they boil at room temperature. They want to be gases. They don't want to be liquids. And so the quicker that you are able to load these propellants and keep them in the cryogenic form, the more efficient you'll be and the less fuel you have to pump in there as you're waiting on the pad. On longer term loads, you will see losses where you'll need to keep huge tanks of propellant just to keep the rocket sitting on the pad there forever. And so this late load capability that SpaceX has been developing with Falcon and now for Starship allows for very quick fueling. And it means they don't need to keep as large of tanks of propellant and oxidizer around to top off the different spacecraft.
There we go. And again, for those just joining, you see the hold in the top left of the screen. That is for Starship Flight 10. We do not have any reason. We do not know why. SpaceX has not said anything officially. All we know is that the clock that they have on their website, which is synchronized with the clock that they have in their mission control, is frozen at T-minus 4 hours, 52 minutes, and 23 seconds, meaning that they have entered a hold. It is an hour-long launch window from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. Central Time, so there is still time for them to launch. It is just worth noting that. You can see there on the left side of your screen, that is the clock. It is held at 4 hours, 52 minutes, 23 seconds. Of course, if we hear anything official or hear any updates, we will bring them to you immediately. But right now, we don't have any official word on that yet. That is why you see the hold in the top left. Want to let you know, we're not forgetting about Starship. Obviously, that is the main reason we're here, but of course, it doesn't hurt that there's also the Vandenberg launch happening too. Just a nice little palate cleanser, especially take your mind off of that hold on the screen, right? Oh boy. This mission's cursed. I'm calling it now, this mission's cursed.
Just a little bit, yeah. I mean, you got two S words, two max words. Now we're under third attempt to get the hold.
I believe the clock is going, guys.
Just as we say it, yes. T-minus 4 hours, 51 minutes, 31 seconds, and counting. It is a different T0, but it is counting down once again. So they're still going to continue at this point. It looks like the new T0 is going to be 6:43 p.m. Central Time. So instead of 6:30, it now looks like 6:43 p.m. Central Time, 7:43 p.m. Eastern is the targeted time for Starship Flight 10. And as that's going, now that we can breathe again a little bit from that, let's take a look back at Vandenberg, where we've got Falcon 9 about to launch. The strong back is retracted in its fully retracted position because this is the West Coast older style.
Falcon 9 begins startup, and stages 1 and 2 will begin pressurizing for launch.
And we'll listen into SpaceX.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
Finally, we'll be awaiting the launch go pull from our launch director, confirming all systems are ready.
LD is go for launch.
And there we heard our launch director. Falcon 9 is go for launch, so let's sit back and listen in to the final countdown.
T-minus 3 seconds. T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And liftoff of Falcon 9. Go, SpaceX, go now. downrange. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
And
At
there
T
we
plus
go. We
30
have
seconds
liftoff.
and counting, Falcon 9 has...
Falcon 9 on its way into space with a bunch of different payloads currently. For the main one being for Luxembourg as part of their defense system. That's Luxio Sys. And we also have Leap 1, Pelican 3 and 4, Acadia 6, and F-Fly 1, 2, and 3. Coming up on max Q, maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. And so far, you can see in the bottom right there, all of those engines are burning, so that looks pretty good. And at this point, just a heads up, we're seeing a whole bunch of different numbers updating on the SpaceX clock. It appears they're back to the original 6:30 p.m. Central Time target now. So just a note, the times are continuing to change. We are continuing to watch the clock on Starship Flight 10, but in the meantime, Falcon 9 looking good as the plume expands on those 9 Merlin 1D engines. So coming up next will be shutdown, followed by stage 1 and stage 2 separation, and then the booster will begin its boost back burn to head back to land, while the upper stage will hopefully ignite that single Merlin vacuum engine known as SES-1. So standing by for that, and there it is. There's Miko, main engine cutoff, and stage separation, and ignition of the Merlin vacuum second stage, SES-1. And now the booster will make its way back to the California coastline. You can see the boost back burn there in the bottom left of the screen.
Glorious onboard views from the upper stage there. Well,
As Vandenberg, what do you expect? But there we go. That's the boost back burn. So that is to basically allow them to cancel their forward trajectory, their forward momentum, slow it down, and then head right back to the landing zone, which is right nearby Slick 4 East where it take off. And this one is known as LZ4. We have fairing separation confirmed, and we also have a beautiful full Merlin vacuum engine, no stubby nonsense.
easy.
For those unaware, SpaceX does have 2 different versions. There's the boost back shutdown. SpaceX has 2 different versions of the nozzle that they use on the second stage. There is the full-length version, which you see. They also have a shorter version, which is used to save material, save mass a little bit. But then again, it does come with the reduced performance hit, but it allows it to be produced faster. So if you need all of that extra performance, you go for the full nozzle. If you want to be able to save a little bit of money, save a little bit of mass, you can go for the shorter nozzle.
The stubby nozzle just doesn't have the same elegance to it, I would say. So I'm not quite a fan of it.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm like just kind of fixated on the onboard views from the booster. This is gorgeous.
They are absolutely spectacular today. Look at that. So next up will be the entry burn. And that will basically be the ignition of 3 of those engines, I believe. Is this a... I gotta check if it's a 131 or the numbers. I'm sure Alex will remind me in the back channel of how many engines we will see ignite again as it slows itself down to go through the thickest parts of the atmosphere, and as we say, fight fire with fire. So Cody, how exactly does that entry burn work to kind of help slow Falcon 9 down, but also protect it.
Thank you for giving this to me because I love saying this word.
Yep.
It is. I picked it up kind of from the EJ streams, right? We got coming up here something called supersonic retro propulsion, which I don't know. That's just such an incredibly metal name. This is a method of reentry that was developed by NASA for landing things on Mars. Now, what it is fighting fire with fire, like Sawyer was saying. The reentry heating is so hot that by firing the engines and enveloping the Falcon 9 first stage in a plume of its own exhaust and soot, it's able to protect it from that max heating there. And then as they get further through entry and they shut down that burn, the other thermal protection systems on Falcon 9 are able to accommodate the rest of that. But they need that initial supersonic retropropulsion burn to be able to protect Falcon 9 during that peak heating. So we'll see that any second here.
And that should be coming up. And again, we're keeping an eye on Starship. We will go back to Starship after we have the orbital insertion and hopefully a landed booster. So don't worry, this is still a Starship stream. And you can see the 3 engines lit up there in that sort of horizontal line. That indicates 3 good engines burning there. Down to 1.
Entry burn shutdown.
And off.
And there's the call out for entry burn shutdown, which is the completion of the Falcon 9 first stage entry burn. Coming up next will be the landing burn, which will start in less than 1 minute.
Well, you
the
can
Merlin
see the
engines on the Falcon
coast.
first stage are optimized for sea level and achieve 190,000 pounds of thrust during ascent and descent. Landing burn will be the final burn of the Falcon 9 booster.
Stage 1 transonic.
And it's used to reduce the remaining speed of the vehicle for a gentle and precise landing.
Stage 1 and Stage 2 FTS have saved. Stage 1 landing burn.
Landing burn has begun on the Falcon 9 first stage. This is the final burn the booster will perform before touching down.
There she comes.
Great views.
Landing light
There's the
deploy.
TE.
Like clockwork.
Man.
Man, touchdown. Right on the center line there. X marks the spot.
I see what you did there.
Well, thank you. Yes. There we go. And yeah, again, you can see the transporter erector almost in the way there because unlike Florida, it doesn't throw all the way back. It kind of just leans back. And that booster is now 1063-28. Very cool. Now let's head on back here to Starship and see how things are going on there. We've had quite the insanity with the clocks for those who have been keeping up. So as of right now, the T0 is back to the original. So opening no earlier than 6:30 p.m. Central Time. So with all the crazy holds and everything like that, yeah, we're back to the original T0 time currently, which is a good thing. Let's get to some of your questions that you've been tagging at NASA Spaceflight and at NSF. Here's one from Super Dave. I don't know if we know the actual answer to this, but Max, how long can a booster in Starship stay on the pad pre-launch before either battery charge state becomes an issue or anything like that? I mean, we've seen them out there for a while.
I don't know. I think it is limited to, honestly, however long SpaceX wants to keep it out there, because once it's on the OLM and connected to the Booster Quick Disconnect, or BQD, it is being supplied with ground power. So I think that they can keep it out there as long as the hardware is happy. But obviously, with it being out there, it is exposed to the very salty air right next to the Gulf. So not necessarily the cleanest of environments, and I can't imagine the most healthy in the long term as well. But I don't know. I really don't know. And I'm also not sure how long or what the longest a booster has stayed out there or from what we've seen. So, a really, really good question, but I don't know.
But Max, I mean, you've been out there. We've seen these things stay on the pad, what, a week, 2 weeks before launch in the past?
With Starship?
Yeah.
Yes. They have, and also with rockets over at in Florida as well. We have seen them outside for a long period of time, and I think SLS was out there for a very, very long time, right around the time of Hurricane Nicole as well, because it had to weather that. So rockets being outside, obviously the engineers designing and building it are obviously take that into account, because if a rocket is not good at being outside, it's not very good at being a rocket. But environments change. Not all rockets are built the same, and not all launch sites are treated the same either. So, but Florida, with Florida and Starbase being right next to large salty bodies of water, the air can be kind of corrosive to any materials vulnerable to that very salty air. But I think it can stay out there for a while, like weeks. I'm sure if they really wanted to. But the less time it can spend out at the pad, the better.
Yeah, exactly. Also, there's no FTS battery issues like there was with Artemis that
Yes.
we're aware of. And you can see there from that Falcon launch, one of the satellites just deployed. Well, that's actually really cool. So obviously we had second engine cutoff. We could see satellites deploying from that. Such a cool view. Let me take a moment to thank some people and catch up here. Alan, thank you very much for the support. Joe, thank you as well for the support. GeoHound saying when Starship launches today, it will be 30 minutes plus into my birthday in the UK. Well, happy early birthday. Here's one from a very good Monty Python reference. Saying, is it possible to lift off from Texas and land in Lancaster, UK? We never get to see the biggest rocket in the world. I mean, during the quote-unquote update yesterday, they did mention it. Point-to-point is still alive, Cody.
Yes, they did have the first mention of point-to-point in a while during that live stream, that sort of technical update, if you'd like to call it that. And during that, point-to-point was mentioned again of how you can get anywhere in the world in about 40 minutes. And so the possibility is still out there. We have an entire video discussing kind of the how point-to-point's looking, the challenges that SpaceX is going to have to overcome if they truly want to continue with point-to-point. I know our very own Chris B loves point-to-point. And so hopefully one of these days we'll be able to see starships launching and landing from countries all over the world.
Exactly. I know there are a lot of people here at NSF that would love to actually see Starship in the UK, see rocketry, more rocketry in general in the UK, especially successful. Here's a really good question from Johan, and I'm going to throw this one back to you as well, Cody, as someone who does model rocketry and designs and things like that. They ask, isn't the vehicle and its components subjected to considerable stress during repeated propellant loading and unloading cycles? Saying thanks for the coverage as well.
Yes, yeah. So that is kind of, what's the term for it? I mean, there's a term in aviation where it's you're going through cycles of loading, right? When on early aircraft that were pressurized, this is a big issue where if you continually pressurize or depressurize the aircraft, you're going to have stress fractures that form. And so one of the reasons that, detanking might take so long after a flight is because they don't want to shock the system of Starship, right? I'd say temperatures are more of an issue, like immediate shock temperatures are more of an issue for something like a vehicle like Starship. But there are some considerations once Starship continues to fly, keeps flying and continues to fly at a very increased pace. SpaceX engineers are going to have to look into, hey, we know how to design a Falcon 9 that launches 30, 40, planned maybe 50 times, right? But how do we make sure and ensure a vehicle like Starship is able to fly continuously hundreds, if not thousands of times without these continual stress fractures forming from things like propellant loading, quick thermal shocks, or even just the stresses of continual flight.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something with pretty much every rocket, every vehicle, but when you're talking about the largest rocket ever built and launched, I'm sure it's something that SpaceX engineers keep an eye on. Here's a good one from the Space Guy 78, and Max, I'll throw this one to you. Can Starship continue the flight even if it loses one or more engines? And they asked specifically about Stage 2, but I'm going to throw it to both. So for Stage 1 and Stage 2, can they continue flight if engines go out?
On Stage 1, they have the ability to continue flight, at least at initial liftoff, by losing up to 3 engines. Anything beyond that point, the thrust-to-weight ratio would be so low, if not below 1, and then obviously thrust would be insufficient for sustained flight, and the rocket would come back down onto the ground, worst case scenario. Although, besides Flight 1, there has been one other occasion where we have lost a single engine not long after launch, and that was Flight 4, where they lost one of the outer 20 Raptors, or the outer ring of 20 Raptors. One of those engines went out, but they were able to continue, and the flight was otherwise nominal. Obviously, with Flight 7 and Flight 8, we saw a continuous string of Raptor failures in the latter half of the flight, but they do have the... Flight 1 on screen, I think this is. Yes, Flight 1. So on Flight 1, they lost 3 Raptors basically instantly at liftoff, and that obviously is not good. That was borderline worst case scenario for being able to continue flight, as you see how kind of slow it crept up off the ground. But in terms of Starship itself, the upper stage, I think they can lose up to 2 engines. I think they can lose up to 2 of the sea level Raptors. I'm not quite sure, but they do also have the ability to lose one of the RVACs as well. But the RVACs are more critical, I should say, because they do not have any thrust vectoring control. So if you lose one of the RVACs on one side, obviously you lack the thrust to support flight in that direction, and the sea level Raptors, which do have thrust vector control, have to gimbal and compensate for that, which puts more stress on them, and also you are producing less thrust overall. So I want to say they have the ability to lose up to 2 engines. But even that is kind of pushing it. I think losing 1, is the worst case before having to, I believe, trigger the FTS or some sort of abort scenario. So they have the ability to lose. I guess TLDR, they can lose up to 3 on ascent, at least initially, and then I believe they can lose up to 1. And also sustain nominal flight, I should add.
Boy, it's so strange looking back at Flight 1 compared to all of the more recent flights.
I know. It looks so out of place.
Yeah. I mean, I hope I'm not jinxing it by saying the only one that by the time it cleared the tower did not have all of its engines lit. And yes, Kevin in the back channel. Kevin had no cameras. But it was all of our first Starship flights. So we all learned a lot on that one, SpaceX and NSF included. Here's one from Ninja Guy Dan asking, what powers the Super Heavy Boosty and Boosty? Who am I, Jack?
Oh, no.
What powers the Super Heavy Booster and Starship during flight? Does it have APUs, fuel cells? Do either of you know that one?
Typically, what vehicles will do is they have large battery banks. With spacecraft that are actually meant to stay on orbit for a while, I know in the past we've seen like fuel cells where they'll use a little bit of propellant to generate electricity, almost like an APU. As for a alternator, I guess is the best parallel. I don't believe they have any alternators on those Raptor engines to generate electricity there. I do believe it is just battery power. A lot of launch vehicles aren't meant to sustain flight for super long. They're meant to do their job and then power down or land or whatever, and so they just have limited battery supply. But that is going to be an interesting development to see once Starship becomes fully operational. I know we've seen a couple of renders with huge almost like solar sails on the back of Starship there, so it's going to be interesting to see if that's kind of their main idea of how to power it, or if they're going to have some sort of APU system on Starship there.
We'll see what they end up going for the long-term version. Yes, and because I'm on stream, the space shuttle did use multiple fuel cells for the battery, for the power while it was on orbit. Just had to get a shuttle reference in. Max, here's one from Moltres Rider pointing out Falcon launch and potentially Starship launch in the same day. Exciting. Is it rare to have multiple launches in a single day? It doesn't feel like it anymore, huh?
Not anymore. I mean, there have been a number of occasions now where SpaceX has been able to support 2 launches from Florida on the same day, or 3 launches from all 3 of their pads within a 24-hour period, or a bit longer. And also, while supporting a Starship launch in there in between, I think it was Flight 7 or Flight 8 also coincided with multiple Falcon missions. So it is not an uncommon occurrence anymore. And I can remember back in 2022 when we had 2 launches on the same day for the first time in a number of years. I want to say it was like 3 or 4 or more decades. Even though they both weren't SpaceX launches. One was Falcon 9, one was Atlas 5. That was a really big deal because we hadn't seen that in decades. Now we have seen this on a number of occasions. I want to say around anywhere from 7 to 10 times now since then. It has become just business as usual. And here we go with SpaceX launching a real customer mission with multiple payloads on it, launching on a targeted Starship launch day. So that shows you the breadth and diversity of SpaceX's capabilities with their personnel and their equipment. So really, the saying is, it's just another Tuesday, but it literally is just another Tuesday today, because today is Tuesday and SpaceX is off doing their thing. So it's not an uncommon occurrence anymore, and it is only going to become an even more common occurrence as time goes on.
I mean, I could think of at least 4 times this year that they've had 2 launches in the same day from Florida alone, not counting the days where there's also one from Vandenberg and Florida. And there was also one, I believe, where they had 3 flights in 26 hours.
I remember even back after Flight 5, which was in October of last year, they were able to get Flight 5 off the ground and obviously catch the booster and splash the ship down in the Indian Ocean successfully. And then about 24 hours later, or just over, launch the massively important Europa Clipper mission aboard a Falcon Heavy rocket from Florida. That is what they can do, and that is what is capable of being done with multiple launch complexes and multiple rockets. And that is also the last time we have seen a Falcon Heavy fly, and we likely will not see another one until next year at the earliest. At least that's my opinion. But yes, spaceflight is only going to become a more common occurrence, especially in Florida.
And another thing I think that it's important to note that people don't realize is that with the East Coast and all of that, there's concerns about the range. So you have the Space Launch Delta 45, part of the Space Force, that does the eastern range, so that deals with making sure all the airspace and the boat spaces are clear. They also track the weather for it, everything like that. So for the East Coast, it's coordinating with the range. For Starship, SpaceX has their own range, correct?
In a way, I mean, they still have to obviously coordinate with the Coast Guard and the FAA and all that. But yes, it is not enforced with the military like it is on the Eastern Range at the Kennedy Space Center and the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, with the Space Force obviously being right there. But similar range rules apply in terms of keep out zones, NOTAMs, TFRs for both boats and aircraft. Same rules apply, are enforced a bit differently.
Yeah, so that's why we tend to also see more of those private helicopters coming up and refueling on highway there versus the ones that are typically NASA choppers or military choppers on the East Coast, and same at Vandenberg with Space Launch Delta 30.
Correct.
LaserTech 02 coming in here with some massive support. First, gifting 50 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for that. And then also with a $100 super chat saying, in memory of my recently passed mom who ignited my love of spaceflight as a child in the 60s. We send our condolences out to you, LaserTech. Thank you for the support. And hopefully we get a great show today with the launch of Starship Flight 10. So all of our thoughts to you. Crispy also coming in and gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for that. Drew Nar coming in saying EJ who? Just kidding. And then Crafty Geek saying thank you to today's ever competent cohort of commentators. I've been strictly listening in since Stakeout started while doing errands. Go Ship 37 go. Thank you very much, Crafty Geek, for that. Really appreciate it. Now, there's a lot of speculation coming up here, let's assume it launches today, which it's going to now. It has to. Let's assume that everything goes well. First off, when Flight 11? Cody, I'll start with you first, then Max.
When Flight 11 is such a difficult question to answer. It really depends on how quickly they're able to get ship, how quickly they're able to redo the renovations to the pad to static fire ship. Once they do that, then static fire booster. And then once they do that, of course, they can move towards flight. So it is a bit difficult. I would imagine because they have those operations down and they've learned so much from the recent all the recent testing, they have a better idea of how to actually go about doing that. And so I would imagine in I want to say the next 3-ish months, we're gonna see it. But yeah, I wouldn't say until later this year, maybe November, December. I don't know if that's a little too pessimistic, but that's what I'm thinking there.
Max?
I'm going to go and contrast that by being a bit more optimistic and saying that, honestly, if all goes well, the pad is healthy, they are able to get booster 15 or 17, whatever they're going to use. I would presume 15 because it's currently still in Mega Bay 2, and ship 38 out to the pad for testing. I can see either very late September or early October, or the first half of October for Flight 11. I think that is what my gut is currently telling me, but that is also assuming if all goes well. We'll have to wait and see. It's one of those big question marks. But that will also be the last flight of Starship for
Give
this
a
year, I
monster
will say
trait to
that.
Titan
So
on my
we're still a ways
behalf.
off. We are still a ways off from seeing Block 3 hardware advancing towards any real testing or flight phases, but that will hopefully be changing by Q1 of next year. But so after today, we will only have one more Starship flight for 2025.
Right, and that's because it will be in the final Block 2 version of the ship and the booster. They're going to move on to Block 3, and that will likely take place, from Pad 2, which isn't fully complete yet, so they still have to do all of that, and we still have yet to see fully stacked version 3 hardware as well. So lots of things still need to be done. I'm going to go with a month and a half if it all goes well today. We've seen how quickly they're able to put on the Star Stool, the thing they use to be able to test the ship on the orbital launch mount. So give them time to kind of clean up the OLM, do all their testing. I could see about a month and a half. And then Balls is asking, Cody, are you expecting booster 15-2 or booster 17 for Flight 11? And do you think they'll attempt to catch?
I don't think they'll be attempting to catch, and I do believe it will be B-17 there. B-15-2, or B-15 just standard, I think they're going to keep that around. I believe they said something about having a rocket garden yesterday and trying to preserve a lot of the spaceflight history. And so for B-17, I think that's going to be the next up to go. But I really don't think they have any reasoning to keep around another booster. they want to try and test out the structural limitations, even if it is a block behind, to truly understand how these boosters operate. And like one of the things that's really been untested on booster is that engine out capability, right? We're going to see that testing on this flight to see how would a starship, or how would not a starship, how would Super Heavy react in an engine out situation when close to the pad getting ready to land. And I think SpaceX really wants to characterize that well, because if they mess it up, you have the pad right there, right? This is not something you want to mess around with. So I think that there's no real reason for them to keep it around, so they are going to have a better time characterizing the pad, or characterizing Super Heavy for those off-nominal situations there.
And you see all those cop cars going away, the final tanker truck, we believe, on its way out. So with that, it seems like they have finished fueling up the tank farm just in time, as the pad clear cutoff point is about 5 minutes from now. So amazingly, it looks like the SpaceX has done it. You'll love to see it. Again, it's amazing how quickly they were able to load that much propellant into the tank farm again. And just non-stop trucks. We need Adrian, who his X handle is BC Car Counter, to count how many cars, or trucks, I guess, worth of propellant went through.
You know, I've played a little bit of American Truck Simulator in my day, playing the Starship missions specifically. It is not easy to pull a truck around like that in a simulation, much less in real life around all this expensive hardware. So I have nothing but respect for all the many truck drivers that are able to make this launch possible.
And there is a version of Starbase in American Truck Simulator, or at least the Brownsville area there. So that's always fun.
It's a little old, but it's generally right, you know.
Here's one from Gregory, and Max, I'll throw this to you. Are there any new test objectives for Flight 11, assuming Flight 10 is a success? Is there anything they might still want to test now with Block 2 before it goes away?
That's a really good question. I would presume they're going to, assuming all goes well with Ship 37 and Flight 10, this one, I think they're going to also want to explore the entry and stress envelope of what a Block 2 can handle, and so that they can implement that data and whatever else they have learned on that towards Block 3. There's really only so much they can test now with Block 2 beyond the PEZ dispenser, engine relight, and TPS, or the thermal protection system, or those black heat shield tiles. So tough to see what else they can do besides basically completely stripping away the TPS or doing something absolutely crazy, which I don't even know what that would be. But I would presume the goal for Flight 11 would be consistency. Can they get that down? Can they get all of these objectives done reliably with all the hardware they have on board that could be either moved onto the Block 3 or have equipment on V3 that is inspired by those on Block 2. So I think it'll be more a test of reliability and consistency above anything else.
I mean, that's really a good point. And if there's any final tweaks they might want to make to version 3 stuff while they're still manufacturing it. Because as we've seen, they iterate every single ship, every single booster. They make small changes, maybe not all big noticeable ones, but maybe then for future version 3s, they can add tweaks and things that they would learn from flights 10 and 11. Also, I love the different transitions as we watch this truck go away. I'm sure this truck driver has no idea that there's about 14,000 people watching him drive away right now. But we appreciate everyone who's joining us here for today's attempt. As you may remember, for those who were here yesterday, weather became the issue. So let's take a look at something really cool here. This is a time lapse of yesterday. So this is a total of 8 hours of time lapse condensed into a much shorter amount of time. And you can see there was the chopsticks opening. There come the dark clouds, random bugs and birds in there. Tank farm getting active, venting. See them start to get ready to go into prop load. You can see it getting frosty, and you see how dark those skies are still. And it's a shame because it looks
Oh,
so cool with the
That was
sunlight
a
there
beautiful sunset. Holy crap.
at high speeds too.
Yeah, the road to the pad still wasn't open around sunset. Otherwise, I would have been there. But holy crap, that was beautiful.
Yeah, let's watch that again. Right there, of course, you can see getting closer to launch time, though. That's when all the dark clouds came in, unfortunately, right as they begin fueling there. And then D-Tank. Oh, that interaction with the clouds is gorgeous. That is, again, an 8-hour time lapse from our sky cam there.
It is such a
So
shame
cool.
because it looks like it cleared up like pretty like a couple hours afterwards. It was like right during that launch period was very cloudy and stormy in the area.
That is 8 hours and 30 seconds. JS Web Music with a good question. We talked about the issue yesterday, weather-wise, being those anvil clouds. Max, what's an anvil cloud?
A very nasty, naughty, very tall, thick-looking cloud that has the potential of producing lightning, either to itself or any vehicles or objects that go through it. In this case, it would have been Starship either going very near it or passing right through it. So that is basically what an anvil cloud is. I am not a meteorologist, so I can't give you the full technical or, I guess, quote-unquote, official explanation of what an anvil cloud is, but just as someone on the ground often enough to know that it is a bad thing whenever you hear about anvil cloud rules being a factor, they are not good, at least for these applications.
Going
If you're
on,
a storm
guys?
chaser, on the other hand, they can be really good.
All
too, but
right.
We are not storm chasers here at NSF, at least while we are covering.
Okay. How's everybody doing? How you feeling? He lives. Yeah. Oh, look, EJ is back. Yeah, you've been watching NSF's Starbase Stakeout, which I hosted for the first 3-ish hours? Give or take. Who's this? I don't know. We want another 3 hours? Oh. You eats the good foods. Yeah, feeling any better today? I don't know. I'll admit I'm kind of taking it easy. Normally I would just finish the stakeout and come in right here and play a game or talk to you guys or something. But we launching today, Jim? Yeah, I think so. Anyway, so yeah, I will start up our coverage here.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Jacobs, 6-month gift subscription courtesy of ARJ. It was prophetic of you to say that this week was still going to be flexible schedule and no guarantees. Why do you think I said it? Why do you think I said it, dude? Kyron, I didn't think it was going to end up like this, but I was like, it's going to be a flexible schedule because 1, I got to drive Ernok to the airport tomorrow. And 2, there's a Starship launch. And if this thing scrubs today, I'm kind of boned. Ernok's going to have to get to the airport real early. Because I'm just going to, no, ain't missing that. Ain't missing that, dog. But yeah, I said the flexible schedule for a reason because I put 2 and 2 together. I was like, it's gonna be tough with Starship and everything else. So it's a weird week when you have more sleep than me and I'm on shift again soon. Yeah. Just drop them off at the airport lounge. Yeah, basically I'll be like, yo, bye, I gotta go. Nah, nice. That's why you're packing now. Oh boy. Guaranteed it'll go tomorrow at this point. I think the weather's trending good. I think we'll see a flight today. I wasn't feeling it yesterday.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Stardip, dip your cookies and Star Crunch in it.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I've been trying to take it easy. I've been trying to take it easy. Normally, I would just finish stakeout and just drop right back in over here and just talk up a storm. But yeah, still got a lot of mucus in there. Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Yeah. I'll tell you, man. I said it. I said it during the coverage yesterday. I was not feeling it. Something about yesterday didn't feel right. But yeah, here, let me bring NSF back up and I'll small box over here. When NSF should be stopping their stakeout stream in a little bit. What was the final payment with references? Now, let's be real. It probably should have ended up being like $35 or something. But I had like a grace period, I guess. I think from the time Mutter said, okay, you get another shot till the launch, it was about 2.5 hours, and I only 3 references. That was hard, man. That was difficult. Yeah. I'm like now super self-conscious about how much pop culture I reference on stream. I'm super self-conscious of it now, and I'm like, oh no, am I leaning into this too hard? It would be nice if Brownsville drivers don't nearly run me off the road multiple times a day. Only 3 that you finished is like 15 times you didn't just say the last word. Or I caught myself before the reference finished, man. You know. So, yeah. Use the $50 towards a gun rack. I already have a gun rack. Yeah, like the emotional. Oh, yeah. I caught myself. Got it. I caught it. I'm just bringing up the chat. Fans going. Over here. I say screw it, go full Darmok. Now I'll just keep doing my thing. I'm just gonna not think about that as much. Just 3 seashells it. Why would you want me to 3 seashells it? What? That's a little strange. Won't think about it until I do it again. We're just all large language models made of meat. Oh. So yeah, that's where we're at. Sorry, I'm having trouble locking in my yeah, I got a call from the vet. Titan has heartworms, dudes. I'm having trouble kind of staying focused here for a second, so that's good. Yeah, I'm bombing, dude. I'm bombing. He has heartworms, Tessa. It's a parasite that like latches on in your heart, and if the dog is doing like cardio or something, it can, if the worms get too long, right, it can let go, and it can basically, the dog can have a stroke. Yeah, well, it's curable, guys. We caught it early, so it's just, yeah, I feel bad for the boy. Mosquitoes carry it, Element. Yeah. We've been good on the preventatives, but yeah, I guess still got him. It is what it is. He'll be fine. It's curable. The treatment is brutal. Be prepared. Yeah, the vet was very candid about that article. He'll get lots of treats. Yep. Yeah, so I'm not having a good day. Maybe if Starship goes, it'll be better. Yeah, Magellan sucks. We caught our dog's heartworm super late, and he ended up being perfectly fine after the treatments were done. Yeah, Aaron. It always runs through your head, dudes. Like, did I miss it? Did I forget to give it to him? Am I a good pet owner? Like, I think I'm doing all right with just. I can miss that one, I guess. I don't know. Been giving him the preventative treatment, but it's just been such a rowdy summer. I honestly don't remember if we missed one. We must have. Or he had it before you got him. That is a possibility. The MSPCA did say something about that. They said it's possible that he's had it, because he never, because he was a stray, he never got treated. So that was a possibility. Yeah, article. It's a pain in the butt, but if you weren't a good pet owner, you wouldn't even be trying to help him. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I feel for the buddy. He's my buddy. But he's young. We caught it early. It's such a pain. Now this is just another thing that I got to worry about now. I had ever since the Canard computer's been here, I've had 1 to 2 weeks of clarity, we're good. And just to also have a car in pieces in my garage. Okay, here, have some heartworm. I'm like, no, it's okay. It's fine. I'm a tough guy. I think. Maybe. Probably not. Yeah. Yeah, Dead Crew will be all right. It's just, yeah, it sucks. He's a good boy and he'll be fine. There's much worse things than heartworms. Yeah, dude. No, him getting heartworms is bringing up some feelings. I know Titan will be fine. I'm not worried about that. It's just bringing up some feelings of when I had to put my dog down growing up. It gets me every time, dude. Every time. Gets me every freaking time, dude. Yeah. Give me a second. Hey, Bargon, how you doing? Yeah, dude, kills me article. I don't know what it is, man. It's just they don't. I think what got me with my dog is that he didn't know what was going on. He knew something was up, but he didn't know what was coming, and that just, dude, that made it hurt so much more, dude. I was like, ow, ow, Oh, jeez. But yeah, anyway, I don't mean to bring everybody down. Titan will be fine. It's just me being a little self-loathing, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm fine. Let's talk about Starship. So, what I'm going to do, I will get the YouTube live stream teed up and ready to go. We have attempt 3 for Starship Flight 10 coverage happening here in a second. Let me switch up the title for the Twitch stream. I didn't fully understand what happened to Titan. He's got a parasite, dude. It's fine. It ain't no problem. He'll be okay. All right. The weather is trending in a good direction. We're 70% go last time I saw. That's not official. That was from NSF's meteorologist. But Adam Suker over at NSF is pretty good. He's pretty good. And Weather Guy, our resident meteorologist here on my stream, was in concurrence. Yeah, thanks, Mike. Shaka. Appreciate it, dude. It's just, it sucks, man. It's just it's so hard, dude. Like, that gets me, man. Like, it gets me every time, dude. I get got by the damn fifis. Oh, okay. All right. That's all right. Am I able click modify emoji? Can you go down 30-foot water slide well piconate? If you have the channel points, yes. Oh, that's good. All right. Bring it in. Quarterback fakes to the left. No. Fakes to the right. He thinks about faking. He pretends to fake. I don't know where I am. Just got here. How's the weather looking? It's getting there. The NSF meteorologists, Adam Suker, said that 70% good, considering it was monsooning in Starbase this morning. Which emoji is the one you care least about? Are the arms moving? Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. His arms wide. Can refueling several times get problematic for Starship and the booster? Shattenfinger, I don't think so. No, it'll be fine. Honestly, it really comes down to how much fuel and oxidizer is actually in the pad storage tanks. I think that's their bottleneck here. Starship can be fueled and unfueled indefinitely, dude. I thought I saw that arm move, dude. We'll see. Oh. I know you've been in and out watching, but you might have missed, I think it was Max talking about propane. He just said, I can't do it like EJ. That's right. The dang right, boy. You can't do it like me. Nobody can do it like me. Dude, I will say, Civics, and you know what? I was about to cut the camera. You guys want to see the arms. Hank Hill was one of the hardest impressions to get right. Everybody thinks they can do a good Hank Hill impression, but few actually do a good Hank Hill. That's tough, man. It's tough to do. That one took a lot of time to get right, and even then, mine is not the best around. What if they want their steak well done? Well, we ask them politely but firmly to leave. Yeah, Jackal. Oh, I hear you, man. I hear you. Yeah. I just saw your message. It's hard. It's hard dealing with the little guys, man, when they go. It's tough, dude. Real tough. It gets me, man. I don't cry at much. Really, I don't. Like, And I'm not saying that to be a manly, tough guy. Like, you should be in touch with your feelings. You should understand them and be able to process them. Like, even if you don't tell people about it, right? Dude, that one's hard, man. It's really difficult. Like, dude, oh man, I don't cry much, but that one gets me every time, dude. It gets me every time, bro. I can't think about it without getting distraught. But we got arms opening, so it's good. It's all good. All right? Happy thoughts, Starship. Happy thoughts. Oh boy. Fellas, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't mean to trauma dump on you guys, but it does make me, helps me get the pressure off telling you, you know. Not that you're my personal therapist or anything, but sometimes that does work. So what you're saying is Starship is no longer in the arms of an angel. See, TJ, what do you say? We had a massive dust storm last night in Phoenix. You should look it up. It was insane. Gotta love the desert city. Oh, free sandblasting. All right. There's the arms opening up. The pictures were nuts. Yeah. Crazy. Phoenix makes us ask the question, do cars really need paint? I mean, at 5% humidity, I'm going to say no, probably not. Sorry, Cherokee. My bad, dude. It's my fault. Did a Van band have a song with their arms wide open? I don't know, maybe. Free sandblasting of the undercarriage? Oh yeah, I know, it's free. You should take advantage of it. What's the percentage for today's launch? Unofficially around 70, Quag, but we're waiting on official updates from SpaceX. Seems like both yesterday and forever ago that we were in here saying, when hop? Article, I think this one's gonna go. I think this one will make it all the way. You know, like Awesome Mix Volume 1. Go all the way. It feels so right. It feels so right. No? All right, cool. You should take the coronet out there for free blasting. I don't know if we should do that, brother. I don't think there'll be any car left. I know you guys exhausted the pool from the poolside tile talk this morning, but are Starship tiles porous enough to hold water into space, freeze, and then steam off on reentry or explode or crack? I don't know, Iger. I don't know. I know that Starship is using a unifibrous composite. Now, in regards to porosity when it comes to humidity, dude, I don't know. I know that that's what happened with the shuttle, though. The shuttle tiles absorbed some water, but on the way up, that ain't no thing, because all the water, even if it freezes, will just evaporate during reentry, right? Like, that wasn't no thing. And I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's probably not a thing with Starship either. We need a weather person on? I got a weather guy, you know. I hope you had a relatively good rest. Jones, it was okay. Just found out my dog is sick. You know, curable, but sick. I'm good. I'm fine. This whole month. What is it? Is anybody else having a particularly crappy August? Like my August was not good. It was not fun. Yeah. Okay. It's not just me. Yeah. Jipper, no, I just turned 50. All right, you probably win. Yeah, I didn't even get a new computer. Yeah, that is the diamond shining on top of a gigantic pile of dinosaur poop that was this month. I mean, the computer was awesome, guys. Like, I'm not trying to say that I'm not grateful. I know you guys are just busting my balls, but the computer was awesome, and that was probably my favorite part. The rest of this month has not been particularly fun for EJ. You know, diamond in a goat's rear end. That's one big pile of poop, you know. Magellan, was your birthday last weekend, and 37 was the most low-key birthday you've ever had? I don't know if that's good or bad, but well, if it's anything, I missed a day of work when I don't usually do that. Yep. Other than visiting you and The Rock this month sucked. Well, The Rock, that was the best part. That was the best part, hanging out with you guys. I'm not even kidding. Not even kidding. That was my favorite part. That weekend was great. Nice, subtle Jurassic Park reference there. Does that count? Is that transformative enough for the references thing? Is it transformative enough? Ernog, you're not pleased that we found the 460 needs a flush out, so yeah, I kind of get you there. We'll fix it, buddy, but yeah, it's all good. It's all good, man. We'll get it. We'll get it. That ain't no thing. It's okay. I was feeling math for no real reason, but friends made it better. Yep. She teared at the ocean more than The Rock, though? All systems, are you telling me Tally was not moved by Plymouth Rock? Huh. Okay. It's a little insulting. All right. Anyway. Hey, Alucard, what's going on? Paul, your mom died. You win. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, you can take the gold there for crappy Augusts. Yeah. Good for you. She might need a second session. Yep. Mm-hmm. All the time here, I thought you guys were talking about Dwayne Johnson. Dwayne Johnson. The Rock has nothing on The Rock. Okay. Anyway, Paul, that sucks, man. But hey, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You know, what are you going to do?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Dr. Longballs, 7-month resub. Subbing for good luck on launch 3. Launch attempt 3. Yep. I thought you were talking about Alcatraz. What if we took Plymouth Rock and Dwayne Johnson and put it on Alcatraz? So we could have The Rock standing on a rock on The Rock. Oh, good, thanks. That's life. Yep. It's freaking life, dude. It happens. Is this the last launch from the old OLM? No, there will be one more after this, Tannen. If you're really concerned, absolutely. You don't need to know Jurassic Park to understand dinosaur poop. It counts? All right, cool. But people may be confused why it's dinosaur instead of something else, like an elephant. The meaning is not lost without prior knowledge, while being a nice neuron activation moment for people who know. Okay. Are they going to tear it down or just use it for captures? Well, the render that we saw yesterday, Magellan, had SpaceX, I think, very explicitly showed a ship being caught by that pad over there. Not this one, but that one that's over there on the left. Thank you for answering almost all my questions. Good game. I try. Dennis, weather's trending in a better direction than yesterday. SpaceX's rendered showed a booster over here and a ship being caught on the second pad. That was their renders from the beginning. And, you know, I'll admit, guys, I didn't really notice what we saw yesterday during all of that. Did they have the technical talk? Yes, but no, but yes. They showed the gas diffuser in Starship exploding during flight. They showed the cause of failure. They had a camera on the diffuser. which yeah, it was a thing here. Ow! Why does it always reset my sound settings? Sorry. Why are you doing this?
Well,
Don't do it again! Don't do it again!
mission. Before the break,
Okay. All right. Okay. Cool. The NAOS mission is going on from SpaceX right now. But I wanted to show you some of this footage. It resets the audio every time, and it just drives me up the wall. It just drives me up the wall because I have a mixer, and I make sure that everything is balanced, all nice and dandy, and then someone comes along and overdrives or underdrives the sound. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Are you fine? I'm fine. All right, here. Let's see if we can find that footage in there. Oh. I went right to it. Here, hold up. It's right here. All right, let's see.
Gives us extra performance. The reused booster was flown at a much higher angle of attack to push the envelope on capabilities, which ended up causing some internal structural failure, eventually leading to...
So here it is. Watch this little guy. See that little guy? Watch right there. Okay, see that little guy? So this is the bottom of the payload bay. The dumb link dispenser is right here. Watch, see this little shiny thing right there? Watch this little shiny thing.
A rapid unscheduled disassembly at...
Yeah, see that? That's broken. Yeah, that's yeah.
Structural failure, eventually...
That was the last flight. How could it break, though? Science?
Leading to a rapid unscheduled disassembly at landing burn.
Yeah, ship continued its ascent. We did see pressure drop in its main fuel tank and rise in the nose cone. We just had a camera view. We actually caught the failure on camera in the fuel pressurization system. Ship was able to complete its ascent, though, achieved its planned velocity and second stage engine cutoff.
After that...
Woof. We did see some re-entry footage from this flight that we didn't see during the Flight 9 stream,
we did
too.
run into some...
Yeah, we didn't see that. I don't remember seeing that. Oh. So yeah, there was a bunch of pretty good footage in here. How about the there was some good Starlink footage in there too. Where's the Starlink stuff? Will you ever go over the Mars intro again? No. Mutter, I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful with you actually reminded me to mention this. I gotta be careful with the intro. That intro is someone's music. It's not SpaceX, and some bozo claimed my launch stream yesterday because I played a clip of his music in a reel that SpaceX mixed on their stream, which they let people publicly, rebroadcast, sharing revenue. You share this, you son of a... SpaceX bought the public rights, so you should be easily be able to counterclaim. It's already in work. Don't worry. I don't, like a regular stream, if we're playing a game or something, or if I stream something and I played a song or whatever, I'm fine with that. That's fine. You want to demonetize? I played your song. That's fine. I get it. Not the damn launch streams, though, man. Those are my real breadwinners. Don't do that to me. That's a dick move. No, it's just shared rev. The rev split. I don't know how the rev split works, though, Wisp. I'd prefer people to not do that. Why don't you share some of this revenue, you mother... You're like De Niro and Deer Hunter. Oh, you mother... You! Nikki, look at me, Nikki. Nikki, it'll be fine. Nikki, just keep looking at me. Like, "Argh." How are we looking weather-wise? Looking pretty good. Pretty good. So, Mutter, what about the intro, dude? Why, did you see anything weird here? What the frick is this piece of snot? All right, anyway. No. Oh, guys, the thing that I got to do is I got to start up that YouTube stream. Give me 1 second, and then we will start going over this. I will be back momentarily. All right. Welcome to attempt number 3 on the YouTube side here. And Twitch too. Attempt number 3. Here we go. For Starship Flight 10. What's going on, everybody? How are you? YouTube chat is best chat. I'm gonna end up the chats are gonna have a war. It's gonna be a big war. Anyway, so what's the weather percentage for today? 70, give or take. The weather is better than yesterday. Here, let me courtesy of our buddies over at NSF, we have a good shot. We can actually see the sky today. You know, that's good. Were you wearing that yesterday? I have not changed clothes in the last 3 days. Well, shirt and hat. Other things, yes. Yep, this is. I always wear this shirt during a launch attempt. In fact, the launches where I haven't worn this shirt. The two where I haven't worn this shirt, Flight 7 and Flight 8, those are the ones that didn't make it. Don't you say that word, spoiled. Doesn't seem as lucky anymore. How are you feeling? I'm still sick. I'm still getting over it, which is why I'm not doing a longer coverage today. I did do the Starbase Stakeout stream this morning again, which was fun. Can't shave until the thing launches. Squares, you had to go buy more peanuts today. I ate the rest of the can. Oh, no. Oh, no. Confirmed EJ doesn't shower. Actually, on the contrary, Logan, I've taken 2 showers today already. I took a shower between stakeout and now to clean all the crap out of my throat. I am trying as hard as I can to not sound like someone kicked me in the throat. You posted pictures of the storm on Discord. Cool. Neat. Again, you're doing good. A little tired from staying up late to change an airplane tire. But today I'm released from firefighting and driving from California back to Montana. Hoping for good cell service. I would like to have seen Montana. EJ needs stream vocal coach. Yeah, okay. You ever go take care of the wasps? Which ones? The nest that I stepped on? No, I don't. It's in the woods. I don't care. I just don't go over there. State to state, no papers. I would like to go to Montana, drive a pickup truck, and have 2 wives. No papers. Love the stakeout part. Thanks, Flavia. Adrian sounded exhausted this morning. Buddy was racking energy drinks left and right, trying to wake up. Yeah, I don't go over there now, Andrew. That's right. I would have liked to see Montana. The freaking cook. I think we need a reference counter. You do not want that. Speaking of the woods, how's things with the neighbor? Fine, they chilled out. I guess that guy was having a bad day or something, Kristen. Yeah, I mean, guy didn't apologize, but guess that guy was just having a bad day. Like I was not having a good day that day. I wanted to go over there and punch the dude in the face, but that's probably not a good idea. The YouTube lives is how you found EJ. Yeah, we crossed 4,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel the other day. That's actually kind of crazy. Usually frowned upon. Yeah, that guy's old, so I'm not I don't need to beat up an elderly person. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's frowned upon. We probably shouldn't do that. Why would the movie references be a bad thing? I find it entertaining, and not like you repeat the same quotes often. I have no idea if you're being sarcastic or not. Definitely frowned upon? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, not that I was, but you want to get your butt whooped by an old guy. That's not how that would go down. Anyway, congrats on 4,000. Thank you. Yeah. I don't want a piece of you. I want the whole thing. Yeah. He was shaking his fist at clouds. It's possible, dude. It looks like there were some cars going to the pad, and it looks like there's a fuel truck coming in. Did you get the car lift yet? No, I have not. Now you've had enough. I think you've had enough. No, now you've had enough. Chat. Did you get a new accountant yet? I will be getting a new accountant when it's tax season. Now you're gonna get it, Bobby. Come on, old man. You want a piece of me? Oh, I don't want a piece of you. I want the whole thing. Everyone like the pop culture references? Yeah, no, that was just one time just to see if I could. I think I can effectively communicate what's going on without references, but the references make it better. What happened with the old accountant? Buddy forgot to do my taxes. Yeah. Forgot to do my taxes. And then when he did do them in July, they were wrong. Wrong. Yeah, they were very wrong, which is annoying. Yeah, put the wrong health insurance on our taxes. I'm pretty sure it's not something you should be doing. Yeah. Don't worry about it, Octopus. It's fine. And when I say it's fine, that means I'm doing stuff and I don't want to talk about it on stream. Don't worry about it. Did you make the accountant face the wall? Yeah, too. Looks like the weather down there is significantly better. Yeah, Nader, it looks a little bit nicer today. Yeah, I'm not happy with services rendered or lack thereof. So yeah, we'll that's just another thing on my plate of things to do.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hey EJ, what do you think? All good things are 3? 3? No, they're 5 because Older Buffalo just tipped 5 subs. Yeah, baby. EJ's like Bumblebee from Transformers. He communicates with a series of constant quotes and references and impersonations. You know, when I'm tired, that's not far off. Is there any repercussions for accountants that get it wrong? Yeah, I don't know. Drummer, we'll have to look into recourse there because, yeah. Dude, my, I shouldn't go this far, but my return is in the 5 figures, dude. I overpay. I overpay my taxes. That happens all the time because you don't know what you're going to make. I have to pay my taxes in anticipation of a subtrain that may or may not happen. Right? So I have to kind of think about how, you know, if I stream this, we stream that, we stream this, how many subs is this going to get you? Right? And I hate thinking about this business this way, but you got to for tax purposes. So I always overestimate I take into account, if I'm on taxes, taking into account subtrains that may or may not happen on a per quarter basis. It's annoying. So I overpay. I overpay so I don't get screwed. Because you will get screwed if you underpay, right? With that being said, I overpay by a lot, just to be sure. You never know. Someone might come along and tip $1,000 to the stream, and that completely screws up my tax return, right? Not that I'm complaining or anything, right? You just gotta be careful of this stuff. So my return, thank God we didn't have to pay anything else. My return is in the freaking 5 figures, and it's held up right now. I can't do anything with it. Over freaking $10,000. That's why I don't have a lift. This is why I didn't get a new computer. This is why I don't have HVAC for the freaking garage. Because I could have all that, but that would cover all 3 of those very nicely. But can't do it because I don't want it. Can't sign my taxes out because the wrong health insurance is on my damn taxes. You melon farmers. So that's just another problem I have to deal with on the day-to-day. It's great. Hokey, 10 subs. All right. Just think you can get a new AC in February. Yep.
Swifton, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
And here's a figure of 5 to mess your taxes.
All right, I guess. That's how it goes as a business owner. Sucks, but it is what it is. Yeah, Nader. I normally, dude, I don't complain about taxes or anything like that with my business because I can write everything off. It's not a big deal. This particular circumstance is my beef is not with the taxes that I pay, even though, you know, in the harbor and whatnot, right? It's really more about, you know, I can't kind of like, dude, this is not, stream doesn't operate on a huge profit margin, okay? It's like running a restaurant. Like, I'm not Ninja, I'm not XQC, dudes. Like, that would be awesome, but that ain't what this is, right? It's just another job. It's a business to run. You got to run your business, right? Like, I don't operate on high profit margins, man. I don't know, Katra. Probably not. It's really about, I need that money to, you know, advance things. Hey, Ren, what's up, dude? Anyway. Yeah, I don't run ads. Exactly. I don't really operate on high profit margins, right? But it is what it is, dude. Like, I ain't complaining. I'll figure it out. I'm just telling you what's going on because I get asked like, "Whoa, dude, didn't chat fund to lift?" Yes, they did. If I had XQC money, oh boy. Oh boy. Hey, dog, what's going on? Just got back from the Vandy launch, and boy, were those sonic booms nice today. Here's the Starship launching. Yeah, man. The thing is, I don't think it would change you, which is what I like. Alleviate. Look, money changes people. Let's be absolutely real. With that being said, if I had millions of dollars, you would get pure, unadulterated EJ. I'm very reserved, right? But you guys know I'm a little, you know, like it would be that 24/7. I'm not entirely sure that people would like that, but that's what would happen, you know. But I'd probably still, yeah. I don't think I would change too much. But to say that I wouldn't change at all is lying to you, dude, for sure. Would I still stream if I was loaded? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Answer me this. Does your brain work in binary or references? References. Like, look, man. We need to make EJ the next Kai Cenat. Guy's a hell of an entertainer, dude. I don't watch his streams too much, but the clips that I catch, dude, that guy knows how to entertain a crowd. Like, I will say, he's pretty friggin' good at it, dude. How's the new setup treating you? It looks great. Ren, it's coming, man. It's coming. Would you start your own space program, kind of like Elon? Yes. Yes, Katra, absolutely. Yes, boy, Kai ain't for everybody, man. But yeah, dude, that guy knows how to entertain a crowd. He's really good at it. Like, really good at it. You don't work for NSF anymore? Juan, I did 3 hours of Starbase Stakeout stream for NSF this morning. I absolutely do. The problem is I've been kind of MIA because I redid my entire setup. I redid everything. And I had a generous contribution from chat giving me this monster of a freaking computer. And I rebuilt the entire setup. I had everything here down to the desk with all the wires on the other side of the room. I redid all the monitors. I took everything apart. We cleaned everything. And yeah, I've been testing the stability of the setup, dude. I do not want this crashing when I'm on a flame trench or it crashing when I'm in the middle of hosting a stakeout stream. Now, we were dealing with a couple of teething problems with the entirely new setup, but I think we worked most of the bugs out. I think we're good now. But yeah, dude, look, isn't this crazy? Look at this setup, dude. This is nuts. Yeah, twice. I rebuilt it twice. Yeah. Analog sound mixer. It's a Behringer X1204 with the Audio Technica AT897 shotgun mic. 4K camera, 4K monitor. Chat was very nice to me. I got it for a very good price. I paid cash. You know, my chat owns a dealership down in the valley. He was very nice to me. Yeah, Juan, don't worry about that. I'll be doing more NSF stuff in the future. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's all good. Thanks, Squarish. What would you call your engine in your company? Oh, I don't know, Flavia. I haven't even thought about that. Dude, these monitors put out a lot of heat. Yeah. I had a 4-light setup before, Angie. I had fill lights right here and right here. There was one on the desk and there was one over here. So they were like right here to backfill the green screen. But I switched to a 2-light setup and reconfigured my green screen a little bit because the heat got it gets hot in here. These are Elgato key lights, I think is what they're called. Has Rusty been stable now? Yes. What made Rusty stable was disabling secure boot is what basically did it. I did a little bit more than that just to be absolutely 100% sure. I believe in overkill. I believe overkill is underrated, especially when it comes to a setup that I need to work every day. I went into the BIOS, I disabled secure boot, and then I forced boot on legacy instead of UEFI. So right now, if you went into the BIOS on Rusty, it would say the boot sequence is legacy and UEFI. And out of the boot sequence, I took all the UEFI stuff out and manually disabled it, so it only boots with legacy hardware. If this means nothing to you, don't worry about it. Long story short, the lockup that this computer was experiencing had to do with secure boot looking for the secure boot database, but since the motherboard doesn't support secure boot, you couldn't load secure boot. So when it looked for the secure boot database and it wasn't there, it would lock the computer. Disabling UEFI and secure boot made it so it would not check for a secure boot because secure boot is disabled. Ever since then, the setup's been perfectly stable. We are A-OK. So, yeah, there you go. Next, we need a new behind-the-scenes cam because that thing is crap. It's my C910, dude. That's a great camera. The camera, that's the first, I did my face reveal on the internet on that camera. It was a great camera 15 years ago. I reveal too. Yes. Yes, that's right. That's what happened to it. Dick. How are you doing? Hey, Elijah, what's going on? Good to see you over here. I listen to you, Dawson. You listen to me and Das Pat talking in a deck chair. Yeah. Das called into the stakeout stream this morning from the pool in Margaritaville, and I'm like, okay. Ear reveal, still waiting for it. Nope, not yet. You wanted to choose between NSF and EJ, decided why not both. There you go. Then he started talking about drinking out of a coconut. Yeah, the hotel, Margaritaville is great. It's a great hotel. I've stayed there for Flight 7 and Flight 8. Back in my day, EJ didn't show his eyes. Yeah, right. Anyway, what's the room cost a night there? It changes, hostage. Changes over time. During a launch, it's going to be higher. It's pretty affordable when there's not a launch. Let me put it that way. Anyway. Yeah, your mileage may vary, hostage, for sure. But yeah, that's where I've been one. Anyway, you guys, I don't know. If we were talking about if I made like XQC money or like Kai Cenat money, I would yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. I would still stream. I know I would still stream. I'll be 100% real with you. I would not stream as much. I would still stream a lot though. Like I would still be here. I would absolutely still do work for NSF. Would you hire chat? I mean, Tistry for projects? Sure. So if we're going to think about that from like a purely monetary thing, right? You know, streaming is my job. I do it to pay the bills, right? Let me preface that with, well, not preface. Let me just add to that. You know, you do it to pay the bills, but you don't do streaming to make money. You know what I mean? You're not like, unless you hit it big, right? This is my job, and I like doing my job well, and you have to love this job to do it, right? Like that's the real truth, right? Now, here's the thing. You guys know I won't compromise the stream. I won't sell out. I won't do that. I will find ways to diversify revenue streams, right? With that all being said, I wouldn't have to worry about that as much, you know? And without worrying about that as much, you know, it would be great because I could just solely focus on content. You know, that would be pretty cool. I'd like to think that we hit the lottery and I didn't have to worry about, you know, bills or nothing like that no more, right? You know, you pay off the mortgage on the house, right? Pay off the student loans, right? Which I still have. I've had them my entire streaming career, so that's great. Don't want to think about that one, right? You know, at that point, I would just, great, I have this business now, and now I have basically carte blanche to freaking grow it like crazy, and that's what I would do. I would make the content, I would make it amazing. Try to make the best stuff I possibly could. Get yourself a Powerball ticket. Yeah. Would you fire Serious Potato Bot? Nah. Carte blanche. No, yeah, right. I'd like to think that I could be of some help. Oh, drummer, you'd get hired. Don't worry about that. You get hired. You don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about money no more. If we were making, XQC money, you wouldn't need to worry about that no more. Hey, drummer, your biggest problem would be what kind of yacht do you want? You know what I'm saying? Are we launching today? Weather is trending better, Ando. Yep. How about me? No, not you. Not you. No, you wouldn't get yachts. You'd get bikes. Yeah. Nader's like, I could be your corporate pilot. Yeah, there you go. I want to be the jack stand. Favoritism. Yeah. Yeah, there are trucks at the pad right now. Can I be your token Canadian? We got a lot of those. But yeah, you can be part of that. Cars on the pad at T-minus 2 hour 57. What do you think about that? Here, Liz, let me tee up the NSF stuff again here. Like most areas, we need to evolve. You don't need to say sell out. Whatever brings in the cash to support your family is the most important thing. Would follow you anywhere. Hedges, yeah. No, for sure. Like I always have trouble explaining this. What's important to me. Okay, and perhaps I'm thinking about this the wrong way. I mean, here, there's the trucks at the pad. Let me go over here so you guys can see them. My thing is, guys, look, these VODs are out there on the internet. And I think about this every day. They're out there on the internet. They're there forever. You're not getting rid of them. I think about you know, I've been streaming for such a long time. I've been streaming since 2012. That's 13 years, right? And hopefully I have a long, successful streaming career after this. I love doing this. This is a great job. It's fun. It's really fun, and I enjoy it a lot. It ticks all the boxes for me, man. It's fantastic. You know, what is my streaming career going to look like 20 years down the road? This is what I'm thinking about. Do I want to sit there and I want to say like, oh yeah, that's when I was super strapped for cash, so I got a, you know, Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship, right? You know, nothing against Raid Shadow Legends. I don't have any problems there. I just don't think that's what you guys care about. And I want the stream to age like fine wine. Ideally, the stream should get better over time. There's been times where that's not the case, and I'll admit it. And that's on me. And that's fine. But I want... Oh, Pope vent's on. Good sign. I want the stream to age gracefully. If I'm ever blessed with kids, I want to be able to show them, you know, me, you know, show them 25-year-old me, 30-year-old me, and show them the problems that I had to deal with and how I dealt with them. How cool would that actually be? You know, it's not just watching home movies. This is the kind of stuff I think about. So it's important for me to, I don't know, age gracefully, I guess, would be the right way to say it. I think about that every day when I stream. And now, yeah, I know I do make a fool of myself on here, but that's life. That happens. It's a thing that happens. It's fine. You know, you guys, I like going off the rails. I like having a good time. You guys know I'll never go full schizoid. Like the people that have been here know we're crazy. We poke our hand outside of the box every once in a while, but we never go fully outside of the box. I would never do that. And if I have, unsubscribe from the stream immediately. You know, I want to be able to show, if I'm ever blessed with kids, I want to show them this. And I want to show this is what dad did. Look what dad does. This is what dad does, you know, or whatever, you know, or if some kid in the future is looking at, you know, finds my VODs or something and sees them. Wow, this guy was a real inspiration. I think about that every single time I hit that live button. Not drunk enough for this type of content. Yep. Jackal, everybody's different, dude. That's the truth. You know, yeah. There's one on the way, eh? I don't know, man. Why do you think I'm building a 4-door car? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it's none of your business. Maybe, maybe not. No, like that, guys. Okay, like seriousness aside, that's super important to me. I don't want to. You know, it's important for the stream to age gracefully. The stream should ideally get better over time, you know? Starship gender reveal. We are chat. Everything is our business. Yep. But, yeah, that's what's honestly, that's important to me. And I really want to make sure I don't go off the rails too much. And like I said, I think about that every time I click that live button.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Jackal, everybody's thoughts on it are different, dude. But I don't want to invite that conversation in here, man. It's just going to end with people fighting about stuff. NSF is starting up their launch coverage. Thank you for being so open. I look forward to many more years. Yeah. But like I said, if the stream got big, that would be amazing. That would be really nice. I mean, we are arguably pretty big, dude. I checked the numbers from yesterday. We had 2,500 people watching a Starship launch. That's pretty good, man. That's up there. You know? Yeah, Chris, I got you, man. Yeah, you're 40, you're just trying to stay alive long enough to watch them grow up. Yeah, there you go, man. There you go. Yeah, God Ninja, that's great. That's awesome. Mike the Tech Lead, some of us have been here for many years now. We've been aging with the stream and with you. It's not only on your side that the legacy remains. Yeah, yeah. Dude, that stuff is just, it's very important to me. And that is the big reason why I don't take sponsorships. That's why I don't do it. I don't, you're putting your name on something. And what if that brand goes out of style? What if you find out that the CEO of the company that sponsors you is a nut bar? You know what I mean? I don't want that. I don't want none of that. I don't want to deal with it. Even if it makes me more money, I don't care. That's fine. I'll take what you guys pay me and I'll make it work. That modus operandi has never failed me. Ever. You can go out of style too. Jackal, I thought I would. Honestly, I thought I would have been horribly boring by now. I did not plan to stream. I did not plan when I went full-time streaming 10 years ago. I didn't plan to be doing this 10 years later, not because I didn't think I could do it, but because I thought people would just get frigging bored of me. Streamers get popular and then they don't.
Oh, this is Space. I'm in
Iron
space.
Thomas gifted 5 subs. Thank you. Liptodon smiles. Had a 27-monther in there. Sorry, the headset timed. Thanks, Nader. Right on, man. Yeah. Linux, they're still targeting the top of the window. Yep, that's right. You are out of style, though. Whatever. Hey, I got that Unk energy according to the kids, so that's fine with me. All right, let's just grab this. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. We got the NSF launch stream up.
It has been, of course, 2 previous attempts until
Outdoor, you love the K24 engine. You hate where they place the connectors for electrical parts. My arms barely fit where I could get the connector in and out. Yep.
But guess what?
Thanks, NoRav.
This is the sort of thing that it takes. It's a triumph through.
Is that the yak?
These are the launch campaigns that really prove the mettle.
I am happy that the yak is not wet because it was very wet this morning for Mr. Yak. Do we have this is the original NASA hat and the SpaceX shirt? Yes, the SpaceX shirt is ridiculously dirty because I've worn it 3 days in a row. There you go, Aaron, right on. Third time's the charm? I hope so. Somebody said Adrian looks like Caleb Cooper from Clarkson's Farm, and now I can't unsee it. Whoever said that, you're an awful person, okay? You are an awful person. I can't unsee it, dang it. But just why? So I'm spreading the misery, okay?
Hopefully today is the day. Also joining us on commentary is Alex. Alex, how are you doing, good buddy?
Well, third time's the charm. Let's hope for another try today and one that goes for a launch this time around.
Really, Dragon? Nice.
Indeed. And
in the Cotswolds.
This is
Hey,
Space.
Kieran, gifted 20. Thank you very much.
Team in full effect. Hi, Ryan. How you doing today?
Rest, that's what's good about you and NSF and Tim Dodd. I put your content on for my boys and not have to worry about the content they're watching. Yeah, there you go, man. What if Dodge sponsored you to fix more of your old cars? Oh, that would be great, Outdoorsman, yeah. I'd be okay with that. I'm not trying to mute Ryan here for a second, but guys, okay, I'm not against sponsorships, okay? I'm not against it. My thing about sponsorships is I want companies to sponsor this stream for products that I actually use. You know, I don't want somebody to come forward with sponsorship for like a razor or whatever. And then all of a sudden, EJ's just saying this is the best razor I ever used. Oh, man. You know, and a man comes on and tells me how white my shirts can be. You know, like, I don't want that. I don't want that. You'd know immediately that that's not me. That's not me saying that. Because do I shave? No. So you know that's bullcrap. Okay? I'm not about that life, dude. You know, I would want products that I use. So like if WD-40 or PB Blaster wanted to sponsor the stream, then now we're talking. I use a lot of that, you know. Hey, WD-40. Well, hey, there he is. Micro Center sponsorship. There you go. Now we're talking about, or Milwaukee or something. Exactly. That's the kind of sponsorships that I'd be about. I want sponsorship for stuff that I actually use. I don't want my brand loyalty to be whoever pays me. That's stupid. A Ford sponsorship would really make what I said just really bad at this point, wouldn't it? But I don't think that's happening. Let's be real. What would you recommend stopping rust on your chassis for your go-kart? I was told WD-40 does a great job. WD-40 is a water displacement formula. It is good for displacing water. It's right in the name. It's not a penetrating oil, Jackal. With that being said, fluid film will do you right. Or an AC sponsor, yeah, right. Tire sponsor when? Harbor Freight Jack Stand sponsor. There you go. A SpaceX sponsorship. Let's be real. That's not happening. Yeah, not cooking streams sponsored by HelloFresh when that streamer is a professional chef. Yeah, exactly, dude. I'm not gonna pawn something off on you guys that I truly don't believe in. Because you got to remember, when you do a sponsorship, it's not just them giving you money to advertise their product. You're putting your name on their product. That's important. You're endorsing this, so now it's your business. I've thought about it, and I am open to sponsorships, but I ain't doing that with something that I don't use. Long March 5 sponsorship. Now that I could get behind. I refuse monetary growth for the stream because I refuse to do that. I will not do that. I am funded by you and you alone. That's it. And NSF, because I work there. How about Craftsman? Craftsman's okay. But yeah, I could do with an accounting sponsor, that's for sure. Have you made many sponsorship deal questions? I get people ask me, Thick, yeah, of course. EJPBS. Dino, that it's funny you're making a joke, but I would rather that, to be honest with you. I would rather, this channel be funded entirely from viewers like you. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not a charity. This is a business and I make money off of it. I pay my bills with this job. We are not a nonprofit. Okay. But I would want it crowdfunded. I like this way. This way is fine. It's organic growth. Organic growth is more sustainable. Yeah, he's like, I shield for EJ when I'm at his house using the Milwaukee tools. Good philosophy, she good and bad. I like. Yep. Anyway, I'll shut up. I'll get off my soapbox here. Let's see, what's Ryan up to?
So we launched the rocket in a condition where they could, lose it several seconds into flight, and then we see something that we don't want to see in 2 hours and 42 minutes time.
Yep.
Yeah, fingers crossed the weather cooperates. Oh man. Well, we have seen some interesting things in the last couple days.
The weather could just freeze like that. That'd be great.
SpaceX and their various social media accounts posting various things. Alex, of the little drips and drabs of info that have come out in the last couple days, have there been any that have stood out to you? There's been a couple things. We got a Starship render that had legs on it. Was that new? It's new to me. I don't know. What's going on in terms of perhaps any sort of technical updates that we've been able to glean from those sorts of posts?
Oh my god. Technical update? What do you mean technical update? Ironically, we actually had more information outside of when Elon talked than when he talked. I'm still waiting for that technical update, Elon. Just saying.
Guys, what they're talking about is they're talking about Elon was on the stream yesterday for attempt number 2 for yesterday's launch attempt. He was there with Bill Riley, who's a higher up Starship engineer. Forgive me, I'm blanking on Bill's job title. I think he's the VP of Starship Engineering, I think. So him and Dan Hewitt was there, Elon was there, and Bill Riley was there. And they were on the stream. And you know what, dudes? Elon didn't really mention much in the way of technical stuff, right? He just kind of said his spiel about, making life multiplanetary, et cetera, basically reaffirmed the company's mission statement. And I thought about this for a second. And everybody's all mad that, guy ain't telling any technical data. He's not saying anything technical. This is ridiculous. What's going on? And even I was like, dude, let Bill talk. Come on, man. I want some juicy details. Let's go. But I kind of stewed on this last night when I was going to sleep. I think that Elon being there and reaffirming the company's mission statement on a live stream right there in Mission Control while they were doing a launch, I think that that speaks volumes to the, dedication here. Like, sometimes that's what people need to hear, man. Sometimes that's what people need to hear. And perhaps, seeing him there and seeing him go on a spiel about that is inspiration to the people that work there. Or at least I think that was the intention. Whether it had an effect or not, I don't know. I don't work at SpaceX. I couldn't tell you. I think that was done very deliberately and very on purpose. Even if it was just saying the same thing that he always says, Yeah, I really think that was very deliberate. It was on purpose. It was there for him to reaffirm the mission, and it was kind of a rallying point for SpaceX as they move to Block 3. I really think that that's what's going on. Cars have left the pad. Yep. So the SpaceX teams were the intended audience. That's correct, Mohawk. Elon, dude, I can count on one hand the amount of times that Elon has shown up on a SpaceX cast to talk. He's been in the background on many of them in Mission Control, right? But he's never addressed the camera directly, unless it was the old Falcon 1 flights. And the Falcon 1 flights, he did that like way back in the day. That was even before my time liking SpaceX, What has a better chance of happening? The Brewers winning the World Series or the HLS prototype before Artemis 3? I think the Brewers winning the World Series would happen before HLS prototype reveals, but who knows? Didn't they confirm yesterday that they're rebuilding Massey's for Block 3? They did, Blue Benji. Yeah, they did. SpaceX is private. That doesn't mean it doesn't have investors, guys. The investors are venture capital firms, but yeah. They're VC. SpaceX was initially funded by VC. So, like I said, I think Elon being there was a reaffirmation of SpaceX's mission and message. Even though it didn't give us much technical data, I think him going on there and doing his spiel about making life multiplanetary and, Starship is made out of stainless, et cetera, I think that was there for SpaceX people, for SpaceX employees and investors and shareholders to understand that he's, they're mission oriented. We're here. We're working on this. We've had a couple of bumps in the road. This is what we're doing, right? That very much makes a lot more sense because we know that Elon knows technical data, and we know he knows what he's talking about. We've heard him many times, regardless of what you might think about him. He knows his stuff. But I kind of do wish he got into the more technical stuff, but I think he did that for a reason. Yeah, but don't say technical if it's not. That's what frustrated people. Nova, working in this business, it is a very dynamic environment. I think there was full intentions to do an actual technical update via Twitter Spaces. And because of the launch scrub and Elon's plane being late for the launch attempt on Sunday, I think this is how that kind of manifested itself. And it did not. There was clearly a lot of technical updates with the Starlink, with past failures, with failure last mission, there was clearly a lot. There was clearly stuff, right? But it just didn't manifest itself that way. That happens. And, I'm not running cover for him. Nope. Yeah, you promised a technical update. When you promised a technical update before, it was this whole thing, like an hour-long update with a Q&A attached to the back of it, right? And it was awesome, right? This was not that, for sure. But, I think that's how that manifested itself given the time constraints, which... Yeah, I'm pretty bummed about it, dude. I really want to learn more about Block 3, about the Block 3 ship, but it is what it is, dude. Anyway, NSF's showing the weather. Let's see what we got. Current weather, moderate rain, 31°C. Man, that's toasty. 10-mile-an-hour wind gusts south-southeast, wind gusts 10 to 16. Why is the Barrow in MB? What's that NHG? 78% humidity. That's a little humid. It's what it's. Another thing, Elon kept repeating this because not everyone has been watching SpaceX for so many years like us, and I'm fine with it. Yeah, exactly. It was a reaffirmation of SpaceX's goals to people that may not have known what they're trying to do. Now, you had it right the first time, Deadbringer. Always idle. Without that being said, I don't think he's there anymore. I don't know. We'll see when they start up the launch stream. SpaceX's launch stream should start. What was it? 30 minutes prior. Is this ship Block 2 or 3? It's the later end of the production run of Block 2, Jeff. So closer to 3, but not 3, but it's still a 2. Really, Vanta? All right.
The thinking there. Ryan, did you have any particular thoughts about
Rarest, I agree.
stuff that's come out in the last couple days?
The video editor point of view within me, that SpaceX has finally released
What's up,
a
Pultec?
full screen version of that ship catch animation, even though it
All right,
doesn't
Mohawk.
feature a
Good
ship
night.
quick disconnect arm and the chopsticks are literally floating in midair. Besides the peculiarities, it's nice to have a full screen version of that animation. Also, it's nice to have a full screen animation of the new Starlink deploy with a Starship that somewhat resembles how Starship currently looks, because the last, I don't remember exactly when the last
It happens to the
came
best
out,
of
but
us,
we have
Geeson.
literally been using the same Starship Block 1 deploy animation for years at this point. And, like, if you go into the drive somewhere, I'm sure if you just search up like Starlink deploy animation, like 20 of them come up. How many times we've used them in different videos?
Yeah,
over the years.
Vent.
So,
It
yeah,
looks like
it's nice to have some updated renders on things.
It looks like my kind of theory about this being a jerry-rigged, like, Block 1 with Block 2 parts, but it's really Block 3. That I'd say that hunch was pretty spot on, right, Event? I'd say we're pretty good. I think I got that prediction pretty damn accurate. Any chance, EJ, of a request clips of past tests, like a walkthrough, the history of this beautiful monster? Hi, Alex. Peter, what do you mean? I gotta be careful about what footage I show, dude. Because, yeah, even showing SpaceX yesterday got the stupid thing claimed. I gotta be careful. If you have questions, dude, just ask.
Attempt to launch Starship Flight 10, as you can see there up there on the clock name. And so we have had first an attempt on Sunday where they went through the countdown. We went into propeller load, and then as they were loading liquid oxygen in the ship, we had a leak on one of the quick disconnect arm there.
Where's the
You can see
leak,
that
ma'am?
venting from the right hand side on the arm.
Yeah, that's
and that was a
a
leak.
replay on the right hand side there.
Exactly, that's a replay of the Sunday event, and then overnight on Monday morning, they fixed the leak by just replacing the pipe altogether. They removed it. They removed the old one. Then they brought a new one, and they installed it, and that was essentially what they did. Now, the good news of that is that it worked yesterday. Yesterday, they went into the countdown. They also loaded propellants, but the problem was the weather. The weather got really, really nasty yesterday. It was even worse than Sunday's weather. I believe this is
here you can see this is an 8-hour time lapse from Skycam, which is sometimes we give names to cameras because it's easier to distinguish. Like, oh hey, which camera got that shot? So this is Skycam. It's placed in one of the media locations SpaceX allows us to put our cameras. Look at that sunset.
Really
I wish the
cool.
road had been open. Oh, but yeah, that's Skycam. That's 8 hours and 30 seconds. Pretty nifty. Oh, this is neat. Is this what on earth?
I think they're
Somebody
Oh yeah,
explain
this is
to me. I
very
don't- I
cool.
haven't-
This is very cool. That's from Alisar, it's a time lapse, and if you roll it, you can see basically every single attempt we have seen so far, and the corresponding weather and the movement here. So you can really see how on attempt 1 and 2, the weather also started to go a bit into the wrong direction. Like, I mean, if you roll it again, look at attempt 2. Like, look beautiful, still beautiful,
Right.
amazing.
So today it
Right.
looks a lot better. There's a lot more blue.
Yeah. So that's basically both of the previous days and then today up until this point.
Yes.
Is what we were looking at.
Jack's right behind
Very
me. isn't
cool.
he?
That gives me a lot of hope. In addition to the beautiful views that we are getting from all of our different camera feeds. And once again, I'm just going to take a moment here to thank everybody on the NSF side out here in the field, out in the studio, everybody that's been
Going over here.
absolutely working their tails off. I was carrying a battery out to
Run!
actually that Skycam camera and another one as well early this morning, and the rain hit, and I saw Tyler setting up one of his remotes in the dunes, and I was like, Tyler, give me a hand. And he came over and grabbed the battery with me, and I was like, run! And we just like sprinted up the dunes to get the battery plugged in before the rain got too bad. Everyone's just willing to do whatever it takes, and it's a pleasure to be a part of this team. So thank you, everybody on the NSF side. We don't really say that a lot. We thank people a lot. I'm going to thank people a lot here because I don't want to get too far behind. Like, holy cow, Ali DeMercy, I heard what you were doing on the stakeout stream as well. 50 Red Team memberships, 50 Red Team memberships. Again, that's 100 Red Team memberships 20 minutes ago, right at the start of the stream.
That's the
Ali,
reason.
I don't know
They
how
want to re-enter
adequately
during
thank you.
daylight
I
so they
heard
can see
Chris
it.
B say
Visibility during a test
earlier on
flight
the
is
Stakeout
very
stream
important.
That if there's something more that we can do for you, to let him know.
Thank
so
you, Snickers Dad.
I'm game. Like, say the word. I'm there. Thank you so much. But yeah, holy cow, y'all. We can't do this without your support. We have multiple properties around Starbase that we've acquired over the years. We have so many cameras on each of those properties, and we have a huge team of people to keep fed and keep busy. So it's
Real during the summertime in Florida, it rains every day at 4:30, no questions asked. It's because there's so much. Florida's very moist, and when the sun comes up, it evaporates all that moisture out of the ground. So if you notice in the mornings, it's kind of damp, right? Sun evaporates all that goes up into the clouds, and it rains at the same time every day. No questions asked, and then it's nice and sunny after that. That's in the summertime. In the wintertime, it's kind of sporadic. And then a hurricane comes.
full throttle. It's
Sorry,
some
I saw the
insane
calculator.
number, like
I
30
saw the
tons
move
or
of-
something.
Oh, there comes the glasses.
I love this.
There's
I
the
love third
calculator.
attempts.
So
all the fun stuff happens on third attempt. So you put on the glasses.
So Raptor burns. So it produces around 230 tons of thrust. I just typed 230, and to get the tons per second, you essentially just divide by the ISP. It's a very nice calculation there, because that's why ISP, the specific impulse, for those that don't know, that's why it is measured in seconds, because it's a very handy way of just calculating the mass flow of the engine. In the case of Raptor, I'm going to take the sea level version, so I'm going to take 330. So it's essentially around
Not raining where I am,
690
TJ.
kilograms per second, but that is one Raptor engine. Now you have to multiply that by all 33 engines on Super Heavy, which that's why I chose also the sea level version of Raptor. So that will be approximately 23 metric tons per second of propellant being consumed by all 33 engines on Super Heavy. Isn't that nice? That's about a full Electron rocket in terms of the mass of the propellant. Because I think Electron is about 23 tons. Sorry, Adrian, continue.
No, all good.
got
I
you.
just learned a lot. I love that. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Let's see his Caleb.
Thank you,
NSF
Alex.
maths. There you go.
Yeah, for
I'm gonna
once,
remove my
some
glasses 'cause
math
they
I
are
don't
dirty.
hate.
Yeah, I like this.
Very cool.
but
My
yeah.
TI 83
Also
plus. This
very
is from
cool
high
is
school, dude.
everybody that's been doing the support, I've been cycling through some of them so your name pops up on screen. I'm trying really hard to not get super behind. It's so hard on launch days. But know that we appreciate everybody so frickin' much.
I
If
got
you have any
this.
questions, did I not say the question thing at the start of the stream?
When the heck
If you
did
have
I
any
get this?
questions,
2002?
doesn't take a super chat or anything like that. You can just
Gonna play
type your
Mario?
question in
No, but he
chat
can play Tetris.
and the letters, well, the @ sign and the letters NSF. And we'll see your question pop up, and we will answer your question as well. But yeah, let's keep thanking a couple more people. Papa Joe becoming a flight engineer. That is one of the higher levels of support of the membership program. You basically get everything at that level. Capcom access is the level where you get Discord access, but flight engineers above that, so you still get Discord access plus everything else. So pop into the Discord and say, hey, thank you so much, Papa Joe. Also, Noel J gifting 150? 200. What? 200 Red Team memberships.
Well, that's going.
200. No, 250. I
Mine
just
doesn't have
keep
batteries in
scrolling.
it.
I keep
That's a lot
scrolling,
of
and there keeps being
200, man. That's no
more.
joke.
Like I don't know if the
You know what?
ticker is like
You
changing
know what?
every time.
I'll be right
I'm
back. Let me see if I have
I'm
any
clicking
AAAs in the
them.
shop. I need to see if this thing
Holy
works.
cannoli.
This is my
Thank you so
my
much,
side
Noel
quest.
J.
I'll be right back.
That's insane. That like since the beginning of the stream, that has been what like combined with like for multiple people now over 500 memberships or so gifted.
Yeah, that's genuinely like super duper cool because now everybody that got those, if you didn't know, we have a membership program. I'm really not even trying to do a plug here. I'm just trying to let you know if your name is green in chat, you now have extra content. If you've ever, oh god, I'm so old. If you've ever used a DVD and had extra features, you now have extra features because people are being very generous and gifting an extraordinary amount of gifted memberships in chat. And if you're like, how come I don't get a gifted membership? I want one. A, be active in chat. B, is it a setting that you have to turn on, Ryan? Is that a thing? I think that's a setting you have to turn on. Maybe. Ryan's not
Ryan
there.
has
I love it.
disappeared.
Also, earlier when I was thinking TC Mutt, I believe it was. No, you're good, Ryan. Earlier when I was thinking TC Mutt, I think I said it was 10 Australian dollar reduced, but it was 100. So want to get that right. All right, let's jump into it. Let's do some hanging out and figuring out what's going on and perhaps even some question answering. Where are we at? Looks like the roadblock is still there. Alex, has the roadblock fallen back to Richardson yet?
Not yet. We can see there some of those police cars there. There's also a helicopter from the range, so that's good. That's the Richardson Avenue that you just mentioned, near our river lot. Yeah, so, still right there. We're still waiting for the tank farm to keep spooling up. It's already started, right? Oh, the roadblocks graphic. So, yeah, there you go. That's the one that we first looked at near the LBJ Boulevard intersection with Highway 4. Then there's another sort of a little bit up the road near the Richardson Avenue intersection with Highway 4. And then, of course, the soft roadblock at Brownsville.
Yeah, and there's often one at Massey's as well. And you were like, "Well, give me video of it, and then we'll use it." And I shot video of it, and I haven't uploaded it yet because I'm a trash person. But I will upload that video so we can update our roadblocks video just for you, babe.
The whole reason why is because on paper, these should be the only roadblocks that should be there, right? And so that's what I wrote into our videos, into our graphics and everything. I had no idea that there was another one out there as well. So, well, there you go.
Excellent. Cool. Well, how long away are we from things getting interesting and spicy at the pad, Adrian? I know we're sort of in tank farm conditioning mode right now, but they are going to start getting the GSC lines and whatnot chilled down, right?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Basically, how this all happens is it will start at the very core of the tank farm. That's, for example, the Pope vent and everything, and then it will move over time from the tank farm all the way to the vehicle. It basically is a step-by-step process as you approach the vehicle, and then, of course, the last final step of this chill down is the very pipes that, in the end, will fuel both the first and second stage. And once these are also chilled down, then we will be able to see the rocket being fueled. So that is the current situation, and we are waiting, but it seems to be progressing well. I see some vents I like to see, and yeah, could still be on track for the opening of the window.
Breaking news. Firefly Aerospace has received FAA clearance to resume Alpha rocket launches. Neat.
Yay!
Like legitimately really neat. I like seeing Alpha fly. It's a really cool rocket. I'm excited to see it fly even more, especially because guess where it flies from? Vandenberg.
Yeah.
Yay.
Not for long.
They also updated.
Okay.
They also updated on the statement saying Alpha first stage experienced a rupture milliseconds after stage separation. The pressure wave hit Alpha second stage, leading to the loss of the engine nozzle extension and substantially reducing stage 2 thrust. And for the people that have watched that launch, that is why there suddenly was no second stage nozzle anymore. So that is quite interesting to see. Yeah, well, apparently I'm reading the statement basically here as we are going about this, but yeah, basically I think what we kind of all suspected, a rupture of the first stage leading to a damage on the second stage, that is what it looked like, and yeah, that is now confirmed.
Cool. Well, a little bit of information there from Firefly. Awesome. Also, I have to just mention really quick disclaimer, NSF does provide live stream production services for Firefly Aerospace. So, just from full transparency, we do work with them sometimes for live production. So there you go. I still think it's cool. I think all rockets are cool. More rockets,
also
more better.
Also, rather interesting the way that they explain the reason why they saw that. It's talking about things relating to the attitude that the rocket was flying at during this flight, that it was a higher angle of attack during flight. Sounds familiar though. And that there was apparently plume-induced flow separation, intensified heat on the leeward side.
Bad news, guys. Not starting up.
Causing the booster to rupture.
Not great.
Separation-induced loads. So that's rather
I
interesting.
think the CMOS battery is toast, or the backup batteries.
So now
not good. I gotta get a.
What can break?
Probably gotta get a replacement.
And what things they may not should try again, I guess. But yeah, that's one of the
that's
most interesting.
Firefly can launch again?
Oh,
that's cool.
Really, quite a way to go, I guess.
Right. I mean, that's a story we've heard with Falcon 9. You know, you fly enough times and you start to shake out the weird failure modes, right?
It's looking for.
It's sort of just a thing.
1620 or 1616.
All right, well, 2 hours, 17 minutes to go.
That's a tiny little guy.
I'm feeling stoked. Ryan, how are you feeling?
I am feeling similar to how I felt yesterday and the day before. Just general level-headedness. It's just hope for the weather to be better this time around. I mean, I have to say, in general, I'm feeling much more optimistic this time around because they've seemed to have, as we said at the start of the stream, they've had literally everything thrown at them this flight, has SpaceX. In the last 48 hours, they've had to replace one of the flex hoses on the ship with disconnect. They've had to work through the poor weather yesterday. They've stood down for GSE issues. They've stood down for weather issues. As things stand, I mean, we're seeing the tank farm activity as we expect. We're seeing blue skies and the sun in the background of this shot here. So, I mean, at least as things stand right now, everything seems to be a bit, but we've had a GSE S-word, we've had a weather
No,
S-word.
that's
I hope
not
the
the-
vehicle doesn't do anything wrong in the
Graphing
lead up
calculator.
to the launch. It might just go through and do all of the different reasons. I hope not. I want it to go. I want the whole board to be green.
Just needs a new backup battery, dude. It's all good.
Yeah, you never know until you know, and that thing's lifting off the ground, that's for sure. Alex, how are you feeling?
Why is Rocket Lab popping off all of a sudden? Because hitting a high cadence, Alexander, takes time. It takes time. Scaling takes time. It's not easy to do. Rocket Lab is doing it. Not only is Rocket Lab doing it, but they're also building a bigger rocket, which is great.
Let's go. Adrian, vibe check.
Feeling optimistic. I try in a weird thing. I try to not get too excited about it.
I did, Peter.
Yet.
I saw the dust storm. Yeah.
But yeah, overall, I feel optimistic that we will see a launch today.
I'm with Adrian on that one.
Good deal. Well, let's see how the field is feeling. Let's throw it to D. Wise and Max Evans out in the field at the Rocket Ranch Outpost.
You know, the vibes here, I'd say, are pretty good. You never want to get too confident for a launch because things can come up. But for me, at least, today the vibes are feeling good. How about you?
For launch itself, it feels great because the weather has cleared up nicely. There isn't a whole lot else in the area that would get in the way. So for launch itself, feeling pretty good. Now, as for the fate of Ship 37, that is in the hands of the universe else. It's out of our hands.
Yeah, you know, we were given a poll out here on the first launch attempt by Sam on how we thought things were going to perform on the booster and ship side.
Yep.
And I think everyone was really confident on the booster side that it'll make it, it'll go and have its simulated landing burn and then its splashdown. But the ship side was a lot more varied. Now,
that's one word for it.
Yes, the weather looks a lot better
from,
today.
Almost no success to some people thinking that it'll be a complete success, which, I mean, I'd love to see that.
100%.
Now, with that said, I saw some comments the last time around about us not getting to be by a pool for our launch viewing location, which I think this is exactly where we both wanted to be for launch, which is not by a pool.
It's not, but you know what it is by?
A river.
And not just any river. This is the Rio Grande River, i.e. the border between the United States and Mexico. Like, that's Mexico right freaking there. That's Mexico.
Yeah, so another fun fact actually is if you continue looking a little bit over that way, there actually is Massey's back there. So this is a winding river.
Yes.
And so we can look over
People fish there all
Mexico
the time in
towards that
GSF.
Massey's test site, and this is actually where I was for the static fire test of Ship 36.
We all know
Is
how
Texas
that
like
Yes,
Florida,
we do.
where most
But,
bodies of fresh water
while
have
we may not have
alligators?
a pool to lounge beside,
I don't think Texas has gators, but this part of Texas does. It feels like Florida, if that makes any sense. Where's the yellow filter? If that's Mexico, well, they're not in Mexico. They're still in the U.S. Why? That's why the filter looks normal.
breeze feels nice too.
It
does.
does.
The sun is pretty strong today because we haven't had a ton of it over the past couple of days, so that breeze does feel nice and help keeping us cooled down. But for launch itself, I mean, you have your cameras here. I have
Texas
a couple
does
cameras
have
here for
gators.
myself.
All right,
and
well,
then
that makes a lot of sense. We do, but it's mostly in the south and the east. Yeah, Tistry, that's what I was thinking. I mean, like, I wasn't sure. Like, that's why I was like, I'm not sure if they have gators over there, but it definitely feels like Florida. As somebody that lived in Florida a long time ago, and somebody that's been down the Cape many times, that Boca Chica does feel like Florida. It's very much like Florida. Good to know. The weather is looking better today, guys, for sure.
field is feeling good. How is the studio feeling? I think we should send it back over to the studio.
Well, feeling really good, especially after that cool little hit from our friends out there in the field, our team members out there in the field, and thank you to our friends at the Rocket Ranch once again for hosting some of our team members. It's really cool that they can be out there, and I mean, I just have to say it. Yesterday's was it yesterday? It's all a blur.
Yep.
Yesterday's hit
Yeah, Brian,
with
yeah, I
with
hear you.
Sam at the ranch was one of my favorite things we've ever done. That was really cool. So shout out, Sam. You did a great job. Steely-eyed missile man.
Thanks.
Alex, what are we looking at here? I'm seeing some clouds of the good variety.
Yeah, those are the good clouds. That's condensation from the bunker vent.
Bunker vent and
they
pump
have
vent.
this cryogenics bunker there where it controls all of the tank farm systems and whatnot. And one of the things that they have is this vent that's part also of the chill down procedures.
Thank you for the raid,
tank
by the
farm.
way.
So that's great. That's what we want to see, and it's gonna get even more active. Just get ready for that. Just saying. This is nothing compared to how the whole thing just comes to life.
Awesome.
So you see that and you're like, TJ, is that normal? Yeah, that's right. What they're starting to do, so Alex was talking about the cryogenics bunker and the Pope vent. What they're starting to do is they're starting to move propellants around the tank farm. Now, why? Why do you do that? Why? Okay, what do you mean move propellants around? Don't they just put it into the rocket? Well, yeah, but that takes a little bit of, you gotta have a little bit of extra steminky there, you know what I mean? If that made no sense, they're using cryogenic propellants. Falcon. Starship is using liquid methane and liquid oxygen, both of which are generally found as gases down here on this planet. In order to get them to be liquids, they have to be really, 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 really cold, right? And in order to move that stuff around and keep it cold, you need to have other things cold as well. So if you try to take cold propellants and move them through a pipe that goes, a fuel line that goes to the rocket, right? A pipe that's really, really freaking warm, it's just going to evaporate like that. So what they're doing right now is circulating the propellants. You're starting to circulate the propellants around and get your entire pumping system down to the right temperature to start pumping propellants towards the pad. Now, at T-minus 1 minute and 1 hour and 15 minutes, so in about 50 minutes from now, give or take, they will do a go, no-go pull for fueling. So that's when they start taking the commodities and putting them into the actual vehicle. Right now, what they're doing is they're priming everything. They're making sure that everything is full of fuel. All the pumps are fully saturated with fuel and oxidizer. All the lines that go to the pad are fully saturated. Now, you won't see them move the propellants around to the lines just yet. You'll know that they're doing that when a vent right here, if you look at the stool, right? Here is your umbilical connect for super heavy right there. That's called a booster quick disconnect, or BQD. There's a little vent at the bottom of the BQD. It'll start going off and it'll look like that. When that starts going off and the vent that's up here, there's one on the tower about halfway up the vehicle right here for this thing, for that thing right there. That's the SQD, the ship quick disconnect. When you start to see a vent line up there on the tower and a vent line down there for the BQD, that means that they've started to move propellants into the fuel and oxidizer lines that go to the pad. That should be happening relatively soon. At T-minus 53 minutes, that's when they will start loading up the Starship with methane, and then slowly oxidizer after that, and then booster methane and booster oxidizer after that. But, and then hopefully we get to see a launch after that. I mean, hopefully. But if you're wondering what all that condensation is, it's the evaporated LOX, liquid oxygen, that is a result of them moving liquid oxygen around on the pad. Now, keep in mind, just because you see LOX clouds doesn't mean that SpaceX isn't moving methane, right? They're moving liquid methane around as well, but they have pickup and scavenging systems that make sure the methane gas doesn't leak into the atmosphere. I think so, Thick. Yep. Mm-hmm. So, long story short, this is a good sign. That means the pad is turned on and they've started to prime all the systems for fueling. That's a good sign. Only time will tell if it's, a good omen. You know what I mean? Isn't it nitrogen? For the bunker vent? Yeah, it could be nitrogen to cool it down. Yeah.
Being the good you want to see in the world. Thank you, guys.
Once Starship Super Heavy become rapidly reusable, will the tank farm be on 24/7? Hinks, I would say Yeah, probably. Or have multiple tank farms.
Like cheesy YouTube cliche.
Can I breathe LOX if I'm in the cloud? Your lungs might not be happy with you if you do that.
Signal to noise ratio is important, and you guys can be that signal that allows the algorithm to know that like we're the real deal and those other ones are trash. Also, you could like actually go report those other ones. That'd be amazing as well. We all kind of have our hands full, but we do our best as well. You know, everyone's doing their part. So thank you. Speaking of doing their part, Echo Deal, thanks, buddy. Always see your name pop up in chat. They say, remember, it's strictly forbidden to aggressively wash the rocket. I don't remember, or I'm missing a reference here. Tyler Bell, thank you so much. What's up, dude? Always good seeing your name pop up in chat. They say, Jack, Becca sends you frogs. What's up, Becca? the OG frog girl. Madison wants to send you all the animals. Thank you, Madison. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, Tyler. It's a big team effort. Space Pope. Space Pope. They say all S words are forgiven and therefore didn't happen. Space Pope's the best. Thank you, Space Pope. Cool. Let's jump into the next little bit we're gonna do here. Supersonic Retro Propulsion is asking, do we know what SpaceX actually calls the Pope vent? Speaking of popes. Alex, do we know what that thing's actually called? Or Adrian, go ahead.
I think it has no specific name assigned. I would imagine it's some sort of like I know they call it pad chilldown. They mentioned that before in the stream. So probably just pad chilldown activation or pad chilldown preparation. So that's probably the naming convention they would use. So yeah, I would imagine that.
Good deal. Let's see. Really quick, Alan, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. And Camille, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership as well. Chris Waters says send it. Camille actually did a super chat as well and said, I don't get that reference either. I'm way behind on my references apparently. Space Pope again gifting 50 Red Team memberships, and I see Noel J going crazy with memberships as well. Like 14 minutes ago, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 groups of 50 Red Team memberships gifted from Noel.
Not so fun. We're looking good, dude. It's trending in the right direction. Yeah, they started priming all the pumps and cooling down all the heat exchangers on the pad. We should have the go no go pull in about 45 minutes. Weather's 75% go. Looks like it's cooperating. Dude, you know what's really strange? I've touched that pillow that's behind Jack. That's very weird. He's in the same hotel room that we did flight 7 in. That's very strange that like I've had that pillow in my hands. Not for any weird reason that we guys, when Gene and I are down there and we set up a studio in the hotel room, we go rockstar on it. We basically just move all the furniture around to make the television studio. Right? So you're moving all the pillows around, and I remember looking at that pillow and reading it and going, what the heck? It says a change in latitude instead of attitude. Yeah. That's very strange.
Of a concern. We're seeing a few things bubbling over on land.
I don't
but
know,
apart
Azalea.
from these things like this storm over here, which appeared over Mexico and then went north to the border, we're not really seeing anything of a concern. So fingers crossed that actually rain showers moving over the launch site, apart from the one we saw at T-8, T-7 hours, there shouldn't really be anything of a concern there. Although, as we know from yesterday's attempt, there was, of course, that anvil cloud which was hanging over the launch site. And if we actually take a look at the Skycam, which Jack was talking about a moment ago, we can see what is known as a detached anvil cloud. Now, this is kind of drifting in over the launch site at the moment, and you can see it just to the top left there of Starship.
It's that smoky
so if you look at the
thing over
chopsticks,
there.
and then that cloud behind there that reaches into the top left of the picture, that is the cloud we are talking about. That is the cloud of concern. However, for the time being, I mean, we can see beautiful blue skies behind it and the South Texan sun. So there's not really anything of a concern for the time being, but just something we're keeping an eye on. Of course, as you've been seeing in the ticker below me, our resident meteorologist Adam Suka is predicting 75% go given the current conditions. And the upper level winds, the forecast, the last I've seen, under 10 knots, which is, beautiful wind conditions, wonderful, calm conditions, not really anything to worry about. But for the time, let's throw it over to a quick playback we have about what SpaceX has done to modify the launch mount following the untimely demise of Ship 36. Starship's 10th flight isn't quite like the previous flights. Normally both booster and ship get tested before flight to make sure they're ready to go. Boosters fire up their engines at the launch mount and ships fire up at the Massey's outpost. When SpaceX tried that for this flight, this happened.
Ow!
When Ship 36 blew up,
What?
they theorized what they would have to do to repair
What?
the test site and how long it would take until they could
What?
test another ship and get back on track. But every now and then, someone jokingly asked, what if they put the ship on the launch mount? Of course, that seemed preposterous and something that would never happen. The hardware is not compatible, too many things would need to be changed for that.
I'm alright.
This turned into less of a joke when just 10 days after Ship 36's explosion, SpaceX rolled an empty ship transport stand to the launch site. With no ship on the stand, nor any at the launch site, there was no reason to send one of these to the launch site, unless they were going to use one as an adapter to put a ship on the launch mount for testing. And that's exactly what happened. Of course, there needed to be modifications to be able to make all of this work. For starters, the transport stand does not have any way to connect to the launch mount, so SpaceX teams removed all 20 clamps from the hold-down arms and then bolted a metal plate to the end of each hold-down arm. By the way, each clamp is attached with 3 bolts to each of the arms, so that's 60 bolts in total to remove and then also install for the metal plates. Eventually, the stand would be welded to those plates, and in fact, the bottom of the stand got reinforcements to provide a solid surface for it to be properly welded to said plates. That solves the whole putting the stand on the mount thing, but it doesn't quite solve the fact that this is a transport stand, and static fire stands have a few extra features.
Who has better
Things
hair,
such
Ryan
as
or
the
me?
supports for the Raptor vacuum bracing. Every time an RVAC is tested on the ground, SpaceX installs a special bracing ring around the end of the nozzle to keep them from
Me?
being damaged
Alright.
due to flow separation. SpaceX quickly improvised and built 6 bracing posts that
Ryan?
were welded to the inside of the stand in order to provide a location
Don't you
for
need
all
hair
that
to ask
bracing
that?
to be anchored to the stand. Crews also
Walked into that
covered
one.
with steel plates the openings of the stand, likely to prevent any
That a bus?
exhaust from escaping through those and damaging the interior of the launch mount. With the stand completed and installed on the launch mount, teams also added a few cameras to the stand to aid with the ship lifting process with the tower chopsticks. If you're wondering whether
It's the
something
Rocket Ranch
special
bus,
was
guys.
needed to get ships to attach to the stand, well, not really, because it was already made for transporting ships, so it had the hold-down attachments just for that. It also just so happens that the static fire stands that was destroyed with Ship 36's explosion also had the same design and number of hold-down attachments, so no changes were needed. The last thing needed was a way to connect the ship to the ground systems. For that, SpaceX just
think so,
bypassed
Billy.
the already existing booster connections. Holes were cut into the booster quick disconnect hood to access the existing booster lines, and new pipes were added to the exterior that would eventually be routed to connect to the ship. Additionally, a steel framework was built in pieces and welded to the booster quick disconnect hood that worked as support structure for many of these pipes. Lastly, SpaceX also attached the ship's engine chill lines to the existing booster engine chill reclaiming system on the launch mount, allowing them to safely...
Piatsky, why does the rocket start stationary? Isn't there a lot of extra mass the rocket has to carry just to get the thing to start to move? The rocket, they hold the rocket on the pad, Piatsky, just for like a quick second. It's not very long. And now, you're right, holding it there is screwing your performance. The longer it stays there, the worse it's going to get. But yeah, with that being said, like Starship, for instance, they'll only hold it for a second at best, maybe not even that. They do that to make sure that all the engines are running. You don't really want to release a rocket off of a launch pad and have an engine pop, right? Because a startup sequence for an engine is a very stressful thing on a rocket motor. Once the motor gets up and running, it's pretty... yeah, it's fairly stable, right? As stable as a controlled explosion can be, right? But they delay that like half second there just so the computer can check to make sure that they got healthy motors. If you don't, like I said, if one blows up on a start, which that does happen. It happens more often than you might think. If one blows up on the start, you're going to release the rocket, and guess what? It's not going to have enough thrust to go up, and guess where it's going? If it doesn't have enough thrust to go up, it's going down. And it'll go right back into your pad. Thanks. Down is the wrong way. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, we have some.
Dude, we've seen videos where people don't have like a control mechanism, Piotski. They don't have a control mechanism put in, so they release the rocket and the engine blows up and the rocket goes sideways off the pad, which is just absolutely crazy. SpaceX tweet. Okay. Rup. Yeah, Piot, that company, Astra, everybody calls them Space Y now because they go sideways. SpaceX goes up. They've never lived that down. Counting down. The Starship's 10th flight test. Weather is currently 45% favorable for the launch in the 60-minute window. The sun's out. The sun's out. Look, there's a live shot. There's a live shot. You see the live shot? The sun's out. The sun's out. It's fine.
Or no, it might pop up over Starbase. It might not. And I'm looking at that anvil cloud.
Hey,
I'm
Sid.
looking at that cloud. Please stay away.
Nando, don't
Please
you
stay
put
away,
that
cloud.
evil
Don't
on us,
go
man.
This way. Go away. Go out over the Gulf. It's really nice out over the Gulf. There's warm air. You can intensify. There's fish, I assume.
Starship isn't held down by anything. The clamps are released like 10 minutes before the prop load completion. Yeah, yes. Starship, SLS, they're not held down by anything. They use their own mass to, stay on the pad. Who was I talking to? Piotski. So Piotski, something like Starship uses the huge mass of the vehicle. So does SLS for what it's worth. Most conventional rockets wait for a second and then release it. Forgive me for not understanding context to the question. I thought you were talking about like maybe regular rockets or something. But Starship, they release the clamps and it's gravity holds it in place. Soyuz does that too, for what it's worth. So yeah, a little bit of additional addendum on that explanation.
Who made that design? I love it.
I will be totally honest with you that I have also not been super involved with the design process because the store team has my back here and working on this on my own. But I know that Colleen and Lynn.
Here, let's. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put the main launch stream up there, and what I'm gonna do is bring up Starbase Live here. The reason why is because I've been muting that stream on and off, and I want the background music so I don't so the headset doesn't shut off, and I miss resubs like Dr. Hunt's with a 59-month resub, 84-month total. 28 minutes ago. I missed that. And it's not okay. I may have been gone and getting batteries during that though. Yeah, Charles, I do. Why would they start chilling a ground where there's only 45% go? It's because they're not sure if weather predictions are only so dang accurate. Xanax, if an anvil cloud forms over the pad right before liftoff, they'll scrub. But there's nothing to say that that's going to happen. Since when can weathermen predict the weather, let alone the future? No, Dorsman, I'm good. SLS doesn't use explosive bolts during booster ignition like the shuttle did? No, Dan, there's no need. The reason why the shuttle was bolted to the pad with an explosive bolt and a frangible nut is because when the engine's fired, the whole stack tilted, and you don't want it accidentally coming off before SRB ignition. With SLS, you don't got to worry about that. It's a similar design, but there's no frangible nut. It just goes right off the pad. Nut. Yeah, that's why they bolted the shuttle to the pad, because of the twang. Yep. The little rocking around the Christmas tree that it does there. Whoa.
Okay. Because it's a Kevin.
Whoa, hold on. Is that Kevin's setup?
We did not plan this at all. Kevin, can you pick that camera up? Is the cord long enough? Because I would love to see an infinity shot. Just something to, we're doing rocket launch photography and live streaming and whatnot. That's
Kevin's studio is better than mine, damn it.
Have an extra
damn it
minute or two. An infinity shot would be really cool. Just saying.
That is awesome.
Really cool. This is Kevin's studio. Kevin, are you on comm?
What the hell?
Now? Can you say things? Can you explain what they're looking at?
I mean, mine's pretty good, right? Right? Oh!
Just to mention that.
Oh!
Yeah, just to mention that while we're working on Kevin bringing it up, I think this view is one of the views that you're getting on the behind-the-scenes member multi-view. Like, there's also I think a commentary audio of producers in there, and they're like you hear all that's going behind the scenes. Kevin chatting to them, getting things ready. I mean, that's what Kevin has there is just. That's ridiculous.
Mine's okay.
I feel so bad with my 4 monitors now. It's just
look. You can see Das setting up on Margaritaville.
Nobody's seeing me, but I can see myself.
No, I can see you. I can see you in. I can see you in
the
there.
bottom.
That's hilarious.
The second.
This is bigger. I
know. On the right. Hi everyone.
Damn it!
Yeah, if you want to. Oh, are you there? Chat. Can you hear Kevin?
Can you all hear him?
You're not here. You keep talking to me, Kevin, and they can't hear you. But this is really cool. Another little extra perk you get as part of the membership program.
Here.
Kevin!
Wait, are you here?
I'm here. Hi.
Hi, Kevin.
I'm looking at chat. They're saying 0 by 0 on Kev, but that might be
now
old.
they can hear me.
Yep, 5 by 5.
You're not even in the same league. No, I gotta up my game. Now I feel bad.
My guy.
I actually need more, and I have one broken one over there, so I need to fix that.
That's awesome, dude.
Well, while you say you need more, you have more screens on your first row than I have in total.
Exactly.
I mean,
I have more cars. That's right.
There's a lot of things to view. We have 3 streams going. We have copies of VMix running. We have 2 copies of OBS going. I think 17 servers running. I think.
Yeah, I need a bigger stream room.
Yeah, just to reiterate,
dude, that's awesome.
Every time we thank everybody for the support, or we mention merch that's in the store. Hey, look, someone just picked up some merch from the store. See a little new order thing. It really does.
I thought I stepped up my game, dude.
Production. I mean, we're not a big company, but it's like 100-pound production in a 10-pound box, and we do the best that we can with the resources that we get. And holy cow, Kevin, you're making me want more. I mean, it's a running joke in our back channel. It's like, I need more screens. I need more screens. And I've never felt that way more than right now.
Us producers do the thing. We spend the money that we get on buying more equipment. So.
Oh, you know what?
I have a question.
I just realized. Something just clicked for me. Sorry, Alex.
So hardcore, dude.
A producer's equivalent of a photographer buying more and more cameras and lenses is buying more screens? Question mark.
More screens and more computers, because you actually need more computers.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Go ahead, Alex. What was your question?
There was a 90-inch TV at Micro Center. I have no place to put it, but I'm just mentioning it.
That's what I was going to, because a little bird told me that originally you were supposed to do something later today with some.
And then I'll build some more servers. I have a lot of servers to build.
Sure, we'll find
we
room
did
for it,
one
dude.
already, and we did like a membership stream. It was like a ephemeral.
Imagine
thing.
what it would
Kinda
look
just
like
had to
giving
be
him a
there.
mobile
We
production
did those from
truck.
time to time as part of the membership.
Well, fellas, he has one. Remember that RV that I was talking about? It's his. We should go fix it so we can give Kevin a mobile production studio, shouldn't we? I think we should.
They get to watch me pick my nose or whatever I do. Because I don't know what I do. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I
What's the second
yesterday,
screen
I think
bottom
for the
left?
stakeout, I gave you guys heads up that I was going to be working on some cameras near some of our
I
live
couldn't see
cameras.
it, I couldn't tell.
And I think
There
I
was a
was
chat- there was a
on
chat
air
open.
for a good portion of that, and only later did I realize I probably should have paid attention to the fact that I was on camera. Like, it didn't. Yeah. You need when you're on
sometimes you
camera, you
forget.
should probably. Yeah, sometimes you forget. It happens. Anyways, you know what else happens?
Rockets
Weather.
launch.
Hopefully. Yeah. Well, and also weather sometimes means they can't. But hopefully today, weather will mean that it can. Let me thank some more people because we are getting way behind. Space Pope did another $50. Space Pope, that's outstanding. Thank you so much. They say, bless this test and all those involved. Fly safe. Awesome. Thomas Simi is asking, when's the next weather go no go? I think we just got one with that 40.
That setup was insane. That setup was actually insane. That was one of the craziest setups I've ever seen. I can't believe that. Dude, I thought my setup was good, dude. And my setup's pretty good. But did you see that? He's got like blue LEDs around his... He got blue LEDs around his stuff? I want blue LEDs, damn it! I don't know. That would probably screw up the green screen lighting. See, Kevin doesn't need to have a green screen. He doesn't need green screen lighting. Your boy needs that. At that point, do we call it a setup or still a studio? This is my battle station, dude. Is that a plush banana? Why, yes, it is. Thank you for asking. There seems to be a massive server rack hiding behind those screens. That was impressive. Kevin's setup or mine? What? That's your setup? This is my setup. Yeah, you see, you guys are going there. YouTube chat's going there. I got Starbase. I got the main NSF stream there. I got Starbase Live here. I got Discord over there. I have next space flight up here so I can see what flights are happening. We got OBS over here. And I thought, like, I just upgraded to 5 screens. I had 4 before I redid the setup. And I added that one because we got a 4K monitor here. That monitor used to be here, but we took that monitor and moved it up there and put the 4K monitor there instead. You want to see the guitar. Right. Now we got to get you on my level with 6. Man, the heck with 6. I want 10. I don't know why, but... Here's the axe. I want to see it. Squire Stratocaster with Seymour Duncan pickups. You need just one more screen. No more? Bro, we need more. We need more. You know. I have it muted on this on the mixer. It's not going to go through. I have an Echo gear for the lower one meat bag, and then a tall monitor mount for the other one. There's an Echo gear monitor mount here for this. You could see the bracket for it right there. The guitar is piped through an amplifier that's going into the mixer. That actually can go I can pipe the guitar into the stream if we really wanted to. Not right now. No problem, Moo. Yep. Smoke on the water? Yeah, I don't know how to play that. What size monitors? Every monitor here is a 27-inch monitor. 2 of them are flat, 3 of them are curved. I mean, I thought my setup was good. Kevin's setup is better. He's got like mood lighting in there and stuff, man. I need more monitors. I don't know why. Actually, I got plenty of extra space. Like, look, we got extra space over there. Oh, hold up. Oh, okay, Luizo. You need a Les Paul. Yeah, Deadbringer. I'll make sure that happens. You need some acoustic tile stuck randomly around? That's the pro look? Yeah, alright. Yeah, that's fair. Prop load doesn't start till T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes, though, Sid. Do those lights bother you? And that's crazy. You look so different with that camera. What do you mean? Well, this camera is old, dude. This is an old camera. Do the lights bother me? No, not really. If you have 10 screens, what would you use them all for? Yeah, I don't know. It's got to go up a little bit. There we go. Go up just a little bit. There we go. There we go. Everything is good. I'm 3D now? What does that mean? Yeah, prop load polling starts at minus 1 hour 15. Prop load starts at 53. Minus 53 minutes. Play a song for good weather. Mission control ever become like Kevin's studio? That would be cool to have. But, I don't know. Maybe I could put the members multi-view up on another monitor. That would be kind of cool. He has Limprod, yeah. Monitor screen space is like gas. It'll fill all available space. I'm actually pretty comfortable with what I got here. I have enough for Discord, YouTube, Twitch, OBS. Yeah. I'm pretty good with this setup here, but yeah. My favorite thing about the Sony A6100 is how good it is in low light, so my lights are nowhere near as bright as that. Yeah, I'm not sure the C910 is the kind of arbiter of brightness here. That's an old camera. It's not very bright in here. Does your PC have multiple HDMI slots? Yeah, of course. I could run 8. We could run 8 monitors. And then if we ran off the integrated graphics cards on both computers, you could run 10. Yeah. I don't feel like frying in here though. That's the other thing. I would upgrade my HVAC before we increased our monitor count. I'm looking at that camera like it's still on. Nice. Remember, it's not the size of the setup, EJ, it's how you use it. The only people that say that are people with small setups, man. When is the next launch with Pad Ninjas? That would be Crew 12. Probably about 5 months out from that, chimp. Nice, Nader. All right, Flavia, you're going to take a quick nap? I could use it. Nice, Budojo. No, Ator. Flight 12, I think, is going to work. Trey, your Rocket Club is watching again today. Major project this year is a space shot, hypersonic glide vehicle simulation, and our new one, an NTR. NTR. All right. Squish you an 86-month resub. Let's see what we get. Let's see what we get, dude. What's NTR? Nuclear thermal. Nuclear thermal rocket. Is it gonna light this candle today, dude? I don't know. What do you think is the cost of a scrub launch? Jumping, if I had to put my word on, if I had to put something on it, I'd say like $500,000. Yeah, about 500 grand, most likely. Probably a little bit more with Starship. Yeah, Flavia, I got you. It'd be the first one fired since 1972. All the best. 53 minutes for tanking, drummer. Wouldn't they use a Pad Ninja if Cargo Dragon has to do a late load? Yeah, but they don't really stream that. I thought you don't stream on YouTube when covering NSF. I did the stakeout stream today, Jack, so this is the one exception to that rule. I was on this stream earlier today. It's fine. Long March and Blue Origin had launches this week, right? How did those go? I don't know what the Chinese rockets did. I'm not the guy to cover that. Blue scrubbed New Shepard. It is in the contract, Kirok. Neat. What is the confidence on launching today? SpaceX reported weather is 45% go, which is not ideal. But it was, it was 45% go on Sunday, and had they not had a LOX leak, they would have launched. 55 at this point in time, drummer. Oh, really? I am hopped up on Sudafed, Dayquil, Robitussin, a lot of stuff because I need rest. I'm sick, dudes. I've been sick basically since last Friday. We're on the mend though. Go take a nap on your garage couch? Not 90 minutes out. What are you, crazy? And I got cough drops for days, dude. Yeah, can't see me. I got you, dude. I got you. Yeah, man. Don't do it. I don't do that. Sipping on syrup. Yep. That's why I didn't. So normally, guys, what I would do the Starbase Stakeout stream for NSF, and then I would just pop right in here and do this and sit here and talk Starship with you till the launch. I took a break because I don't know how long my voice is going to last. Neptune, do I think we're going today? It's possible. No, Mikey, they haven't modified it. The stack has been out there at the pad. It's fine. Yeah, it'll be all right. I'm proud of my nephews. 2 work for SpaceX. 1 is the senior propulsion engineer at SpaceX. Elite 58. That's awesome, dude. Cool. What happened? I thought weather was 75% go. So Square's the 75% go was from NSF. SpaceX, but we all said that was tentative. Like, we don't know that for sure. SpaceX came out and said they're 45% go. Yeah, man, I wouldn't rule anything out, dude. But yeah, no, I didn't. But I've been also not going anywhere. Basically, this entire week, I have not left the house or the garage. Just to be careful. Don't want to get anybody else sick. This cold's pretty nasty. No problem, Squares. Yeah. Yesterday was 55% in scrub. Today was 45%. We going, baby. It was 45% on Sunday, Blitz, and had they not had a LOX leak, they would have launched. So, Ryan Weber's saying that the SpaceX live stream should be starting 50 minutes before T0. Might get that update, dudes. Might get that update. That's just a half hour away. Well, 40 minutes. Kids are back at school this week, spreading germs everywhere again. Yeah, you know what, dude? Let me, let's see. Watch. Yeah, look. Starting 6:40. Ah. Very curious. Okay. Okay, all right. Okay. Okay, all right. Okay. Yeah, that's good. That's a good sign. Yeah, absolutely. Ah, man. All right. No, I'm good. I'm good. I really hope it's not that Occupy Mars thing again. We know. We're motivated. Please just give us the real details. Still melt, yeah. I know what you mean. Dude, I'm pretty sure Elon going there and basically saying the company's mission statement was on purpose. If you want my honest opinion, I think he did that for a very good reason. I think he basically did that as a signal to say, hey, I'm here. This is what we're doing. I'm back. We're back to doing SpaceX stuff. You know, been gone for a little bit. Don't read too much into that statement. You know what I mean? My statement, not his. You know, I think that was him saying I'm back. You know. What about looking for new investors? New investors are always good. It's always good to get people that want to spend, you know, put money towards your cause for a return on investment later. But I'll be 100% honest with you. SpaceX doesn't need investors. Starlink, they're turning the pad on. Starlink brings in Billions of dollars a year. Billion. Tres comas. Yeah, don't worry about that. Do you want to hear something crazy? Starship's budget is almost SLS's budget on an annual cost. Like, we're using a little bit of extrapolation. We don't know these numbers for sure, so take it with a grain of salt. You know, but I've heard a lot of people say, you know, like, oh my gosh, SLS gets all this money. That's so stupid. It's ridiculous. They should give that money to SpaceX. Imagine what they could do with that money. Well, yes. We don't need to imagine. It's right there. You're live on YouTube. It's bedtime here, and I don't do Twitch on my phone. I am. Prestige, world, bye. Investors? Possibly you. SLS budget per year, it's to the tune of like 6-7 billion a year, consort. Now that we do know. It fluctuates, but Starship is almost that, which is crazy, dude. That's absolutely insane. Get the vibes he isn't in the best headspace right now. It just seemed off. Honestly, Cape, I've been watching him for a long time. The Elon that we saw yesterday reminded me a lot of Elon circa like 2013, 2014. So, and the cast felt like an old SpaceX cast, which is, yeah, I don't know how to feel about that. That's pretty neat, though. All right, drummer. I mean, he isn't going around calling people names and stuff, but the stated number in the lawsuit was $4 million per day operational cost at Starbase and $100 million to build a Starship per E, but that was a while ago. Yeah, Vent, that's the numbers that I use for extrapolation there. That, and Elon has said that the Starlink generates more money than the SLS budget. He said something to the tune of that on X a little while back. Spoon, it doesn't look too bad. It looks like the storms are going away. We can see some blue sky there, but SpaceX has said that they're 45% go for the weather today. I think they're worried about thunderstorms forming again, dude. I'm not 100. Is that 7 billion? That 7 billion number including the cost to build up Starbase? It's close, Dino. I don't know what Starbase operational cost is, dude. I mean, it's 4 million a day, so 4 million times 365. I would get my calculator, but right. So that's Starship operations. That's the or Starbase operations per year, annually. That's just ops. That's not building things. That is just to keep the lights on. Do some extrapolations. You know, operations are a good chunk of change, right? But a lot of it is wages. Wages, raw material purchase, cost of launching the ship, right? I mean, that's kind of roped into operations, but you get the idea. R&D. Is the tower vent on? Tower vent's on. Isn't that number of billions? Yeah, it is Rev 633. Yeah, it would be revenue. I mean, we don't know how the money gets broken down, guys. But yeah, sorry, I'm misspeaking a little bit because I'm a little bit under the weather. Excuse me. Yeah, Starlink is basically funding the Starship program indefinitely, dude. You're on windy right now, and around 6 p.m. there's still potential for a little bit more than 0.1 lightning strike per square kilometers. That's probably their hold. Yeah, they're not sure where it depends on where the chips fall when it comes to anvil clouds. So the Pez dispenser is actually a money dispenser, pretty much, dude. Fuel tankers were showing up all through the morning. Bellum, I was here on the stakeout stream for NSF. Yeah, Salty, I'm not sure about the weather, dude. Anyone know the cost per kilogram to send something up on Falcon? So on paper, pure, Falcon costs 60 mil to launch into space. That's all costs included. And Falcon 9 can move with a drone ship landing, so a downrange drone ship landing, you could probably, I think it's like 18 or 19 metric tons. So that's 18,000 kilograms divided by 60 million, give or take. That is, now, those numbers, there's huge asterisks next to those numbers. Why? Because, well, missions, like Falcon 9 doesn't have a price tag. You can't go to SpaceX and be like, yes, I'll take 1 Falcon 9, please, or 2 Falcon 9, please. These are complex sales, which means it's a contractual thing, okay? So a contract is done for a complicated type of sale. Cell phones, your cell phone plan is a complex sale, right? Because, you know, you have a contract with, you know, like what your data plan is, et cetera, and everybody has different data plans. It's that, but with rockets. Rockets are a complex form of sale, so it very much varies. Depends on what you're doing. So 60 million is kind of the going price, but that is not like the set dead price of a Falcon 9. Different missions cost different amounts. You want to launch people, that number goes up, you know? OLM vent is on, dudes. We should be able to go to the local SpaceX and buy a Falcon 9. Rycross, I want to live in that world, dude. I don't know about you. Starlink Factory was amazing to see yesterday. It was, dude. I mean, I buy my cell phone in cash. I'm pretty sure, Transpasan, if you went to SpaceX with a briefcase full of $60 million, they wouldn't say no. Let me put it to you like that. How you pay for the sale does not necessarily mean it's not a contractual thing. That's why it's called a complex sale, because there's more than one way to do it. So the running price for Falcon 9 does vary. It depends, guys. Should be coming up on the go, no go for fueling here in the next 3 minutes. Apparently you can buy an Aurora for Dawn. Aqualex, hey, that's the beauty of capitalism, man. Everything's for sale. Everything has a price. That's, you know, I understand the, anxiety towards certain capitalistic things, but the cool thing is that everything's for sale. You can buy anything. Anything is buyable. You can buy whatever you want. That's cool, man. I think that's really neat. Is your hat for sale? This hat? You can buy it on Amazon. You want this one? I don't know, man. This is my original NASA black hat, black worm logo. Can I buy your Dodge? As is, Spoon? Or like when it's finished? It's a beauty, but also the drawback should be treated with respect. Great power comes great responsibility, Aqualex. Uncle Ben, baby. Can I buy yourself? I said things, not people. Joe. You know, there was that whole thing where they tried to do that a little while ago, and you know, that was not cool. It was pretty frowned upon. You probably shouldn't do that. It's not a good thing. Is the Coronet functional? I mean, Ivan, it runs, dude. Yes, the Coronet runs. I'm serious. If we put the negative term on the battery right now, it'll run. Just got to prime up the carburetor. It'll go. It runs. Even when the back half of the car is missing, it runs. I haven't seen it in a long time, so I don't know if you have it in pieces. You haven't seen it? Really? Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. We got the tower vent on. Fueling pulse should be happening here in 40 seconds. I'll be right back. Not that we're going to hear it. Okay. Ivan, here, look real quick. Just wait a second. Yeah, it's got no back, but I'm working on fixing it. Sun synchronous orbit, December 2025, 1 kilogram is 33 cents. Cool. Yeah, it's in pieces. You made it a dually. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Would it be unhealthy to walk into that big cloud of water vapor? It's not water vapor, Daggerson. That's gaseous oxygen or gaseous nitrogen. And yeah, that would be very bad for you. If you walked into that cloud in the top left, you would suffocate because it's nitrogen. And your lungs, well, you inhale nitrogen. You're inhaling nitrogen right now. But that nitrogen has oxygen as well. If you inhaling pure nitrogen is a really nice way to make your lungs very unhappy. It's that cloud is extremely cold, like to the point where it would burn you. You think that's air you're breathing now? You don't know me. I might just be inhaling pure oxygen from a tank. Yeah, that's good. I'm sure that works for you. Don't walk into the cloud, okay? What's the engine parts for? In the garage? Talking about that stuff? That's the old parts that we took off of the blue truck. In fact, guys, I wouldn't want to be anywhere near this pad when it's on. You know, I don't think it'll happen, but there's always... You remember what happened to Ship 36. Don't be near this when it's fueling. Don't do that. That's not... That's... A lot of things are changing when you go to fill a rocket up with fuel. Now, don't get me wrong. SpaceX has not filled this up with fuel just yet. They will start fueling at T-minus 53 minutes, and that is if the go no go poll was good. We don't know that for sure. Is that intake scrap? I mean, no, it works. It works just fine. That mean my big fat butt can go into space for around 4,500. No, if you want life support systems, you got to pay extra. That's what I mean about complex sales. Is the trunk pan already welded or is it still loose? It's mocked up right now. Yeah, spoiled, yep. What's all the venting from the bottom of the OLM? OLM, that is they're chilling down the fuel lines that go to the booster quick disconnect. You got to get the pipes to the right temperature to move cold propellants. They need to be cold to move cold propellants. How many times can they tank and detake the stack before it fatigues the metal too much? Well, Salarate, that's probably not something that's going to happen with Starship. It's stainless steel. It does not move like aluminum. Stainless actually gets stronger when it's cold, believe it or not. So, tanking and detanking, metal fatigue via tanking and detanking, that's not an issue here. And if it was an issue, SpaceX really needs to reconsider their design. I really don't think that it is, though. Good question, though, for sure. Ricky, what's up? Hi, have you tried the game Oxygen Not Included? I know about ONI. ONI is a good game. I haven't played it, though, but I know about it. Fumi, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. The pan is not religious enough yet. It's not holy. That's right. I have so many holes to drill in that stupid trunk pan. I'm not looking forward to that at all. How's today looking? I've been on a 1,200-mile road trip since 4 a.m. Well, looking at the screen right now, SVO, everything looks okay. SpaceX announced a 45% probability to go, which is not really what you want to hear, but... Hi, what's up, Frisk? How are you? Any reason they couldn't create like a double-sealed pipe that has an outer shell that has cold fluid to chill a pipe, then inner to move the fuel, run it like a coolant loop? I'm fairly confident that that's how their methane scavenging system works, Spoon, but I don't know for sure. You could jacket the pipes, but it's easier to just insulate them. I mean, the metal, once it's at temps, pretty much stays there, especially if you're moving the fuel through it. Trucks have been going in all morning, SVO. They stopped going in when the roadblock, went up a little while back. But yeah, I was covering the Starbase stakeout for NSF this morning. Dude, there had to have been at least, I don't know, 10 trucks in there all at once. Steve, yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I wasn't sure. That's exactly how they super chill the propellants. Yeah, there's certain parts in the heat exchanger on the pad is jacketed, but the pipes going to the pad I don't think are jacketed like that. SpaceX announced 45% probability to go, Brimo, but that was a little while back. I do see blue sky down there, and that is good, and the storms once again are going away from Boca Chica, but yeah, we'll see. When they have to detank the booster plus ship, do they lose all the locks? Yes. That's why most of the trucks that we saw going in today, Phil, were all liquid oxygen and nitrogen. They use nitrogen to cool for the heat exchanger. That's what that bunker vent is right here. They use liquid nitrogen to cool down all the equipment, and then they flow locks through it. And then the locks has vents here and here on the booster quick disconnect and the ship quick disconnect vent. So they're using nitrogen to keep, liquid nitrogen to keep all this stuff cool, right? And they're using liquid oxygen they're flowing liquid oxygen into the pipes to chill them down. Wednesday's not looking great. Thursday, Friday look okay. All right. Hang on, we got an update here from SpaceX, guys. Let's take a look. Starship team is go for hamster. Go for prop load. Weather is now 55% favorable for liftoff at the opening of the launch window. Live webcast begins in about 20 minutes. We will switch off of Starbase Live here when that cast starts up. Copy, go for hamster. Didn't you say that SpaceX is going to start their own oxygen farm? They're going to start what's called they have an ASU. The ASU is... Okay, so this is the camera on the dunes. The ASU is on the other side of Highway 4. So Highway 4 is like right back here. It's on the other side of this cloud. They're going to put in an air separator unit. The air separation unit will make liquid nitrogen and liquid oxygen. It'll make the most of that. It'll make the liquid nitrogen the most. But it'll also make argon as well. And yeah, they're putting that on site. Now, as to what they're going to do with how they're going to get methane out here, I don't know. Do you think Pad B will have a LOX reclamation system? I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, SpaceX has currently officially said that they're trending positively. It was 45% a second ago, but their new tweet, it's 55% now. ASU, Alpha Sierra Uniform, not AFU, not that. We're not talking about that. We're talking about air separation units, right? There's no F in separation. Quote me on that. Yeah, I don't think they're going to have a Kristen, that's really where my mind's at. I don't think they're going to have a shortage of methane in Texas. I really don't. I don't think that's the thing. I'm going to go over here. I don't want smoke coming out of my ears. Separation. Mission Control, we are go for hype. Don't rack your voice. We need it for re-entry. I'm saving it for that, dude. No booster catch today. They're going to try to do an emergency. They're going to try and test an emergency engine out landing procedure, Spoon, by basically starting the 3 engines in the center of the booster, shutting one off, and then turning the outer ring of engines on, and they're going to try to land on that. It's a simulated landing. It will splash down in the Gulf, and the ship, Jeb willing, will get to the Indian Ocean and splash down over there after doing a flip and burn. Have you played Re-Entry? I just did a TLI burn and lunar orbit last week. I played it. I haven't played it on stream, dude. What is the gas used to replace the fuel in the tank? How do they get it on Mars? Starship uses autogenous pressurization tannet, so the Raptor engines actually recirculate. They have a tap-off mechanism built in. So they're recirculating gaseous methane and gaseous oxygen into the tanks. And how, in terms of how they'll get it on Mars, you don't have to. It's already there. Isn't there an old natural gas well on their property? I think so, Rarest. Yeah. Is re-entry as authentic as it seems? It's pretty good, Nader. Yep. What's that, goalie? Let me see that link. It's a good picture. Sanchez Gas and Oil, that was the original plan to get the LNG, but they abandoned that idea. I wish I had a gas well on your property. Don't we all? So the ship has fuel even when empty. Yes and no, Tannen. It has gas. Could you reclaim that gas? Yeah, sure. But Mars has all the materials there to basically... You could create methane on Mars if you really want to. Like, you could put an air separator. An air separator would work on Mars. Mars does have an atmosphere. It's just not a lot. It has a little bit of atmosphere. Right? And that tiny, tiny bit of atmosphere has CO2 in it. CO2 has carbon. If you have carbon, combine that with hydrogen, you can make methane. And then the O2 you could just use for fuel. So this phenomenon of using stuff on other planets to essentially make a gas station for commodities for your rocket is called in situ resource utilization, or ISRU for short. In situ resource utilization is basically, building a gas station. That's what SpaceX is going to do. And they were there's a really good reason why this thing uses liquid methane and liquid oxygen as opposed to liquid hydrogen or just kerosene. Well, you're not getting oil on Mars, right? You're not using kerosene. If there was kerosene on Mars or crude oil to make kerosene on Mars, we would be there already. Let's be real. I hate saying that, I hate admitting it, but it is absolutely true. Voice is starting to go. Now, with all that being said, there is enough. You can make hydrogen. Sure, hydrogen would probably be the easiest to make. Where is hydrogen? Well, Mars has ice caps. Ice caps have water in it. Water has hydrogen in it. Boom. Bada bing, bada boom. There you go. Right? Here's the thing. You can make hydrogen, probably the easiest thing to get at. Hydrogen is a pain in the butt to make into a liquid and store. That sucks. It's terrible. It'll leak everywhere. Hydrogen is very, very small. It's a very, very tiny atom. So and it only exists as a liquid in a very, very small window. So like, take water, for instance, which has hydrogen in it. Water exists as a liquid from 0 to 100 C, right? That's a huge nominal range there. That is 273 Kelvin to 373 Kelvin, all right? That is a lot. That's a lot. That's a huge nominal range where water stays as a liquid. Hydrogen stays as a liquid between 3 and 5 Kelvin, and that's it. Very tiny atom, very small possible opportunity of being a liquid. Hydrogen is very difficult to manage. It's even difficult to manage down here. Right? Hey, Dewstar, thank you for the Prime sub. Come on, boys. Absolute zero is minus 273 C, guys, for what it's worth. Hydrogen exists as a liquid between like minus 270 and minus 268 C. There's a very small range. It's very easy to get hydrogen to turn to gas. And man, buddy, if you can figure out a way to get hydrogen to like 1 Kelvin and solidify it, well, good for you. Solid rocket hydrogen propellant would be great. That would be really cool. That would be really difficult, but it'd be really cool. So hydrogen is abundant on Mars. You can get it. You can get hydrogen. You can get carbon. You can get oxygen. But the reason why SpaceX is using liquid methane is because methane is 1 carbon and 4 hydrogens attached to each other, right? The hydrogen is attached almost in four times symmetries. You have a carbon, you have 4 hydrogen attached to it, all right? I've been told by chemists that the angle of the dangle absolutely makes a difference, and that frankly blew my mind. But that's another story. But that carbon that's attached to methane makes it very stable. Liquid methane is a lot easier to store than liquid hydrogen. Don't get me wrong, it's still harder to store than kerosene. Kerosene you can just leave in a bucket. No problem. Even on Mars, you can probably still just leave it as a bucket. The pressure might do something weird to it, but whatever, it's fine. Might freeze it, but it is what it is. So that's why SpaceX chose methane, because it's easier to store methane for in situ resource utilization. So for instance, your gas station, it'd be easier to store all that liquid methane in your gas station on Mars. So when a Starship does come down and land, you could just refuel it and boop, right back up, good to go. Yeah, hydrogen permeates everything. It's like sand. It's coarse, rough, and it gets everywhere. How is Titan doing? The tower vent shut off. Tower vent shut off means that they're gonna start fueling the ship here in another couple minutes. Peter, Titan's doing okay. Between the stakeout stream and this stream today, dude, the vet called and we took him to the vet a couple days ago. He's got heartworms. I don't know how he got it. We've been giving him the preventative stuff, but he got heartworms. That's next couple of months aren't going to be fun for you, boy. But we'll take care of him. We'll take care of him. We'll get him all healed up. Yeah, that was a gut punch. I took it though. Was he on hard guard? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, all systems. We take him for walks in the woods and stuff. He could have gotten bit or something. I don't know. We live in the woods. There's all kinds of crap and bugs out here, you know. Yeah. Don't worry. We'll take care of him. We'll nurse that pupper right back to health. He'll be all right. Heartworms is curable, and we caught it. We apparently caught it early because he was not exhibiting any symptoms of heartworm at all. So that's good. Yeah, I don't know all systems. I don't know what happened, dude. I don't know if we didn't administer it right. It's just big pain in the butt. Hang on. So, he'll be all right, guys. It's curable. It's just going to be pain in the butt. And, yeah. It's going to kill me to see him like that. But, hey, it is what it is. It's all right. It's fine. I'll get over it. SQD vent is on again. Yes, Chimp, it sucks. And what's going to kill me is that I usually take Titan in the backyard before stream and play fetch with him so he gets his exercise. And that, yeah, it's going to kill me just keeping him inside because I know come Monday, or the next stream that I do, he's going to grab, I'm going to go and he's going to look at me. He's like, wait, why is it? This was playtime. What the hell? And I'm going to be like, sorry, man. Terrible, but rough. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. He's going to get so bored. Yeah, it's going to suck, man. That's okay. It takes a couple of months, older Buffalo, but don't worry. We'll be fine. That's life, dudes. We give him the preventative stuff, dude. We give him the preventative stuff. He has a flea collar on him all the time. Like, It happens. He may have had it. He may have had it this whole time. We don't know. I mean, he was a stray. We don't know. Like, it is what it is, dude. But don't worry. He ain't going anywhere. It's just a bummer. Tower vent came back on. We should be inside of fueling that. We should start fueling. That tower vent shouldn't be on, but it is. Thanks, guys. Thanks for all the support. I appreciate it. We'll get Titan through it. We'll get him through it, and he'll be back up here barking at me in no time. We're in prop load with the SQD vent on, Kate. Propellant load of Starship's upper stage is now underway. That was at 6:38. That was a minute ago. Why is the tower vent going if they're loading prop? Had this happen to one of my doggos. Vet said some heartworms are developing resistance to prevention. So even with perfect use, there's still a risk. Dude, we give it to him. Yeah, it sucks, man. Treat pounds for Titan. Thank you, Pat. Yeah, he'll be good. Titan got heartworms. Which sucks, but it is what it is. Guys, see this thing right here? This vent wouldn't be on if they were loading propellants. This thing would be closed. It did close for a second while I was telling you guys about Titan. I was watching.
This is space. I'm in
and
space.
now it's back open again. Hey, Fluffy, 10 subs. Thank you. What's Titan's favorite treat? He's been really getting into the rawhide things. They're not called rawhides. I don't know what they're called. It's like a chewable bone thing that's like rolled up. It kind of looks like a burrito. Hey, Jono. EJ, look at chat. Lock's load only gets governed by the tower vent, not methane. Oh, yeah, so they could be loading methane. That's right, Neptune. You're right. They're beef cheeks. That's what they are. Okay, SpaceX's live stream is starting, so we're going to switch off SBL, put SBL up there, and we will go over here. Swoop. We got to be careful about streaming that music. It got claimed yesterday because some bozo thinks, because I played 15 seconds of a tune that sounds like his music, you get, oh no, that's my entire 6 hours of stream. That's great. Good. So we're gonna have to watch it without it. You know what? We'll put on our music. I'm gonna get my own music with Blackjack. Here, ready? Here. SpaceX didn't claim it. Somebody else did. They used somebody's music, Pasquale. Oh!
Hello and welcome to Starbase Texas, or what we here at SpaceX like to call the Gateway to Mars. I'm Amanda Lee, a build reliability engineer at
What's up,
SpaceX.
Amanda?
And I am Dan Hewitt with SpaceX Communications. Everybody, welcome back to Starbase. If you've been following along, today is going to mark the third attempt to get our 10th Starship flight test off the ground. First one was back on Sunday. We stood down then to troubleshoot an issue with some of our ground systems, had a leaky hose. We replaced that, got to our attempt yesterday, lost our battle with the weather gods and some anvil clouds in the area, but we're hoping the third time is the charm.
Yeah, fingers crossed for sure.
Yeah, so at the moment, we are actively loading propellant onto the vehicles. Our engineers are on console, monitoring the vehicle, all of the systems as we count down to liftoff. Prop load is underway. We are looking better on the weather this time, good on the range, and we are targeting the very beginning of our window at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. Our objectives for today, really with the ship, are going to look very similar to the last couple of launches, looking to deploy those Starlink simulator satellites, fly a whole bunch of experiments during Starship's reentry, testing the limits of its heat shield and its flaps. Ultimately, we want to see ship do controlled descent, soft splashdown in the Indian Ocean. That's really what we're looking for today. Regardless of the outcome, though, goal is always to collect as much data as possible. That gets us one step closer to a fully operational Starship.
That's right. And either way, flight tests guarantee the maximum level of excitement. And Starship will allow us to fly the heaviest payloads ever flown and ultimately fly humans further into space than ever before, even all the way to Mars, as we always talk about. Our progress here at SpaceX is measured by getting closer to establishing a self-sustaining civilization on Mars, and these are the flights that are forging that path.
That's right. Now, a whole bunch has happened to get us to this 10th flight test. We're not going to go all the way back to the beginning, but we're going to start with Starship's 9th flight test, which lifted off in May. That one did end with what we call a rapid unscheduled disassembly, or a RUD, on both the ship and booster. Let's take a quick trip back.
So Flight 9 marked the first reflight of a super heavy booster. We saw successful hot staging and the first ever deterministic flip, which gives us extra performance. The reused booster was flown at a much higher angle of attack to push the envelope on capabilities. This did end up causing some internal structural failure, eventually leading to a rapid unscheduled disassembly at landing burn.
Ship, though, continued its ascent. While it was going, though, we saw pressure dropping in the main fuel tank, rising in the nose cone. In this view, you can see pop the fuel diffuser inside the pressurization system. We had a hole develop. The ship still managed to complete its ascent burn, got to its planned velocity, got to second stage engine cutoff. Really huge moment.
After that, though, we did run into some issues with attitude control, which eventually led us to skipping the payload deploy and Raptor relight demos. Starship eventually re-entered the atmosphere in an off-nominal attitude, and communication was unfortunately lost approximately 46 minutes into the flight test during entry, but not before we got one heck of a light show.
That's right. Looking forward to another one today. The booster RUD, we went back and looked at it. That was caused we had a much higher than predicted forces on the booster structure, really honing in on that internal fuel transfer tube inside. That was all due to that angle of attack experiment we were running for today's flight and any of the remaining ones on this version of the booster. We're just lowering the angle of attack for the booster as it comes in, relaxes those forces, minimizes the likelihood that we see that kind of structural failure.
Yeah, and then over on the ship side, we redesigned the part of the fuel pressurization system that failed on Flight 9. We put it through a more rigorous test campaign and subjected it to flight-like stresses, and eventually we were able to actually run it for more than 10 times the expected service life with no damage, which was super exciting. Yeah. Our goal is always, of course, to make it through all of the objectives we set, but any result that teaches us more about Starship performing in the real-world environment helps us to make those targeted iterations and improve quickly.
Yeah, that's kind of been the secret to our success. That's how we developed Falcon 1, our first rocket. That's how we developed Falcon 9, which we've already flown more than 100 times just this year. A little insane, and 500 flights overall.
Yeah, super exciting for Falcon 9. And again, we're trying to follow their lead and launch, learn, and repeat.
Yeah. So we finished Flight 9. We were getting ready for Flight 10. And if you followed along, we originally had a different ship number 36, that was slated to fly on Flight 10. But that experienced a pretty major anomaly during its static fire test out at our Massey's test site. We were actually in its second static fire, a 6-engine. We were loading cryogenic propellant on board.
Look
We
at
saw
that.
a sudden energetic event, complete loss of Starship, damage to the stand, and some of the immediate area surrounding it.
The most likely root cause that we were able to identify was undetectable or underscreen damage to a composite overwrapped pressure vessel, or COPV, in Starship's payload base section. To address this probable cause, we are operating the COPVs on Starship at a lower pressure and also implemented additional proofs and inspection methods.
Turning into a nice
Meanwhile,
day,
though,
guys.
got to maintain our launch schedule, got to keep testing, so we pivoted to actually using the launch pad, the same one we're
So
stacked
see this
on
over
right
here?
now.
That's the
to do
ASU
ship
I was
static
telling you
fire
about.
test, something we had never done before.
It's under
a
construction.
retrofit was the fastest path to get back to flying. The team was able to engineer, implement a solution. We used a ship transport ring, sawed some stuff off, welded some stuff on. We're able to mount the ship, load propellant using what we usually use for the booster, and then do 2 different static fires on that orbital launch mount, doing that in a matter of weeks.
Yeah, it was really an incredible turnaround to see. And the static fires did give us the data we needed to progress to launch and are a prime example of our engineer and technician teams working together to build creative solutions to keep us charging forward to bring Starship online.
Even while we did all of that, we're still in the process of rebuilding that Massey's test site. That's where we want to continue testing our ships in the future, and we're getting it ready for that next generation of Starship version 3.
Yeah, very excited. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Okay, back to the rocket on the pad currently. Starship is the first orbital launch vehicle engineered to be fully reusable. It's built for frequent flights and a significant amount of payload.
It is the largest rocket ever made, ever flown, largest flying object in human history. It's going to be the vehicle that enables our foundational mission to eventually bring humans to Mars. I
55%,
recently, just
Shadow.
yesterday, got a chance to do a deep dive into kind of everything big picture Starship. Had some special guests, Elon Musk and Bill Riley. Let's take a look back. We're about to launch the largest flying object ever made, but this isn't on the radar for everybody, and we know that. So we want to kind of take a beat, pull back, do a little bit of Starship 101. To do that, I've got some special guests crashing the webcast today. Joining me now in Star Factory, Elon Musk, Chief Engineer at SpaceX. Bill Riley, our VP of Starship Engineering. Thanks for being here, guys. I know we got a rocket about to get off the pad, but, let's start people off like high level. Like, why are we here? What the hell are we doing here?
Well, I don't know about everybody, but I'm here to try to build into the future that I imagined and dreamed of as a child, where starships with people are out among the stars exploring the universe.
Yeah, so the why, it's always important to explain the why of things. And the why of Starship is that we want to be a multi-planet species to extend consciousness beyond Earth, I think for 2 main reasons. One is to ensure the long-term
He was there. I don't know if he's
survival
there
and
now.
prosperity of life as we know it in consciousness, which if we are a multi-planet species and ultimately a multi-stellar species out there among the stars, the probability of survival is much, much longer. That's kind of the
I didn't notice that yesterday.
defensive aspect or life
The
insurance
chopper.
for life collectively. But then they also need to be things that are inspiring and exciting and that give you reason to live. Life cannot just be about solving one tragic problem after another. There must be also reasons to get up in the morning and be excited about the future. And a future where we are a spacefaring civilization is infinitely more exciting than one where we are not.
And we're doing it all pretty unique location. I mean, the pad's behind us. We got rocket on the tower. We got another tower with it. We're sitting inside Star Factory. And I mean, it wasn't like this for very long. This is all pretty brand new.
Yeah, I think we moved Starship here in about the early part of 2019. So we've been coming that entire time and seeing the site evolve from a double-wide trailer and a tent where we built
It's from
Starhopper
yesterday, guys.
to the
Yep.
first suborbital test flights. And now we have behind us 2 towers for the first time as we build towards the first operational flight from the second tower at the end of this year. And this beautiful building, 1,000,000 square feet, where we're able to work towards a production line of Starships.
Yeah, the SpaceX team has done an incredible job of building out really the most advanced rocket manufacturing facility that has ever existed. This is far beyond any rocket fabrication facility that has ever been built. This is essentially alien level technology, and it was all built here, basically down by the Rio Grande River and close to the beach. It's an incredibly improbable location, and this used to be a sandbar. I think we're about 3 feet or about a meter above sea level.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It really was nothing. If you see the time lapse from sandbar to two launch towers and a gigantic rocket factory with high bays, and we're going to be building something called the Gigabay, which is like one of the largest enclosed volumes on Earth. So it's sort of like a gigantic Borg cube that we're going to be building here for building and storing these gigantic rockets. It's really spectacular, and anyone can come and visit. So because we're on a public highway, and we're literally by a public beach, you can actually come and see the rocket. You quite close up. I mean, you can drive past it, and you can also look at the factory. And anyone can do this from anywhere in the world. So you can come and visit and check it out. So I think it's pretty cool that it's
just not right now.
Just not right now.
Just not right now.
Obviously not when we're launching because there's some safety issues, but the rocket's often just sitting on the pad without any propellant in it, and then you can just come here and visit. It's very easy.
Yeah, I think it's a really special place. Yesterday, the ship went down the road behind us, and I saw families outside on Sunday going for their Sunday stroll, and they were greeted by Starship going down. And I think that from the very beginning, the thing about Starship different than Falcon and other rockets that I'm aware of is we designed it to be mass-produced at scale. And it's not about building one Starship and getting to orbit once. It's about doing it in a sustained and rapid way.
Yeah, we're aiming for ultimately thousands of ships to be built per year, which is what's needed in order to construct a city on Mars that is self-sustaining. And the major fork in the road of destiny will be when the Mars city is capable of surviving, even if the resupply ships from Earth stop coming for any reason. And that reason could be something cataclysmic, or it could be that that civilization simply subsided. There's always this debate throughout history of will civilization end with a bang or a whimper. But either way, if the critical thing is to get to the point where Mars is self-sustaining and can survive even if the resupply ships stop coming for any reason, which means that you need to build an entire base of industry on Mars in order for Mars to survive. For example, it's not simply enough to build a chip, like a computer chip factory, but you need the ability to build computer chip factories. So this is going to really take a lot of tonnage. I mean, my guess is at least 1 million tons to the surface of Mars, and maybe it takes less than that, but it's going to be a lot. But this is a very exciting future. It's one which will ensure the long-term survival and prosperity of life and consciousness, and it's the critical stepping stone to get from this solar system to other star systems, and perhaps go out there and explore, and perhaps we'll encounter alien civilizations that maybe they're alive now, or maybe they enjoyed a period of prosperity for millions of years, but also died out millions of years ago. So it's humbling to think of the age of the universe, according to the standard model of physics, being approximately 13.8 billion years old. So an incremental million years would be 3 digits past the decimal point. And if you look at, say, our civilization and measure our civilization by the first evidence of writing, which is about 5,500 years ago, civilization as measured from the first writing is only 1/1,000,000th of Earth's existence.
Or blip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flash in the pan so far.
Yeah.
Yes, flying their fuel.
Well, we're getting some cool shots.
By the same
Rocket
tank
out on the
farm.
pad right now. We tell people, like, come down, see it. It's hard to get like a sense of scale of just how massive this thing is. And we were able to catch somebody working on it a little while ago. And like part of the reason you said we're sending millions of tons, that's kind of why this thing
I
is
think
so
in this
massive
image,
as it
Dan,
is.
you can actually see the person working at the bottom of the ship, and as we zoom out, you see the full ship, that sort of two-tone silver and black, and then the booster below it, right? And it really sets the scale which doesn't come across, I think,
Right,
other
Chip.
than in person. And when I do tours, I like to say Starship is real, Starship is big, and Starship is really big. And I think you can see there, and with the factory shots you saw earlier, again, we've got Flight 10 on the pad, but we got many more behind it.
Yeah, so I posted a video yesterday of just a brief scan of part of the Starship factory.
This
You
was
can get a
the
sense of
attempt from
the scale of the
yesterday,
factory.
Cyberwolf.
Yeah, I guess we could talk a bit about why Starship is the way it is. Like, for example, why is half of the ship black and half of it is silver colored? And that's because the bottom half of the ship, the bottom as seen from orbital entry, has a heat shield on it. So the black there is the heat shield, and then the core structure of the rocket is a special alloy of stainless steel, and that's where you see the sort of shiny silver parts are stainless steel. The reason for steel over aluminum is that the heat of atmospheric entry and the heat of the rocket engines is enough to easily melt aluminum, but steel is much more resilient against both ascent heating, but especially the reentry heating. And you don't have to paint it, which is actually very difficult to paint a large object that is going through cryogenic cycles and have the paint stay on. It's quite challenging.
And so we've talked about it. It's massive. It obviously takes a whole lot of energy to make that thing move. And that's where Raptor really starts to come in. Most advanced engine on the planet. Giant
yes.
lightsaber.
No, that's the
Yeah. Glad he's back to standard program. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. Absolutely. That's a Raptor test stand out at SpaceX's McGregor facilities in Texas there. But yeah, guys, this was from yesterday's launch attempt. This is what's going on right now. The crazy thing is that they're showing it basically at the same time in the count. So this was 29 minutes, 47 seconds before launch yesterday. And this is 29 minutes and 43 seconds right now before launch, right? See, that one's live and that one's previously recorded, but they're at the same time in the countdown, which is kind of funny. And speaking of that, we are inside of 30. We are inside of 30 minutes. Yeah.
required 9 months of refurbishment between flights. So the space shuttle heat shield would come back essentially partially broken and would require many months of refurbishment in order to fly again. What we're trying to achieve here with Starship is to have a heat shield that can be flown immediately. So the ship, both the ship and the booster, would be caught by the tower arms, and the booster would be placed immediately back on the launch stand, and the ship's got to orbit Earth at least once. But then could be back potentially in one orbit, but in most cases several orbits. So the ship would come back several hours later, but then be caught by the arms and placed on top of the booster. You can also have multiple ships ready so that a single booster could service 5 or more ships, so that you could be flying the booster in theory every hour. This is kind of a profoundly fast speed, obviously, for the largest flying object by far ever made. But it's the reason why we catch the tower. We catch the booster with the tower arms, and the ship also will be caught with the tower arms, because that's the fastest way to get the booster and the ship back to flight. If we had instead put landing legs, which we have done before for the ship tests, we actually had landing legs that flipped down, and the ship we've successfully demonstrated landing with legs.
Kind of disingenuous.
But if
he
you
clowns
do that,
on the shuttle
if we were to do that with the booster and the ship, here we'd have to land somewhere else with the legs, then lift the rocket, stow the legs, transport the rocket back to the pad, with which is
I think a 12-meter
unwieldy
course
when
in
you've got
SpaceX's future,
a gigantic
if you want my
thing.
honest
Then it would be
opinion.
picked up by these tower arms and placed in the launch mount.
Why don't you mute it instead of suffering? Muted? Why? I don't mind Elon talking if he's going to talk about SpaceX's mission statement during a SpaceX stream. I don't understand why people have problems with this particular thing. Like, I understand people don't like the guy, but yeah, why would what he's saying is right, and that might be the first time somebody's hearing it.
5 or 6
Hey,
minutes
weather
later,
guy.
this boost is coming back.
No
one way or another.
Kensha today, Ivan. Yeah.
So then you really have propellant full time, which can
It's the same information. Loa, as somebody that streams and conveys a lot of scientific information, repeating yourself happens a lot. A lot. A lot, dude. It happens a lot, man. But yeah, I get you. We're jonesing for more technical details with Block 3, dude.
They're 3 for 3 on the catch attempts. When we bring it back, we've reflown one, so awesome. And then
Yeah,
Starship
more or less,
Superpowers,
Ivan,
the whole
that's kind
thing
of
is
the case.
reusable. So ship reusability is like what we're working on right now. We've been able to get some really spectacular reentries on a couple of flights, hoping to get this one
Propellant
for
load super
reentry
heavy
on the
has
V2
started
ship.
as of 8
But
minutes ago.
yeah, that fully reusable heat shield, that thing that has just never been done before. That's one of the things we're really looking for that data on.
Yeah, I mean, there are thousands of engineering challenges that
Methane,
remain
nice.
for both the ship and the booster, but the single, maybe the single biggest one is the reusable orbital heat shield. We are confident in making a fully reusable orbital heat shield, but it will require many flights, many iterations to figure out where the weak points are in the heat shield, where we need to change the design, either strengthening the tile or changing how big the gap is between tiles, changing what's underneath the tile. There's a 100 different variables that we could
my
tweak
favorite. I love
with
rockets.
the ship tiles, the heat shield tiles. But the only way to know exactly what we should be adjusting is to fly repeatedly and be able to examine the ship upon landing. And we have successfully brought the ship back through the atmosphere and achieved a soft landing multiple times.
So look, in this render that they showed yesterday, they showed Starship being caught on the second pad. Well, the first pad has a booster that's been caught, which is curious. And oh my goodness, that's going to be a good day when we see that. Man, when that happens, holy shnikes, that's going to be insane, dude. Why did they go with hex tiles and not something more simple like triangles? A hexagon is just a bunch of triangles, Neo.
The tower to land and catch like the booster here on Earth, where towers are available.
I'd say
and
next
for our
year,
initial
Axel, to be
landings
honest with you,
on
for
Mars
ship
and other
catch.
planets.
Next year,
we'll need
if
landing
these
legs
flights
that
go
deploy,
well.
much like what you're seeing here with Ship 15 when we did our suborbital test
That's
to
right, Bob.
prove out the precision descent landing. Which was a successful test. We actually landed two. One was we were able to actually recover it, and it's you can see it here in the
Hexagons
rocket
or
garden if you visit
bestigons?
Starbase.
Yeah, so the rocket garden that Bill mentioned, we have actually a whole bunch of boosters and ships, and we'll be adding to them over time. So you can see an evolution of Starship just by driving down the highway.
Yeah. So reusability is key. There's some other technologies we're still looking to prove out. Really big one is going to be the on-orbit refilling.
I'm good.
Looking to do that next year, and that's really what's going to kind of unlock, Starship going everywhere.
Weather's trending
going
better than
everywhere,
yesterday, Dino.
everywhere beyond Earth, and that's something that's again never been done before. Kind of like that.
That's correct.
Reusable orbital heat
Username.
shield.
You're a
It's
hexagon.
going to be
I'm
something
not.
that's kind of some of the other secret sauce to Starship, where we're going to be able
Hey,
to send
Jackal.
hundreds of tons per ship to Mars.
Yeah, I like to think of it as if we get to orbit with a full cargo bay, but we're empty on fuel and oxygen. So basically, we're running on fumes.
Well, it must suck
and we
not
send other
having one of
ships to
these.
dock, transfer propellant, and now we made our two-stage rocket look like a many multi-stage rocket, and we get all of that performance, and we can take that full cargo bay now wherever we want to go.
I am a hexagon.
Yeah, so a crucial
Deal with
technology
it.
that we hope to demonstrate next year is this orbital refilling, much like aerial refueling. It's essential for
Is this real?
being able to send
No,
significant payload to
unfortunately,
Mars.
this one is
so
3D
you
printed.
essentially you send a ship to orbit.
This one,
with,
though, is real.
A few hundred tons of payload, sort of a filled payload bay. But once it gets to orbit, the tanks will be mostly empty. And then you send up additional tanker ships to refill the Mars ship's tanks so that it
goes in the
can
hex
thrust
hole.
from Earth orbit
How heavy
to
is
Mars
it?
and have enough propellant left
Styrofoam
for landing.
consistency.
So this is orbital refilling is also not something that's ever been demonstrated before. So that would be a brand new technology. We obviously have at SpaceX figured out how to dock repeatedly with the space station. So in a lot of ways, this is like docking, and in some ways it's easier in that SpaceX is docking with its own craft. But no one has ever demonstrated propellant transfer in orbit, to the best of our knowledge.
How good of an insulator is that real tile?
Transfer at a very large scale. And
I took a blowtorch to that tile on stream one time with my thumb on the back. So I'm talking like blowtorch right here, the tile right here, and my thumb on the back. And I had a blowtorch going full blast about that far away from the tile, and maybe about a ½ inch of tile between the flame and my thumb didn't get burned. Not even close, not even warm. It's actually crazy. Yeah, it is a crazy piece of material science right there. Like the aerogel demo from Veritasium? Yeah. Yep. What do you mean brave? What is it, not going to work? Of course it's going to work.
this is an undisputed fact.
Guy is a little bit better today, Dragon. They're trending better.
If we don't take life to another planet, life will be destroyed. So it's incumbent upon us.
What do they
to
make it out of?
Ensure that we do
Unifibrous
bring life
carbon
to other planets
composite.
and ensure the long-term survival of life as we know it on
I don't
planet
know,
Earth.
Chris. I don't know what they do.
And I mean, aside from that, there's so much that Starship unlocks by being able to do these things. Like, we'll be able to go to Mars, but there are other just transformational things by being able to take that many
Yeah,
people.
Omal,
and
I would like to
space
add, you
for that
could
much
do the
less
same thing with
money.
anything. You just burn your hand
Yeah, I mean, I think
eventually. Dude, I held it
understanding
there
our planet
for
better,
probably about 30
being able to
seconds.
move people
My
around
thumb
the
didn't even
planet,
get warm.
make it feel
I couldn't
smaller
even
and more
feel it on the
accessible.
backside.
You could
It's
go anywhere on the Earth, in less than 40 minutes, basically.
Inside of 20 minutes,
guys.
guys.
I really do see
Fueling
Starship
is
as
about
being
halfway
this
done.
thing that can connect us, just like Starlink connects our information. This can connect us more physically.
Hey,
Yeah.
Pit Snipe, 48-month
So there's really
resub, forever
nothing
changing your name.
faster
Who
than,
are you?
A rocket.
Wait a
really.
minute.
An orbital rocket is the
Who
fastest
are
thing
you?
that we know of. Of the fastest means of transport.
Engine chill is
So,
starting soon.
Like you could go from
It's
LA
the same
to
conversation.
Sydney in less than half an hour. You could go LA to Tokyo in less than half an hour. You could go from New York to Singapore in half an hour. Everything's probably half an hour, basically. Some things might be 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, yeah, sign me up for that, please. All right, cool.
Cross the Atlantic in 10 minutes, no problem.
Please, yes, sign me up.
You're going 25 times the speed of sound, so that's 30 times faster than a commercial aircraft.
And it's a whole hell of a lot better view.
Yeah, it's a hell of a view.
Yeah. All right, cool. Anything else?
I love how Dan's like, yes, I want to do
Anything
this.
else
Sign me up.
We could say a lot more.
Yeah.
Maybe we should go check in on the rocket and get on
All right,
console.
we're going to go back on console to hopefully the weather supports a launch tonight. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, and thanks for your support.
Okay, Pit Snipe, I got you.
All right. Obviously, that was really cool. There's probably not anybody else cooler on the planet to talk Starship with. Still very ready to sign up for that point-to-point travel.
Dan's about that life.
It's really hard to relay just how much power is being generated by these engines on this rocket. We try to compare it to something like a little bit closer to home for people. We've used an airplane a lot of times. That's just something a little more tangible to folks.
Yeah, if you were to stack Starship up against one of the biggest airplanes out there today, the 747, just one Raptor engine is double the thrust of all 4 airplane engines. Super crazy to think about. And the Super Heavy on the pad right now, which has 33 Raptor engines, is putting out as much power as about 64 747s.
Yeah, it's, again, just a tremendous amount of power. World's largest flying object. It's crazy. And again, that was really cool to just...
So, Mats, they are... See over here? See these buildings over here? That's where they are. They're in they're in the Star Factory offices. That's where their new control site is. Their new launch control center. That's not a Star Factory building, but it's like, dude, they are very, very, very close. Tyler.
While we do have a moment, though, let's check in over with Tyler Lionquist over in Hawthorne for the latest on Starlink. How's it going, Tyler?
Thanks, Dan and Amanda. I'm Tyler Lionquist, and I'm a Starlink business analyst here at SpaceX. Starlink is SpaceX's low Earth orbit, high-speed internet that's bringing connectivity both on Earth and in space. Now, for today's mission, Starship is outfitted with 4 Starlink terminals, allowing us to get live views of ship while in orbit and all the way down to splashdown in the Indian Ocean. Our Starlink satellites are built in Redmond, Washington, which is also where we monitor the health of the entire constellation. So let's take a quick look for more on Redmond.
Guy in a Michigan shirt on.
What a lot of people might not realize when they think about the scale that we're operating is that actually 2/3 of the
Dude, this video is
satellites in
awesome.
orbit
Watch this.
are Starlink satellites.
I'm gonna shut up.
And then all of those Starlink satellites came from right here in Redmond. We've currently got a constellation of over 8,000 satellites that are flying around in orbit. So they're working together to fill out the whole surface of the Earth, make sure everywhere can have service. So we have these laser links that are connected between the satellites, so each satellite can pass data from one to the other. That is what allows us to have these hundreds of gigabit links between satellites, and that's what allows us to connect every corner of the Earth to high quality, high speed, low latency internet.
Bill, we should start a machine
When you
shop.
think about that Starlink that you have at home, the technology that's in there and that's in your antenna is very similar to the antenna that's on the satellite. We use what are called phased array antennas, which is a fancy way of describing an antenna that's made up of many little antennas that work together in order to direct their energy to a specific spot on the ground without a motor.
Generally, satellite manufacturing is a very slow process. It takes people weeks or months to build a satellite.
I know, Fatal. That's cool, man. Dude,
SpaceX,
look at
we
that.
iterate
Oh,
very
that's
fast,
badass.
and we have learned how to build satellites. And the 70s
Love things that make things. It's great.
As we have focused a lot on production rate, we have not forgotten about our satellite reliability, which is critical to our mission.
Raven's like, you should, yeah, maybe you should do robotics.
You ask, where is the satellite industry? It's right here in the USA, in Redmond, where the vast majority of satellites being built are being built right here.
Dude, look at that
Starlink
board,
is a
man.
truly game-changing
It's
technology,
awesome.
and it's all supported.
Dude,
by
look at the
global
truckload of
satellite
Starlinks.
constellation
Ah!
in space here in Redmond. And we're really just getting started at the very beginning of what we want to do with Starlink.
They have Krypton thrusters. That's so cool.
Now, as
Come
we
on.
mentioned earlier in the show, one of today's objectives is for Ship to deploy Starlink simulator satellites that represent the advanced V3 satellites Starship will be launching in the future. And as you can see here, once Starship reaches a nominal orbit, the payload door will slowly begin to open to prepare for
I
deployment.
need to see this today. I need to see
The
this for real
Starlink
today.
satellites will be dispatched relatively quickly, one at a time.
They switched to Krypton.
Like a Pez dispenser,
Ivan.
as you can see on your screen. They'll be situated in one long stack, taking up as little space as possible, allowing for an efficient deployment sequence. Once a set of Starlinks are deployed, the next set advances and deploys until they are all drifting away from Starship to prepare for their
We've been speculating, we can't prove it, but we've been speculating that there might be a camera on one of these things, and when it shoots out, we might be able to get a camera view back. I don't think that that's a thing. The dumb links, from what I can tell, just look like metal, but you know what? We can dream, dudes. We can dream.
which will
We
ultimately
can dream,
enable Starlink
okay?
to serve as
I
the
want to see that.
communications
They're showing
backbone
that picture
missions
for a
to
reason.
the Moon and to
They
Mars.
showed that picture
So
for
now
a reason.
We're going to turn it
You
back
see what
over
I'm talking
to the team
about?
at Starbase.
My voice
Thank you
is
so
starting
much,
to go.
Tyler. Okay, let's turn our attention to today's flight profile.
I need this in
which
my life.
Will feel familiar because it is. We're looking to get our first re-entry with this iteration of ship, and we're again intentionally stressing super heavy during its return. The next generation booster is on the horizon, so the objective is to push and learn all we can from this current version.
All right, let's jump right in. As always, it's going to start with
Don't worry, I got
liftoff.
honey
Super
cough
Heavy
drops.
ignites
I'm
33 engines lifting off from Starbase and ascending. It's going to power that ascent for about 2.5 minutes until we get to hot stage separation.
Exactly,
Super
Aquilux.
Heavy shuts down all but 3 engines, deeply throttles the remaining ones. Stage 2 lights its and flies away. We have stage separation, a directional flip. It's going to descend. We're going to do some landing burn experiments and then do a splashdown in the Gulf.
Meanwhile, ship continues on with its ascent burn, again reaching a
Right,
planned
Amanda?
suborbital trajectory. We'll attempt to
They do
deploy
know it,
8
Logan. They
Starlink
do.
simulator
That
satellites
was on
and then head
purpose.
back for re-entry, where we'll be testing multiple experiments, including missing
It's getting
tiles,
better, Ivan.
metallic tiles, and intentionally loading the vehicle's flaps. Ship will also attempt a flip maneuver, and if all goes as planned today, we'll conclude the test with a soft water splashdown in the Indian Ocean. So that's what we have on deck for Flight 10, which is just about 11 minutes, 40 seconds from launching.
That's right. And so just a quick status check-in. So as you said, we're about 11.5 minutes away. We have some good news. We got our latest range and weather status, and surprise, everything is looking green today.
Thank
so
goodness.
that's the biggest news that we were looking for. Again, weather is the main
Let's
watch
go.
item for today. But
Let's
we are
go.
green right now. We're not tracking
All right.
any issues with the vehicle or
Yeah,
ground
baby.
systems. So we are looking pretty good for launch. We did all of our normal pre-flight checkouts with all the different vehicle and pad systems. At this very moment, we're almost done, or we're pretty far into our prop load on ship and a little bit more to go on the booster.
Yep, looking closely, it looks like we're nearly closed out on ship, like Dan said, about 70% of the way through on both methane and LOX on the booster side. We'll continue loading prop for a while. We'll close out at about
Okay, guys, inside of 10 minutes, I'm gonna run ads on the Twitch side of things, so you don't get ads during ascent. I hate running ads, but what I hate more than that is ads being disruptive. So I'm gonna run them now, not because I want to, but I'm gonna run them so people aren't subscribed, they can jump in on the stream, see the ascent, and not have like a Taco Bell advertisement. Not that Taco Bell's bad, but I'll see you on the other side. We're inside of 10 minutes. I don't want them getting pre-roll ads during ascent.
So in the last couple of months, we're looking to start sending the very first starships to Mars next year. These missions, not with people. We're just looking minimally viable landers. So let's just prove that we can get there. And so we're just going to focus on learning as much as possible, but looking at all of those different
I've been
phases.
sick this whole week.
Prop load, prop transfer on orbit, sending stuff out to Mars, doing the
Putting on my
transit,
brave
doing
face
the
because
entry,
I ain't missing a
and just
Starship
doing that
launch,
landing.
baby.
And in our next window, around 2028 to 2029, we're going to attempt to land the initial infrastructure and start delivering more equipment as well, while evaluating available resources on the Red Planet. And we will also have Optimus on board for the ride, who's designed to do the initial heavy lifting.
Oh, looks like we're doing some flap checkouts real quick on the
Watch
ship
the flaps.
as we are coming up on 9 minutes. Back to Mars, though, as those wrap up by about 2030, 2031, we'll continue to increase the payload per ship, build out more infrastructure out there on Mars'
Test an
surface,
emergency landing,
start to
Cherokee.
mine some of those resources, set up some propellant generation plants, build up some fuel and some oxidizer to send starships back from Mars. By the time we get all the way to 2033, we're looking to double the amount of payload we're sending with each ship as we get closer and closer to building a self-sustaining presence on the Red Planet.
Yeah, definitely lots of exciting missions ahead of us, and these are going to be crucial to setting up what we'll need for humans to eventually inhabit the planet, and we won't be doing this alone. The Italian Space Agency and SpaceX recently signed a first-of-its-kind agreement to carry Italian experiments on the first Starship missions to deliver customer payloads to Mars. So these payloads will include a plant growth experiment, a weather monitoring station, and also a radiation sensor to gather scientific data during Starship's approximately 6-month interplanetary coast phase from Earth to Mars and also on the Martian surface.
It's a really exciting mission. Makes showing up for work really fun for us. We're going to need to launch a whole lot more, though. So while we're just under 8 minutes away from launch today, let's head back over to Tyler and Hawthorne, talk a little bit about how we're going to be increasing the number of Starship launches going forward. Tyler?
Thank you, Dan and Amanda. So to put it plainly, in order to launch more Starships, we need to build more launch pads. And that's exactly what we're doing at Space Launch Complex 37 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. Now, Pad 37 has a storied history, most recently with the Delta IV rocket and for the missions for the U.S. government. And prior to that, the pad supported critical development for the Apollo lunar program in the 1960s.
Is that a banana?
And we are honored to have the opportunity to continue making spaceflight history at Pad 37 with Starship. But first, we need to optimize the pad. So earlier this year, we started dismantling some of the existing infrastructure to prep the site for Starship operations. This will include up to 76 launches a year, with up to 152 landings at that location for Super Heavy and for Starship. And to support this flight rate, we plan on building 2 launch pads. Each will have 1 tower that can support launch and landing, plus deflector systems, launch mounts, and water deluge systems. This will also include a propellant farm that will produce propellant on-site and serve both launch pads. So there is a lot of work in progress, but Pad 37 is only one part of our plan for Starship operations in Florida. A few miles away from Pad 37 at Kennedy Space Center, our 380-foot-tall vertical integration facility called Giga Bay is under construction. Once complete next year, Giga Bay will be capable of housing multiple Starships simultaneously for rapid assembly and integration.
Yeah, I did, Bob.
And meanwhile, at Launch Complex 39A, we're building Starship's infrastructure to support up to 44 launches and up to 88 landings a year, independent of operations at Pad 37.
That's real.
So with 2 launch complexes in Florida, we'll have the ability to fly up to 120 Starships annually, not including our flights from Starbase. So action is well underway in Florida. How's it looking in Texas?
Thanks, Tyler. Things
All right,
are
Nazlik,
continuing
I
to
got
look
you, buddy.
good for launch here in Texas, so getting pretty close here with just under 6 minutes left. You mentioned...
I tell you what I'd do, man. If I had $1 million, I'd launch 2 Starships at the same time, man. Yep, damn straight. Always wanted to do that. I figure I could hook that up because, companies dig dudes with money.
Come help us build the gateway to Mars. Visit spacex.com/careers to see all of our openings.
Yeah, I've been here for a couple of years now. Nowhere more magical, more inspirational on the planet. If you're a space nerd, you can come be like Amanda and build these things for real. It's
check out
pretty
SpaceX
insane.
channel.
It's
Check out
super
this
exciting.
rocket.
And yeah, come check us out. All
yeah,
right.
Absolutely. It's surreal to be here for sure. Okay, so we are looking like we're about 5 minutes away from
Inside of 5
launch
minutes,
and
you
heading
ready?
into terminal count.
Let's go.
Range and weather are continuing to look good, and prop load continues on both stages of Starship. We'll close out here in just a minute or so.
Yeah, we're just about done. It looks like, let me grab my numbers real quick. We're not tracking any issues. We are just creeping up to 90% full on the locks on the booster, a little over 93% on
Final
ship.
T-break warning.
Or,
There you go,
sorry,
can't see
fuel on the booster.
You got to use the
And
head,
then ship,
guys.
we're
Use
just
it
about
now.
to close out, so only a couple of minutes to go there. Once we're done,
I
you've
already
got
ran the ads,
just
Planet. We're
shy of
good.
11 million pounds of liquid propellant
Sorry.
on board those 2 different stages. We'll see a couple of final things happen. Well, you can't really see it. It's all going to be happening in our ground systems as we'll do pushbacks, clear all of the propellant out of those lines that are flowing up through the tower and into the vehicles, and get ready to check shortly with the engines on the thrust vector control tower
Board is
steering
green,
the
Contra.
rocket.
Yeah, weather is good.
If we need to hold, which we are not currently tracking a reason to hold, that would come at T-minus 40 seconds. You saw us do that yesterday. We can hang out there for about 8 minutes or so right now. That's the point. It's built into the countdown. If we need to wait for clouds that just won't go the heck away or any other issues, we can hang out at T-minus 40 for a bit. But at the moment, we're not planning to do that.
Now, once we pass that T-minus 40-second mark, a number of events are going to occur in rapid succession. The ground spin and ignition systems come up to flight pressure. Ship will switch over to internal power, and after that, the QD arm lockout is removed in preparation for retraction, which occurs shortly after T0. And once we pass that T-minus 40 seconds, we do still have the ability to then recycle the count under certain conditions back to T-minus 40 seconds and hold there to assess what happened, and if we can proceed again back down to liftoff.
That's right. We do have at least one point of no return, though. If the water-cooled flame deflector underneath the launch mount fires off, that happens a little bit after T-minus 10 seconds. That doesn't turn off once it starts going, so we would have to stand down for the day if we do hit a hold or an abort at that point, so we can refill water tanks. At this point, we're not sure if we'd be able to attempt tomorrow because we have fully loaded the
How do you turn
vehicle.
off
We
the
have to
Twitch
do a
hearts?
lot of
I don't know, but
fancy
whoever's
scheduling
starting
to
the
get
combo,
propellant in
stop
here
it.
as fast as possible. But again, we've got a pretty heroic and amazing team that works all of those logistics. Got us into our attempt today after we did a unplanned wet dress yesterday
It's the
during our
nitrogen
attempt.
cooling systems
So
down
really
there,
exciting
Charles.
to see. But we're coming up on 2 minutes. We've got a green range.
All right.
We are green for weather. Green is over.
Guys, I'm going to shut the Twitch alerter off. I'm not sure I can do stuff about the combos. I'll look into it. All right. So, for your viewing pleasure.
And not planning on holding at T-minus 40 seconds right now,
That's a
but
good sign.
in case we do pass that and any issues come up, we can recycle the count. We're pretty lucky that we have this ability. Falcon doesn't have that built in, but being a developmental program, this affords us a lot more flexibility, so super useful to be able to have that. But again, not currently tracking any issues, so hopefully we'll be good to launch today.
All right, coming up on 90 seconds. We've got a pretty good crowd gathering with us right outside Star Factory here at Starbase. Looks like we're getting a quick TVC, that wiggle check.
Watch the
My
engines.
favorite view of the rocket.
Right under the launch mount.
Oh.
All right, so we've got crowds gathered out at Hawthorne.
I swear
Crowds
to God.
gathered here at Starbase.
Don't do.
Super fun to see people getting to watch out on the front lawn now.
1 minute to go.
Swear to God,
launch.
All right, so the hold gate
All
here
right,
is in
so
10
again, our hold
seconds.
point comes up at T-minus 40, not tracking any reason to stop there, so we should see us go right through that.
Let's do this. It's go
All right,
time, baby.
We are through T-minus 40. We are counting down. We're going to let our flight director, Maciek Batura, take us the rest of the way. 30 seconds.
FD
the 10th
reports go.
Liftoff of Starship.
20 seconds.
T-minus 15. T-minus 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2.
That deluge is on. We got good ignition. SQD disconnect.
We have liftoff.
Vehicles pitching downrange.
And we got a liftoff. SpaceX's 10th Starship test flight is in the air.
Booster chamber pressure nominal.
Dude. The hell? Roll program.
All right, we're a little over 40 seconds into flight. 33 out of
Booster and
33
ship,
Raptor
avionics
engines.
power and telemetry
I
nominal.
love it. It's so nice.
Getting good call outs, healthy systems on the booster as it starts to pitch over the Gulf.
I saw some turbulence in the plume, but it looked like it was just
All right,
ice,
we're a little
guys.
over 1 minute into flight, about to pass through max Q.
Maximum dynamic pressure is
Max Q.
peak aerodynamic load on the vehicle.
All right, so we are through the period of maximum dynamic
Oh.
pressure, max stress on the
Dude.
vehicle as it continues to fly.
Dude.
Our next major event is going to be hot staging, which is happening in just over 90 seconds from now. To get ready, the booster will shut down all but
These
3
tiles
of its
right here
Raptor engines.
aren't pretty
The
happy.
clamps holding the
Watch.
2 stages
Going
together
tiles
will
flapping
release,
on
and
the
the
top of the
Starship
wing.
second stage ignites its engines. The ship then separates from the Super Heavy booster and heads to space. At the same time, the 3 engines still firing on Super Heavy
They
will
lost a
flip the
Raptor.
booster around. 10 more engines
That's
will
okay.
ignite for the boost back burn, putting the first stage on the path for splashdown in the Gulf.
I just did turn off
As we mentioned earlier, the hot stage will be jettisoned for this flight, and that should occur just after the boost back burn. So we're about to shut down the first stage and perform hot staging. So let's just watch and listen.
Okay, vehicles rolling to the proper attitude orientation for the hot staging. 1 engine out in this phase of ascent is not that big of a deal, okay? The roll for separation alignment has been completed. Starship's now orienting to prograde vector for
Seeing
staging.
the engine start to throttle down.
Throttle down. Stand by for hot staging.
Miko.
Most engine cutoff. We got 3
Ship
vacuum
ignition.
engines and 3 good sea level. And we got a good separation.
Stage separation.
Oh, dude.
Stage separation confirmed. We've got 6 engines running on ship. Booster is doing its boost back burn, continuing now towards
cool.
its splashdown site in the Gulf.
Ship
We are
Raptor
seeing
chamber
all 6
pressure is
Raptors
nominal.
lit up on ship.
Got a good call on Raptor chamber pressures on ship. Still
You
got
heard
that
them
one engine that's
report
being a
ship
little bit
chamber
of a
pressure is
troublemaker.
nominal, so that chamber pressure, just that expected thrust level in those Raptor engines on the ship. 3 vacuum optimized, 3 sea
avionics,
level,
power and
all
telemetry
looking
nominal.
good.
Good call out for the ship. Oh, man. Got a little bit of leakage up there, but that's expected.
There's a view into the business end
See it
from
up at the
ship.
top?
Boost burn shutdown.
Good shutdown on Super Heavy.
All right, so at this point, we finished our boost back burn, so that was shut down. So that's the first of the 2 burns after a launch
It's probably
that
the
the booster's
purging
going to do
system.
today.
Though.
So now it's
the purging system in the attic.
headed towards the Gulf.
They have a fire suppressant system.
It's not going to be quite as an aggressive of a flight down. We relaxed that angle of attack a little bit, but we are then going to be looking for it to do its engine tests for the landing burn, and those are going to be a little unique this time.
This booster's
Yeah, typically we start with all 13
No catch
inner
today,
engines
Planet.
lit for that landing burn and bring that down to just the center 3. But one of our test objectives for today is to simulate what an engine out situation would look like. So we're going to be intentionally turning off one of those center 3 and instead lighting one of the engines from the middle 10 ring.
Fluffy. That's right.
Yeah, we did see one of those engines in the middle ring shut down during the
staging
initial
ring separation.
looks like we have hot stage jettison. You can see it floating away there.
That's an engine chill down.
to the left of the
or
booster.
Purge out. Not a chill down. That's purge out right there. That's what.
Yeah, we
that's
did
why
see
there's
one
so
of
much
those
gas
middle
coming
engines
off the
shut
booster.
down during the ascent. Again, we are resilient to engine out on Super
Starship
Heavy.
flying
That's why we're
nominal
able to get
trajectory.
through our
Good.
ascent. Starship flying on the
I don't think it was
expected path.
intentional, Heracnos.
There's still a chance that engine could be back in the mix for the very start of the landing
Ship's
burn.
picked up
So
a
we'll
slight
see if we
roll.
light up all 13. But we've
Not sure if
we've
it's an
even done a
induced
landing
roll or
burn
not.
at the tower with an engine out. So very resilient. We'll see how it does on its way down to the Gulf, though.
Come on, 37.
All right, so we got a couple of minutes. That landing burn start should be just about 40 seconds away.
If it was an induced roll, it would stop right about now.
That's always rad. You can see the
Booster's coming back.
could see the boost plume itself in the background as it was coming in.
Oh,
All right, about 20
I'm
seconds to
bumming
landing
they
burn.
ain't catch it. I'm bumming they ain't catching that thing, but it's still cool.
Ship Raptor chamber pressure is nominal.
Oh man, that thing's getting tossed around. I saw it,
All right, here
saw
we
it wiggle
go.
back and forth. Here's the landing burn. 12 engines up.
Looks like
Down
we
to
got
3
12
engines
of
with the
those
reserve.
13.
Down to 3, including one of the middle ring.
Oh, she's good, man. That would have gotten caught all day. Look at that. Look at how stable that is.
Down to 2.
Oh, she's good, dude.
Nice little hover.
Dude, it's
landing burn
hovering.
shut down.
Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, God.
And
Here comes the
into
water.
The Gulf. Here we come.
Well,
And the booster
that's the end of that.
has splashed down.
That was on purpose, though.
Incredible flight for
Oh, it
Booster
popped.
today.
Oh, it popped. It popped bad.
Meanwhile, back in space.
That was an induced roll, guys.
About
It
7 minutes
stopped.
into today's
We're good.
flight, ship
that was good.
continuing
That was the
its
ship doing
ascent
that on
burn.
purpose.
This goes until just
roll
about
rate
9
stopped.
minutes
That's
into our
good.
flight. That ship engine cutoff is slated for 8 minutes and 57 seconds. We are going to see Those 3 RVAC, the Raptor vacuum engines, those are the bigger circles in that little indicator on the bottom right of your screen. Those will shut down first, and we continue burning for a couple seconds longer on those inner 3 before we hit SECO, or second engine cutoff.
Yeah, these views are looking great. Once again, thanks to Starlink for getting us these views.
Yeah, Pi,
it's just
crazy,
incredible.
Right?
And we just heard the sound from Booster.
It's like we just got a late boom from the booster.
Yeah, we have ship engine cutoff coming up here just shortly. And as we mentioned, today's flight test is not an orbital flight, but rather one that demonstrates Starship's orbital capability.
Starship is on terminal guidance.
Terminal guidance, closed loop. Starship is using its onboard inertial measuring units
the final
to
phase of this burn.
Extrapolate its orbit.
Under 30 seconds to go.
That little guy's still there, but it's all right. I don't see any fire. Stand by for ship engine cutoff. We have vacuum shutdown.
Vacuum engines.
Sea level should go for a little bit longer.
Ship engine cutoff.
We shut down those center 3. Successful ship engine cutoff.
Big milestone right there. All right, let's see if she stays stable.
SECO, baby. There we go.
SECO, indeed, Dan.
Nominal orbit insertion.
Nominal orbit insertion.
All right, we just heard the call out for nominal orbital insertion.
Come on, stay together, baby. I want to see that payload bay door open.
All right, so
flaps
ship
are moving
is in space.
Oh, that's so cool.
We're seeing the flaps starting to move
I'm
into
geeking
a
out,
stowed
man.
position. That's why it looks like
I'm
your
geeking
camera's
out.
moving.
Yeah, exciting to see Starship safely in space and super pumped to see all the team's hard work in action here today. And of course, as guaranteed, it's been an exciting day so far. We successfely lifted off right on time at 6:30 p.m. Central Time.
The flaps are
thankfully,
moving.
our weather
Look at
was
that
looking
picture.
good today. Yeah, and Booster, we had our soft splashdown in the Gulf, so ship continues
I'm having
on.
a crisis
Yeah,
over
ship able to complete its ascent burn all the way in. You can see some of the shadows start to creep as it's going to be eventually flying into an orbital nighttime. So we'll see some daylight start to go away. But ship is in orbit, completed its burn, and
I don't know how many tiles
that's just
fell
the
off.
beginning. Now we've got a whole bunch more to go. So we've got some exciting demonstrations planned while we're on orbit.
Flight termination system is off.
So that right there, we just saved the FTS, the flight termination system. That's that automatic flight safety system we have on the vehicle. So that is now turned off
Gonna have a
while
lot of
ship
baby
starts
rockets
its
around
coast
here
period. We are coming up. Our next milestone is going to be the deployment of those Starlink simulators. We've got some payload inside of Starship that we're hoping to deploy into space for the very first time. That deploy is supposed to start at about 18 minutes and 27 seconds into the flight, so just about 7 minutes from now. That deploy will take place over a couple of minutes. It'll go about 1 satellite a minute, so we'll be spread out over that. It might get a little dark, but we've got a couple of views that we can show you to see that deploy in action. After that, we're also looking to do a relight of a single Raptor engine while we are in space. We've done this once
was it
before.
supposed to do that?
This is not necessary to deorbit.
A lot of stuff
as
just
we are
started
in a
shaking around
suborbital
over there.
trajectory, but this is essentially a chance to test out what we need to be able to do a deorbit burn. So we'll be doing that a little bit later in the flight, about 37 minutes or so into the flight. And then we get into reentry. We're looking to get that light show and, more importantly, get that really critical data about the ship's heat shield.
Yeah, Pi,
Yeah,
you
exactly.
see
At
the
about
flaps are
T
starting,
plus 45
like, shaking
minutes, we'll
around
be
and
heading
stuff.
for reentry. Again, running those experiments
Launch
with the
dump,
tiles.
calm
We're
down.
doing missing tiles, metallic tiles, and
The ship
also
is still
intentionally
staying on the
loading
right
those vehicles'
trajectory, guys.
flaps.
So as long as she
Hopefully
stays
we'll
stable,
also see
whatever,
a
it's good.
splashdown in the Indian Ocean today.
Yeah, we were able to get to a re-entry last time, but we didn't have full attitude control, so we weren't able to go in, heat shield first the way we're designed to. So we ended up losing contact with the ship before we could make it all the way through. So you still get data, but you're not really getting the data that we want to make sure we're kind of stress testing the vehicle. As Amanda just said, we removed a bunch of tiles, and we do this in some intentionally scary places on the vehicle because we're really looking, are there spots that were vulnerable to this?
Adjust your attitude.
We ever start moving
Sorry,
towards,
Seth. Snatch the script.
putting ship into a
Snatch
full orbital
Snip.
mission to then do re-entries
had a bad experience
a little
watching
bit
these in
later
the
on.
past.
So really, really critical to get that data. Really looking forward
Yeah, I see
to
him
a
over
controlled
there.
re-entry.
Yeah, for sure. As we always say, our main payload is data. But today we also have some actual payload on board, and those simulators that Starship will be deploying, we'll see coming up here in just a
Any
few
extra
minutes.
fuel that you don't
These
need?
are dummy satellites that are
payload
about
bay
the
cam.
same size as our V3
So-
Starlinks. We have 8 in the Starship PEZ dispenser.
So see these things right there? Those are your overwrap pressure vessels. Those are the things on ship 36 that got very angry. You see all those tubes on the left side of your screen? Those are the ones that, yeah, don't drop those and then put them in the ship and be like, yeah, it's cool, because they'll pop very easily.
Real-time telemetry through every phase of flight.
Yeah, we took a peek.
I didn't see any crazy stuff going on inside of the payload bay there, guys. Everything looked okay.
They kind of look just big steel plates, essentially. They're roughly the same
They
size
tested an emergency
as
landing
those
with it,
V3
Kenzo.
satellites. When we do get that view inside
They
of the
are
payload bay,
experimental,
the
Kenzo
payload
Tucky.
door will kind of be on your right.
Guys, these tiles that are on top of the wing, those are experimental. The payload bay door is right here, and it should open up and in. So it should go that way first, and then up, and then back. It kind of is like almost like a letterbox. These are the satellites, and those are the rails for the dispenser. So it'll go down, shoot one out, go down, shoot another one out, go down, shoot another one out. Hopefully that's what we see.
Last flight, as when we had that fuel diffuser fail, the pressure in the nose cone became basically too high for the actuator of the door to open.
Refresh, all right.
We have not seen anything like that on this flight. Everything's looking good with our fuel.
It is. They call it the PEZ
and our
dispenser.
fuel press system. So we are hopefully just a couple of minutes away from seeing that payload door open and getting to our first ever payload.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Carried,
I don't know what that is.
It's the first one we're going to try and shoot off into space.
That's some kind of gas propagating around inside of the payload bay.
All right, so I think we're supposed to open the payload door in just about a minute and change. And you're seeing a little bit of residual gas. And we opened the door once. I want to say it was back on flight 3 when we were able to make it up into space. And you'll kind of see a lot of that gas rushing out into the vacuum of space. It's the residual that's left over after we've already vented it down. So kind of a cool light show. And then we'll get ready to deploy those.
Dan just said it's
out.
residual gas. That's fine. So check this out. Those are your fuel and oxidizer lines to your header tanks up there. Those are the fuel for the landing burn that happens a little bit later is up there in the nose cone. Those are the lines that go back down to the main tanks. Those are your COPVs. These are the overwrap pressure vessels. They hold nitrogen.
And as we mentioned, so we have crossed over now at this point into an orbital nighttime.
location is right there.
Views from the outside will get pretty dark.
Right there.
But
it's out over the Atlantic
see what
right
we
now.
can see. We do this by design. We've been
Ooh, the
launching
crew replaces
these
the man version.
later
Somewhere up
in the
there.
day here in Texas to try and get daytime views when we splash down. So
How
it's
big is it
daytime over
inside?
in the Indian Ocean.
So, guys, from where this camera is to the other wall on the opposite side is 9 meters. That's about 30 feet. Starship is huge. My house could fit inside of the payload bay. Okay, some context here. All right, Skylab, the largest thing ever launched up until Starship into space. Skylab, if you took the telescope mount off and took its solar panels off, it could fit in there. Well, maybe not anymore because of the header tanks, but it's close. There's the door. There it is. It's opening. I don't know if you could tell from chat, the door is opened.
So we are currently in payload deploy prep.
Dude, it worked! Yes! Bring me the Pez, Elon. Let's go!
And the door is open.
Listen to Dan. He's so hyped that he's trying to contain. The door is open. I want the Pez, fool!
All right, so the payload door is open. We should see the first satellite start to deploy at about T plus 18 minutes and 27 seconds. So should be only about 30 seconds. So one step closer. Hal Listen this time. He cooperated. He opened the payload door for
that's
us.
awesome! Dude, there's the
There's
COPV.
a view kind of behind the Pez here looking out into the vacuum of space.
Yeah, see, the door is right. The door opened up. That's the
15
payload.
seconds until payload
The payload
deploy.
bay opening right there. See? That's the vacuum, baby. Oh, man, that's cool. So that camera is down over here looking this way.
Ship has transitioned to payload deploy.
Come on. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Oh. 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 Oh, there he goes. It's working.
There we go.
Yes. Bye-bye. Oh, don't get stuck. Oh, no, don't get stuck. Oh, no, don't get stuck. Oh, no. Okay, it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. They sent it. Oh. Oh.
Pew pew. Been waiting way too long to do that. There we go.
There goes another one.
Bro. Dude, that's awesome. Holy crap.
Super exciting moment as you can hear the energy in both Hawthorne and Starbase. Everyone's super excited for finally getting to deploy some of those simulated satellites.
Pez system moving down. Next row. There we go. As we said, we're going to do about one every minute or so. And this is just kind of a dress rehearsal for when we're going to be deploying the V3 satellites. And these are just a massive increase to Starlink's capability. Each one of them has it's 60 terabits per second of capacity that's going to get added to the network per launch. That's 20 times more than what we're adding with every single Falcon 9 launch today. Which
Dude.
Step increase in capability. There goes another one.
Awesome. Don't get stuck. What is it doing? It's bringing it back. No, I don't want to go. He did. Fried shrimp, yeah.
All right, so as we said, we've got 8 total that we're going to go through today. It's about a minute for each one, but looking good on payload deploy.
That looks so goofy. I love it. Dude. That looks so goofy. I love it. That's so cool. Like a Rube Goldberg machine. It's pretty good for the first time, Nova. It's pretty good, dude. I like it. It's cool. Once you see the chain drive over
All right,
there,
so we're about halfway through.
literally KSP
When we actually
run.
start launching the
$20
V3
super
Starlinks
chat, thank you.
on Starship. We're going to be flying
Oh my
about 60
goodness.
each time, so it'll be about an hour to get through a full stack. But again, it's
This is
just
great.
going to be a massive increase in the amount of bandwidth. It's going to enable
Oh, I
gigabit
see what it's
upload,
doing.
download
There's
for-
two of
for
them.
people with
There's two
Starlink
rows of
anywhere
them.
on the planet.
So it
And
shoots
for us,
one, backs
Starlink
up,
is
and shoots
just
another.
a
I get
tremendous
it.
part of just the
I
Starship
get it.
flight test program.
Yeah, absolutely. Always getting us that data. And
Yeah, I see it.
yeah, the amazing
Each row
views
it does
we
it
have
twice.
on the
I
vehicle
get
today.
you. I get you. I get you.
Yeah, views brought to you by Starlink of us deploying Starlink simulators before we deploy actual Starlinks. How deep does it go? All right, another one firing out.
That is so wild, dude. Oh, man. Views from Starlink while they launch Starlinks that are prototypes for bigger Starlinks. Dan Hewitt, 2025.
Pez looking smooth today.
Yes, Drip Lord, that's correct. The Pez is looking smooth. Dude, look, my machinist brain is looking at all those billet parts. Look at all the billet up in here, dude. Oh, it's beautiful. It's up in space, Tiger. It's deploying dud satellites to test the payload deployment mechanism. Watch the chain drive on the right-hand side. If you see the chain drive start to go, there it goes. Bye-bye.
All right, looks like we've got one left.
Almost there.
Yeah, there you
Watch,
go.
it's gonna
One
wind up
remaining. So
again.
7 of the 8 have been deployed. One more to go. And then we will have completed our first ever payload deploy operation. Just a reminder, we're on a suborbital trajectory. These satellites on that exact same suborbital trajectory, they're going to burn up entirely and are on that same trajectory towards the Indian Ocean.
It's real good, man.
The last one has been
Did you see that,
deployed. Starlink simulator payload complete. Heck yeah, everybody.
Loving the energy from Starbase and Hawthorne.
Close the pod bay doors, Hal. Close the pod bay
Yeah,
doors.
now it's empty. Looking a little lonely, but
Successfully deployed all the simulator satellites.
really, really cool to see them
Absolute
all
cinema.
out there. Again, people that have followed know Starlink's really critical for the Starship program. In addition to getting all those views back from the cameras
Why,
on
Hal?
Starship, which this is an external view. As I said, it's dark outside right now. The lights are off, so it's going to be hard to make stuff out. But in a little while, the sun's going to start coming up as we get to re-entry, which is going to be really critical. We use Starlink for Starship data. Cameras also use it on the cameras that we use to bring you views of these
Man, that's
launches
cool.
and also, hopefully, of the
Detail
re-entry and
entry.
splashdown. We'll see what we get from the Indian Ocean today.
Probably about
And
25
that's just kind of
25,
how
30
it
minutes.
all comes together. Like, we're using Starlink on the planet, off the planet. And with Starship, we actually get
voice is
pretty
quitting,
insane. If you're in the
I don't
space
care, I'm
industry,
still
you know bandwidth to space is usually pretty minimal. We get about 120 megabits per second. That's split between our high-definition video and real-time telemetry. We get that every phase of flight, including re-entry. So it's not just giving us views of re-entry, but we're getting all of that engineering data in real time through phases that it used to be impossible to get that in real time. So just really incredible.
Yeah, Starlink definitely affords us all this capability. And
awesome,
reminder,
Bob.
it's the world's largest
cool, man.
satellite constellation operating in low Earth orbit to deliver high-speed, low-latency broadband internet. This provides internet access to people all around the world, many of whom had never had connectivity
It's
before.
closed?
Today, Starlink serves more than 150 countries, territories, and other markets with over 6 million active customers and counting. To meet the growing global demand for high-speed internet, SpaceX expanded its factory in Bastrop, Texas, and also introduced Starlink Mini, as well as an upgraded version of the Starlink Standard kit.
All right, now with payload deploy complete, Starship is now going to close its payload bay door
She's going to
and
Northwest
continue to
Australia,
coast
dude.
towards Earth, around Earth, towards the Indian Ocean. Sorry, I'm really excited today. We are in space, people. Still a lot of major events to come, though. We are looking to relight one of those Raptor engines at about 37 minutes, 33 seconds into the flight, followed by atmospheric entry, hell of a light show, and splashdown. So
Neptune,
we're going to go on a quick break, take a quick coast, sit back, enjoy the views. A little bit dark now, but they'll get better soon. A couple of space jams. We'll be back in just a few minutes for that Raptor relight and then re-entry. See you soon.
Dan's great, man. We love Dan. Dude. It is. The door is closed. The door closed, man. How closed the pod bay doors? It only took until 2025, but he did it.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Mute for YouTube? Oh, this is test shot Starfish. This won't mute it. Don't worry about that. There's that gas diffuser from last time. That's the top of Starship's methane tank right there. Those are the header tank lines right there to the tanks that have the landing fuel that are up at the front of the ship. These are composite overwrap pressure vessels that are carrying high pressure cryogenic nitrogen, I think. Don't drop the wrench. Yeah. Oh my goodness. So our buddies over at NSF got us got the booster coming back down, huh?
Gonna be testing out.
Now what? The best part, dude. How about that Pez dispenser? That was cool. Dude, that emergency out landing was perfect. Umbra, 10-month resub, thank you.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Go at throttle up. Oh! Oh, that's broken. Damn. Yo, that's
seeing out interesting thing.
That's good. Yep. This is coming from our buddies over at NASA Spaceflight. YouTube.com/NASA Spaceflight. Go over there and subscribe. Those guys are the best. I do work for them. They're awesome. Get the Bondo out. I don't think that's gonna buff out, man. Boop. Wow. So guys, I don't think that wasn't a soft landing. They hard landed it on purpose so it would blow up. I don't know if it's flight termination system. I'm gonna say the water did that. Kung Pao Jeff, awesome footage. There you go. You're watching me, SpaceX and NSF. Thanks, Trouble. Little bit of duct tape. I'll fix her right up.
Discovery.
Yeah, I copied my homework, man. Yeah, you're right. Mini B, 39-month resub. What do you guys think of that? We still got the re-entry to go through. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be awesome. Oh, yeah? Hell yeah, for sure. Yeah, the booster FTS did get saved. That's right. Yeah, we got the relight as well. That's right. So, guys, I just want to speak to this. This whole robotic mechanism right there, I cannot express how absolutely nuts it is that works. Getting mechanical stuff to work in space like that is not easy, dude. It's not easy. You'd be surprised how much mechanical stuff relies on gravity, right? In space, it's a lot easier to have mechanical devices bind up and get stuck. That's what I thought it did with the first satellite, but I was wrong. It was just deploying 2 at a time. Oh, we got some daylight here. I am the master of mechanical stuff. SpaceX, probably. I don't, username. Reckon Hibachi Auto Repair wouldn't have any issues fixing that booster. Yep. How long until re-entry? Roughly about 15, 20 minutes. You can't use grease or oil. You can use grease spoiled, like axle grease will probably do you right. But yeah, oil for lubrication doesn't work. That's what I mean. Mechanical stuff in space is absurdly difficult to get right. I mean, you needn't look no further than like NASA's robotic arms that they used on the space shuttle, the one that they still use on the space station. That thing is not, it's not like, you know, going around and grabbing things. It moves very, very, very slowly to go and rope something and then bring it very slowly back. There's a reason for that, because it's really easy with the power amplifiers on the arm to get the thing to bind up. It will bind up if you're not careful. Oil doesn't like the low pressure. Knack. It really doesn't. And yeah, I mean, Aqualex, that's true. Grease doesn't really like it either. You have to use a special kind of grease, like silicone or silicone grease. Yeah, I've seen them grease the Canadarm before. They've done it on EVA missions outside the ISS. Raptor relight at 37:47. That's right. Yep. Dude, I had the timeline for this memorized, fellas. I'm honestly too excited. That was so freaking cool, dude. You could uncapping if you want to shoot compressed air at your satellites in a vacuum and have the air solidify and that hit your satellite. Crap that flew around the outside was mostly ice. It was ice, yeah. Piazzi, yeah, it's all ice. It could be solid oxygen, but yeah, ice is the right way to say it. Hey, Crustacean, what's up? Dead Scum at a 37-month resub. You guys wanted me to check John Krause's picture. Oh my goodness. This is one of my photographer buddies, John Krause. He does launch photography. Yeah, you guys should go support John over there. Buy some of his prints or something. Yep, so that's pretty rad. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty neat. John does not miss. That's right. Oh. Looks like we're getting a little bit of daylight. What you're seeing is the reaction control systems on Starship. They're firing, and that is glistening against the sunlight. The sun coming up.
All right, welcome back, everybody. If you're just joining us, Starship just successfully deployed its first ever payload. We got 8 of those Starlink simulators out, and now we are expecting the relight of a single Raptor engine. That should
I just
be
showed it,
coming
Aitor.
up in just a little under a minute.
I'm pretty sure it's nitrogen.
We'll be lighting just one of those Raptor sea levels
Pretty sure it's
in the middle
nitrogen, yes.
there. This is not a deorbit burn. It's a demonstration of what we'll have to do for deorbit burns, but we've done this once before. This is something we're
Facility.
really going to have to do when
Verify
we're doing
re-entry
orbital
trajectory.
missions. So it's
One
a pretty
engine
critical test.
only.
We are just a couple
Okay.
seconds away.
It is pretty awesome, Mutter.
Sorry, we're about 20 seconds away, psych. So we got a little bit more time. So
Psych.
we are
Did
going
he
to
just
see
say
one of
psych
those
on our
Raptor
live
engines
cast?
light back up.
Psych.
We are through the deorbit demo gate, so we should be seeing it momentarily.
Dan's the
Relay demo startup
All right, here we go.
and shutdown.
All right, looks like we
Mint.
confirmed the relight
Perfect.
of one of those
Freaking perfect, dude.
Raptor engines.
Yes.
Second time
That's
we've done
awesome.
that. Super exciting.
Nominal
Huge
orbit
congrats
insertion.
to the team on this milestone. Very exciting to see.
That was a cool
Dude,
light
Amanda's
show.
into it. That's
I get to
awesome.
do a mini version here. So again, that's going to be really critical for
Got a
when we're doing
flamethrower?
deorbit burns. Like as you're going through, which if you don't have one of these, my God, they're so much fun. But like you're able to actually like light. Oh, Dan, turn it on. Light that engine. Not set my co-host on fire. And that's what we'll eventually do to, break out of orbit, come back down to Earth. So really cool to see one of those engines light back up again in space. That was our last in-space thing.
Very exciting. We're going to be heading back
SpaceX sells that.
for re-entry at about
You wanna
2
buy
plus
it.
45 minutes. So we're going to take another quick break, and we will see you soon.
Fun fact, you have one of those? Look at that, dude. That is the inside of a spaceship. Man, I'm not the oldest spaceflight fan around, but I'm old enough to remember shots from inside the shuttle's payload bay. I'm getting some serious inside the payload bay vibes from the shuttle program, and it is making me very happy. I got you, Light Brew. This, guys, part of the reason why I like the dang shuttle so much is because it's a spaceship. It's a spaceship. It's not a gumdrop-shaped piece of doo-doo that goes through the space like a poop shapes that are more cooler spaceship looking than that. Anyway, sorry. I have very big disdain for pods because it's 2025 and we should be flying this or something like the shuttle, not pods. Anyway, the flap's coming up, but it's a spaceship, man. That's a spaceship. You look at that thing. That's a dang spaceship. You look at the space shuttle. That's a spaceship. That's why that's cool.
For entry.
They call it Starship. Yeah, I know. I think Stoke is offended. Nah, Stoke's all right. Stoke's fine. Stoke's okay. That's not a spaceship. It's a second stage. Differences. I see the flap. Yeah, there's something over there is, I love Lem. That's why this is making me so happy. That's a spaceship, dude. It's pretty damn cool to see it again. Was T plus 2550 a shot from the dummy link? I don't think so. You love lamp? I love carpet. I love...
Starship is approaching entry interface.
All right, getting the EI here.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
It'll make it, geek. Should be alright. I showed it, Aitor, like right after you asked that question. You should probably go check. Oh, you're talking about on the Ascent. I'm sure they have it, dude, but I want to watch this. The mission's still going.
Oh, this
Hey,
is space.
Orison.
I'm in space.
5 subs. What's up, man? Did you see this? Are you seeing this? This is pretty good. This is pretty cool, man. Do we know if the tower simulated a catch? I don't know. It looks like the catch arms are closed, dude. They're closed in at catch height mutter, so I'm gonna go ahead and say yeah, probably. Screw sleep Starship highlights for 3 hours. Yeah. I'm not sure, Trapo. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, thanks, Wolf. Right on. Yeah, not sure what's going on over there. That looks like one of their TPS thermal protection system experiments. It looks like the experiment ain't going so well. Why test relay with a sea level instead of a vacuum engine? Vacuum engines have, Slubman, the vacuum engines have no thrust vector control. So you could fire one of them and you wouldn't be able to steer. That's why. Flaps are deploying. Come on, baby. Yeah, see, there's a little dragon. The part that holds the wing here looks like a dragon capsule. See that? I don't know, Max. We'll see. It's gonna start getting a little warm, guys.
All right, so we are back. We are about 45 minutes into the 10th flight test of Starship.
There's some plasma flow
and
going off
as
the
you
side
can see,
there.
The light show has started. Re-entry has begun. We are starting to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. We're moving about 5 times the speed of sound, and we're about to start barreling through the Earth's atmosphere and head for a splashdown in the Indian Ocean. We don't plan to recover the spacecraft today, but if we do make it all the way down to the water, who knows? But the goal of this part of the flight is to learn as much as we can about the ship's heat shield.
Who knows?
Fully reusable, rapidly reusable heat shield for a spacecraft has never been done before. It's one of
Dude, I heard rumors.
the
I
hardest
told you. I heard
engineering
rumors that
challenges
they're going
still
to fish
there
it out.
for us. And so this is
I couldn't confirm it, though. It was just speculation.
Yeah,
but
absolutely. And re-entry
Dan,
is a
don't give
critical
me
phase
hope,
of flight, so we'll
man.
get information on how the ship's system end up performing. And Starlink will also help us gather as much data as possible, which is really the main reason why we do these flight tests. Starlink provides us with one more path to collect data to help us rapidly iterate on Starship's design.
Dude, look at
And if
this
the ship
camera.
manages to make it all the way to re-entry, we'll
Discovery,
collect
go and
valuable
throttle up.
data on the spacecraft flying through the Earth's atmosphere at hypersonic speed,
crisp.
or more than 5 times the speed of sound.
Yeah, throughout history, a lot of times this is when you go into just a complete data and insight blackout, where that plasma sheath builds up around the outside of the spacecraft that blocks all of your signals that are trying to fight through to talk to either satellites out in space or towers down on the ground. Starship's big size kind of gives us awake, but what really helps us punch through is the fact that we're using Starlink. We're operating at just a much higher frequency. That's not what we want to see. So we just saw some of the
I told you something came off.
Skirt just take a hit.
That
So
was most likely something else coming off somewhere else.
Continue to re-enter, though. And again, we are intentionally stressing the ship as we go through this. So it is not guaranteed to be a smooth ride down to the Indian Ocean. We've removed
Don't worry, chat.
Tiles.
She'll hold together.
Critical places across the vehicle.
Hear me, baby. Hold together.
So seeing stuff like that is still valuable to us. We are trying to kind of push this vehicle to the limits to learn what its limits are as we design our next version of Starship. So 47 minutes, 45 seconds into the flight.
Something hit it.
Ticking up a
that
little
wasn't
bit
a laser
on
blast. Something
already,
hit it.
But the light show is continuing. This reentry is going to take about 20 minutes or so until our planned splashdown. We were trying to splash down about 1 hour and 6 minutes into the flight.
Something funky's happened with that aft flap right there. See that?
And one
Pieces
day,
are coming
Starship
off.
is designed to land on Mars, where there are obviously no
Some
runways
funky's
and
happening.
other humans to help us
That's
out.
the hottest part
So
of the
we are
flap.
doing
See where
propulsive
you're getting that
landing instead
separation
of
from
more
the plasma
traditional
right
means,
there?
such as parachutes.
So you get
And
all these
propulsive
different layers of
landing enables
plasma.
us to have more
A
rapid
separation
reusability
point
with
is creating
these vehicles.
stagnation right there, and that's getting really, really hot. Whatever it is,
The
it's
ship
cooking.
itself, it's a little over 50 meters tall. We've got those 6 engines on board, the 3 vacuum.
But dude, that is a look at how clearly defined the
they're
plasma
down in that
layer is.
atmospheric region, which
flaps have control.
all right, so at this point, the
80
flaps have
kilometers up.
control. That means we're getting into a dense
Something's
enough part of the
ablated-
atmosphere.
over there
that
is
the
ablating
flaps can
off.
start
That's not
controlling
great.
us. We're not only reliant on those kind of reaction control system
Look
thrusters.
at this picture. Look at this
We're going to
picture.
continue hearing some call-outs as the ship makes its way back
Dude,
to Earth.
that's sick.
So when we hear entry max heating and entry max Q, that will mean the ship has made it through the maximum heating and aerodynamic
Some of the
loads that we'll
tiles
experience
came
as
off
it
up there.
returns. So if it makes it through those,
Dude.
we can say we're doing pretty well.
I will say I'm happy re-entry cleaned off this
you're losing
camera
some
for
tiles
us. It was
on that.
a little dirty from the weather, so thank you, Plasma, for giving us this view as we start coming down.
This is wild, dude. Yeah, you're losing a lot. At this phase of descent, losing that much is not great. Those
The
are bits
hit
of
we
tile
saw
coming off.
to the skirt, definitely interesting. I will note.
So guys, the re-entry heating, it kind of is like sandpaper for the tiles, so that's why it's coming off. Oh, I was about to say that's why it's coming off in little chunks, but right when I said that, a big chunk came off. It's not abrasive per se, but it kind of smooths the edge, right?
Exposes your engines. So
it's going to look like little pieces are coming off, unless a big piece ablates away.
Obviously, continuing with this reentry, we are committed. Indian Ocean, here we come. 50 minutes since launch. We're going to see
Something's venting.
those colors
That's
start
normal.
to build up a little bit. We are at the point where we're in dense enough atmosphere that the flaps have control. So about 74 kilometers in altitude.
Oh man, that's getting rough. That's
We're
okay.
starting
though.
to
It's getting
see
a little
some
rough.
sunlight, so we intentionally time these launches right now so we have daylight. The sun should actually come up over the horizon on Starship in about 3 minutes. So as we get a little bit
Come on, baby,
further
hold together.
into this reentry, that inky black below you is going to start to look like clouds and hopefully a bright blue ocean as we make our way down onto the other side of the planet.
There's a lot of tiles coming off. Oh, that back flap is not happy. You're getting some burn through over there.
We've got these cameras. These cameras are really cool. We added
See it
these
ablating away?
several flights ago, looking directly at the flaps as not just the heat shield, but these flaps, how
It's
they're
okay.
able to control
We've seen
the
worse
vehicle,
burn through than that. I mean, it's not ideal, but
that
we've
reentry,
seen worse than this.
the seal locations, so kind of where they connect to the ship itself are some of the most critical. We will do missing tiles on those where, again, we're trying to... We're kind of being mean to this Starship a little bit. We're really trying to put it through the paces.
Stay together, 37.
Kind of poke on what some of its
right
weak
here,
points are. I mean, we
see
even
that?
have
You're
missing
getting some
tiles
ablation on the
over
belly of
some
the
of those
ship.
fuel tank sections of the ship itself. And so we're really trying to see what are our limits. We're doing this over a completely empty area over the Earth.
You got burn through on the other flap, in
Our
the same
Raptors
spot,
there. We are,
guys.
assuming we make it all the way down to the ocean in one piece, we will attempt a flip and a
see
landing
that?
burn.
Those are pieces
We
of tile
do
that are getting
have
ablated
at
off on
least
the bottom of
one
the vehicle.
buoy.
It is on purpose.
Everybody's
They did
favorite
remove
camera
tiles on
person
purpose. We do
out
know
in
that.
the Indian
They're
Ocean
inducing
right now,
burn through
being
in
powered
certain
by
spots. We
Starlink.
know that they're doing that.
So that's at our planned landing location. So if we're able to get any live views of the ship, that'll essentially tell you that we nailed our target.
She's all right, Wertos.
Able to do that on our 6th flight test, do it in the daytime, which was really exciting.
She'll hold together. Maybe. I've never seen that happen before over there, guys. Whatever that was. I think something hit it. I think something crashed
so we're
into Starship.
about
Something
10
came off
minutes
somewhere
until
else.
we're
and
probably
bonked
going
the
to
back
start
of the
hearing
ship.
some of the other big milestones coming up.
Yep, in about 10 minutes, like Dan said, Starship will be
I missed
transonic.
unsubscribing
This
again.
is going to be the period of flight where the velocities of airflow surrounding and flowing past the vehicle are concurrently below, at, and above
Lizzo,
the
it's
speed of
possible,
sound,
yeah.
so somewhere in the range of Mach 0.8 to 1.2. For reference, commercial jets have a range of cruising speeds, but most of them fly at speeds between Mach
Forward flaps look
0.74 and
real
Mach
good, actually.
0.85. So that's 480 to
Coming
575
across the
miles per
Terminator.
hour, or
Sun's
770
coming up.
to 930 kilometers per hour.
She's got a little bit of roll. She's got a little
And
roll
after
right.
transonic
It's
comes
okay, it'll
subsonic.
correct.
That
It's
just
because of
means
the burn
you're
through.
slower than the speed of sound. We're still well in excess of that right now.
They should be through peak
But by the
heating
time
already,
we hit
Matt.
subsonic, we're essentially belly flopping down. There we go. There's that sunlight. So we're seeing the Earth now come back into view.
Come on, baby.
One of the other things we're doing during this, and you're going to see Starship kind of pitch in some pretty, not extreme ways, but a little extreme, as we're trying to really stress the structure of it, of the ship itself, specifically those aft flaps. So the ones in the very bottom of the vehicle. We're pushing not just how well does the heat shield hold up, but how well does the ship structure
It would have
hold
been
up.
really nice.
We are,
Jibber
I mean,
on
we
the
are
shuttle.
pushing
Would've
it
been nice to have these
beyond
damn
essentially what
cameras.
we think we'll have to fly at to do something like a return to launch site. So again, may not be a very smooth ride downhill, but we're doing that by design. We're really trying to find what are
this
the
thing's
edges
taking
that
some
we can
hits.
operate at, build up a good data set.
Something
But
off the
sun
back
is up,
there is ablating like
clouds
crazy.
and water down below us. We are just about 10 minutes away, a little less than 10 minutes now, until we start hitting transonic and then subsonic. Once we hit subsonic, we're basically just belly flopping.
She picked up a little bit of a roll rate. We got a slight roll right. If you look at the attitude indicator over there. But the front flaps look fantastic. Yeah, these tiles out on the edge here of the ship look good. I'm fearing what's going on at the bottom, on the bottom of the ship. The hottest part of this thing right now is down here. It's at the back of the belly, basically where they took tiles off, where you're getting burned through. That's the part that's going to get really, really warm. That and the edge of the front flaps that's out into the hypersonic laminar flow. I think that's how you say that. Don't they have the transpiration cooling experiment? Well, that's what I think this propagation is going on here. See, there's
All right, so
definitely
about 55 and a
definitely
half
some-
minutes
something
in,
else
you
being
can see the
flowed over
sun
the
is
bottom
up.
of the
Again, we
vehicle,
intentionally designed these flights to lift off in the evening here so we get these daylight views so we can get as good a video as possible on the ship, assuming we make it all the way down. We've got at least one buoy powered by Starlink that's out there
The
in the
evaporative cooling
landing
could
zone
work, Didem,
in
but
the Indian
it has
Ocean,
to be in
hopefully
certain
giving us a
spots.
view again. If
I
you
don't
see
think it
any
should be
live
for
views,
every tile.
not from the ship itself, that means we nailed our landing target.
Starship is past peak heating.
Okay, we're past peak heating.
All right,
so
we just heard the call out that we're past.
here's the thing. Peak heating, getting past peak heating is all fine and dandy, but that means peak heating is one thing, but pressure buildup on the vehicle is another. Peak heating is a big milestone. The temperature is going to be going down on the vehicle, but the pressure is going to be going up, meaning that this thing's going to start flying through the air, and you're going to get a lot of high dynamic pressure on the front of the vehicle. That's very rough on this thing. It's going to toss it around. You'll see. I think something hit it, Neurobot. Yeah, see, once it starts getting into the thicker parts of the atmosphere, that number's going to start going down exponentially. It'll start going down really fast.
Checking in
And
on
while
one of our flaps.
you're getting higher pressure,
We
you're
got
not
one of
getting
these
higher
cameras
temperature, but
on
there would still
all
be
four of the
ablation.
flaps, two in the
All
front,
these little
two in the
sparks
back,
that are coming
giving
off,
us
that's tiles ablating
really good
off.
close-up views. As we
Those
obviously
half
don't have
flaps
a
aren't
camera that
happy.
can see the entire heat shield. These give us
You
kind
can
of the
see
best that
entry
we
through
can
the
do.
flap. That's not great.
But looking at those flaps is really those are just super critical for controlling the
But
ship.
I think it's induced. I think they're
you
doing
have
it on
some
purpose.
ability to maneuver kind of cross range. So as you're coming in, you can see
Got a
you
slight
can see in
yaw
that,
to the left.
in that indicator at the very bottom right that we've pitched up quite a bit.
Oh,
so
look at the
again,
back of the flap.
We are maximally
happy.
stressing those aft flaps right now.
But Dan said they're doing it on purpose.
Looks like we got a little bit of burn through the very bottom part of it. Everything's still looking good. Ship maintaining control.
Catch pin looks okay. I mean, it's glowing a little bit, Baron, but it looks all right. That might be sunlight.
We should be just about 5 minutes away until we hear
It
that
looks like
we're
Starship is
transonic.
doing S turns. It is. And Dan was talking about cross range. They have slight cross range with it. Dude, she's doing some S turns. Look at that. That's just like the shuttle. That's what the shuttle used to do. See how Starship in the attitude indicator is kind of sliding back and forth like this? She's doing S turns. The shuttle did that. The shuttle would bring its nose up and it would do this. That's absolutely what it did. The back flap is getting really pissed off.
Still a little bit toasty on the aft skirt of the vehicle as we continue coming in.
It's coming off. Oh, don't lose that aft flap.
Again, we
Stay
are
together, man.
intentionally stressing the flaps.
Stay together.
All we can.
Stay together, baby. Dude, there's a lot of pieces coming off of that thing.
All right, so now we're
There goes another
well
one.
past peak heating.
Diamond hands, Starship. Diamond hands.
Just about 48, 49, counting down to 48 kilometers in altitude. Expecting that transonic to come, so transitioning
Yeah,
between
we didn't need that. Well, it's
the
still
speed of
flying,
sound
right?
and
It's just weight
subsonic
reduction
slower than the speed of
or
sound.
something.
In just a little under 4 minutes from now. And right now, we've got kind of a lot of forward momentum, a lot of forward velocity. And then eventually, by the time we hit
not the
subsonic,
aft flaps, this Phil. Okay, they're
All right,
approaching
here we go. So
maximum
this is
dynamic
what
pressure
we've
for
been talking
landing.
about, where we are going to essentially try to fully deploy those aft flaps and really stress them out. So again, this is meant to
that's
test the
gonna break something.
extremes for the vehicle.
Stay together. Oh, you're crazy. Oh my God, it's staying together. Dude, that's
All
nuts.
right.
Oh, you're going like Mach 10.
See those
Holy
flaps
balls,
swinging
how
out?
did that thing stay
Again,
together?
we're putting ship through the ringer on this flight in.
Did you see? That would have ripped the space shuttle to shreds trying to do that. Oh my goodness. Oh my
It's like
gosh.
we're still maintaining control.
Dude, that much movement on the pitch axis during reentry, that's a good way to break things. But once again, SpaceX said they're doing it on purpose. They're trying to break the thing to see where its limits are. And it took it. It just tanked that freaking maneuver. You gotta be kidding me. I know it didn't look like
Flaps earning
much,
their
guys, but you
paycheck
gotta remember,
today,
it's doing this,
getting
right?
through kind of that
It's
max
porpoising
stressing.
around going Mach 10. That's crazy.
Definitely things looking good so far. We're about 2 minutes out.
Oh,
now
it's only
from
Mach 7.
Starship
Oh,
becoming
okay. Only
transonic.
Mach 7. Excuse
One
me.
cool thing
Excuse
to
me.
note as we get some of those views showing kind of the whole length of the ship, one of the changes we made after Flight 6 was to change the tile line a little bit. So we had kind of scaled back the number of tiles significantly as when we go to catch these
Little
ships,
bit of
you don't
scorch
want
marks
to.
there. Catch pin is still there, though. The catch pin's still there.
As you catch it and knock all those tiles off. So we knew we were going to have to kind of peel back that layer a little bit. And the first time we did it was on
It's
Flight 6, and we saw
over the Indian
kind of
Ocean right now, Tim.
wrinkling and dimples almost in the ship as we were creating these hot spots in the uneven parts of the heat shield. And so we
go faster stripes.
kind of
Adds
addressed that. We
horsepower,
smoothed
man.
it out. That's why you've got kind of that nice smoothed out black line now on the ship. And just looking at it, we can see kind of a little bit of hot spot, a little bit of warping
no, she's
almost.
gonna make it.
Near the payload
It's got a
door,
nice
you can see a
patina,
little bit
Mutter.
of colored
That's right.
patina up above it, but we don't
Dan
see
said
those kind
patina.
of deep, almost, they almost look like gouges on that. So it looks like that's
Dan watching the
been
stream?
pretty successful. So, all right, we are less than a minute away from hitting transonic. Again, pretty soon our kind of our forward velocity is going to look like it's kind of falling off a cliff, and Starship will look like it's falling off a cliff as we essentially go into our belly flop. If you watched some of the high altitude tests or suborbital campaigns, we were able to test that.
She's
that
good now. She's gonna make it down.
It was a pretty fundamental, can this thing actually fly? And we were able to prove that out.
If you want to
with
look on
that
the map
suborbital
over there on the
campaign.
far right, that's where they are.
And
They're
that's what
approaching
we're
the
about
west
to
coast
see
of Australia.
shortly
Or the
here.
west coast of Australia. Can the engines relight after that impact? We'll find out, Dax. And keep in mind, for the landing burn, they only need to light those center engines. So it depends. If a piece went and hit the engine or something, but I don't think it did. That's possible, John. Yeah. Okay, she's transonic.
All right, so at this point, we've dropped below the speed of sound, so Starship itself is subsonic.
And now it's just going to fall
We
like
are starting to chill the engines for a landing burn attempt.
It's going to get a little rowdy.
Landing flip supposed to start in
She's
a little
skydiving
over
right now,
2
man. That
minutes.
thing's going straight down.
Subsonic Indian Ocean, we're on our way.
Starship is subsonic.
There we go.
Dude, that's awesome. It's so
Farewell
cool.
space.
Dude, this is so legit. Oh my goodness. Look at that, man.
All right, so coming up in just a little under 2 minutes, so we're going to do the flip and the burn. So we're only using those 3 center Raptor engines, the sea levels, the ones that can
she's slight
kinda
nose
gimbal,
down.
that can move around and steer.
Come on.
Dipping the nose down a little bit.
Holy crap. Dude, the glued tiles stayed on. Look at that.
Two of
The
our
mechanical
engines
ones
chilled
came
in,
off.
waiting on one more. So again, we'll attempt to use 3 burns for that initial flip. We eventually go down to just 2 Raptors for the end of the landing burn.
Just about
She
1
got
minute
this.
now
They
from
got
that
this.
landing flip and landing burn start.
The direction of travel of Hellfish is that way. It's going mostly down, but she is going forward. That's why they dipped the nose. Looks like this camera got a little bit of schmutz on it. Dude, that is the coolest thing. It's so freaking cool.
Structurally, we're looking good. Got good pressures in our nose cone for everything.
Re-entry burned through some of the flaps, Thor.
Just about 30 seconds. So again, we're going to look for the flip. So Starship's doing its belly flop right now. We're going to do the flip. Swing out.
Through the
Let's do
clouds.
some clouds first.
We can see the ocean. All right, should get an engine light here in a moment.
Here we go.
Starship landing burn startup.
Come on, baby.
Seeing 3 engines.
That's awfully close to the water.
There's our flip.
Oh, she flipped. She flipped. She's good. We got buoy cam. Come on.
There's a buoy.
Yeah!
There's a splashdown.
That's awesome. Dude, that was sick. It exploded, but that's awesome.
Hey.
Holy crap, that was cool.
Oh man, yeah. Farewell, Ship 37.
That was
Thank
awesome.
you, buoy cam. Landing flip, landing burn, splash out of the Indian Ocean. There we go. Whew. All right.
That was sick.
That was pretty awesome.
Incredible
This is
flight
cool, right?
today for both ship and booster.
Yeah, really incredible. So obviously we're excited
She
here. It
got
looks like
scorched.
everybody's excited over there. Tyler, how's it going over in Hawthorne?
We are super excited here in Hawthorne. It was another exciting Starship flight test in the books, and we hope you enjoyed those Starlink views. So congratulations to the team at Starbase and everyone here and around the company. So many employees have contributed enormously to the Starship program as we continue to iterate and make progress towards a multi-planetary future. So that's going to wrap it up for us here in Hawthorne. Thank you to everyone for tuning in today. It was great being with you today. Back to you guys.
That was
you're the man.
absolutely
Thank
incredible.
you.
Huge congrats to all the teams here.
It was
Again,
meant to go pop.
we lifted off from Starbase Texas right at the top of our window at
That was sick.
6:30 p.m.
That was
Central
sick.
Time. We
Oh,
saw
so
Booster
cool.
successfully lift us up through ascent, had a successful hot staging where ship continued on
got
with
your bullseye
its
ready.
suborbital trajectory. Booster came back down,
It
had that
definitely was a
boost
little
back
scorched
burn,
up, John.
and a successful landing burn with
Yeah,
that
that was
unique
awesome.
engine configuration as well.
Yeah, and then Ship continued on its way, made it all the way into space. We got to see first ever payload deploy.
So exciting.
That was awesome. We got the door open, 8 Starlink simulators deployed, relit that Raptor engine, and then on entry we probably gave it a little bit of extra time in the oven, but made it all the way through re-entry. All 3 engines started up, landing flip, splash down in the Indian Ocean. Promised maximum excitement. Starship delivered.
Most
So
definitely.
congratulations, all of our teammates here at SpaceX. It's been a year. Everybody that's worked on this program, this is what we're working for. So big congrats to all of them. Thank you to all of our future customers, too, for your support.
And we'd also like to thank the fine people of
The
Cameron
Bits
County, including the residents of its newest city, Starbase, as well as the Coast Guard, the Federal Aviation Administration, the Government of Mexico, and the Australian Space Agency.
Be sure to stay tuned to SpaceX on X for updates. More of the views. This is just a tiny amount of the views. We have so many views that we didn't get to feature on the broadcast. So we're going to be going through that over the next couple of days, and we'll be posting it all there.
Yeah, if you're interested in more launch coverage, head on over to spacex.com/launches for the most up-to-date information. In fact, we actually recently rolled out a new departure board featuring our upcoming launches with details like mission name, launch and landing site, and liftoff time. So be sure to check it out.
All right. We just launched the world's biggest rocket. Again, dropped a couple satellites off, suborbital.
Incredible payload deploy for today.
Nailed that
$10
double header
super
into
chat,
the ocean, splashdown,
Hail.
time to go through the data. Really
It was
crazy
so
to hit all
cool.
those objectives today.
Yeah, huge shout out
that
to
was
all the
awesome.
teams who make this look easy. And thanks to all of you for tuning in, and we will see you back here for Flight 11. Good night.
Dude, can I see that? Can I see that landing again? Yo, let me see that landing one more time. That was wild, dude.
Flip.
Oh my goodness, that was a great mission. Everything was perfect except for the part of the Starship blowing off the bottom. But hey, whatever. What happened to that heat shield? What happened? What did they put under that thing? Dude, it's something coming from those tiles. They put some type of tile underneath that, dude, and look at that. It's orange. It's SLS. Dude, what happened down there? And look. Is that where it broke? I don't know. That's plasma deposited iron? Dude, look at that heat shield. What happened to that thing? There are no tiles? Dude, there's no way. There's no way, man. That's something on top of the tiles. There's no way the tiles ablated, dude. Welcome back, SLS. Oh my goodness. Yeah, whatever the evaporative cooling is, it deposited some schmutz on the bottom of the vehicle. If there's no tiles, yeah, they got a big problem, right? Right? There you go, Cibex, right? Yeah, why is it white up there, man? Dude, what the heck is that? Brother, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah, scratch and sniff. See how close that is to the buoy? That's real close. So the backside of Starship, that's the windward side facing towards us.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Great coverage. Thank you so much.
It's Iota. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's $100. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. What happened to that thing? Dude, how sick was this? That's so cool. It's so cool. I love space. I love it so much.
This is space.
Pokey,
I'm in space.
gifted 10 subs. Swifty Spiffy, 49 months. Thank you. Or 50 months total. Thank you. Spiffy, you just see this film? It's so cool.
Discovery,
Oh,
go and throttle up.
it's awesome. I can't. Oh, get nerd chills. Get nerd chills, man. Oh, it's badass, dude.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, I love this. I love this stuff. This is great.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Did you guys... What happened to that thing? I'm gonna be looking at this footage forever now.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I told my girlfriend it would be a lot easier if we cooked our stir fry in a public garden. When she asked why, I explained it would be a walk in the park.
No. No, you ain't taking the wind out of my sails. Go away.
The Eagle has landed.
White top, orange tank? Welcome back Delta 4 Heavy.
I like that one. That was pretty funny. Hold up. I want to go back over here, dude. So, see all this right here? Stuff was getting stuck. Dude, I think they were outgassing something on the bottom of that hull. Oh my, dude, that was awesome, man. You've never seen re-entry like that, dude. This footage is invaluable. What you see right here.
Oh, that could do.
There's not many points that the shuttle couldn't do this. You couldn't get a camera angle like this on the space shuttle. The tech just wasn't there. The reason why is because plasma is ionized gas, and that ionized gas disrupts radio. So it's really tough to get re-entry. Now, you could do it towards the end of the shuttle program, right? Because they had the TDRS satellites and the shuttle antennas are up on the top of the shuttle, right? But even then, you're not going to get a high bandwidth image like this because it's just shortwave. It's high. Well, it is high frequency, but this is insane. Even the shuttle, you're not going to get a picture like this. It's just, especially live. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. I saw it, Doom. Yeah.
Oh, this is
Airban
space.
us.
I'm in space.
15 subs over there. Thank you. I don't know, Ironclad. Yeah, T plus 4655 for the anomaly. Dude, I think something hit it, man. So something hits it over here. Watch right here. I saw something come off, right? It couldn't have been a dumb link, guys, because it did the relight. It did the Raptor relight. There's no way this thing is on the same trajectory as the satellites. I don't know, Vekis. Let me look. Oh, that's... Dude, something hit that. The bit noise was perfect. Dude, this thing is just getting blown up, getting burned through, and it still landed. Oh my goodness. The last, yeah, that's a good joke, 12. See how many people are in here?
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
It's so nice to see NASA try and reuse the shuttle ET. It only 15 years late.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what's over there, guys. It's hard to say what. It's hard to see what part of the ship this is. Like where we're oriented. Is this like the top of the ship? Is it the bottom of the ship? Couldn't have been a tile. They're too fragile. Yeah, they said that about external tank foam too. Yeah, the flash of light, man. Not sure if you saw what you said. You can repost. Like I can read that fast. That's good. I don't know, man. There's nothing over there. That's the thing. What's over there? There's nothing over there. There's no tanks. There's no lines. There's nothing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Left side underneath the flap. That's where the flap attaches?
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Are you sure? I mean, either way, something popped. Dude, it made it through reentry. Dude, the ship's falling apart and it still made it through. That's so cool, dude.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
The amount of data they're gonna get from that is going to be explosive. Also slow playback.
Yeah, here, let me get right on that slow playback thing. Yeah, oh wait. That doesn't work because it's X and not YouTube. You guys just really, you're really using your noggin today. Dude, that's so cool to see something's coming off over there too. Yeah, dude, look at it ablate. You could see it ablating away. That's crazy, man. Dude, you never. NASA wish they had footage like this, dude. I mean, NASA got some stuff like this with the Silts pod from the shuttle, which was basically a bunch of cameras on the shuttle's vertical stabilizer, looking at the wings, but nothing where you could see like the leading edge, which is just absolutely insane. Yeah, it's after the anomaly, Hokey. Something happened over there, dude. I mean, the way the stainless is bent in, it was something outside. So, yeah, I mean, where the flap connects, it could have been something, it could have been a piece of the flap ablating away and hitting it. It's possible. Like, I just don't see that area particularly lining up with the engines, Pity they stripped out the Silts pod instead of continuing the upgraded. Yeah, maybe they would have gotten some more data on re-entry, Mr. Bond. That probably would have been a good idea. Acting administrator says congratulations. All right. Cool. Dan tweet. What is Dan saying? Hey, look at us. I'm going to tweet the thing. I'm going to tweet the thing. Hey. Look at us. Hey, look at us. Who would have thought? Dude, is that dragon thing coming apart? I think that might just be the reflection. It's a great picture, 12. I like it. I think that was pretty dang successful, Jax. That was, I'd call that 100% successful, dude. I call mission success, Flip. That was pretty awesome. I would have, if they didn't say that this was induced, I would have said that that was really not a good thing. But Dan repeated many times, and so did Amanda, that that was on purpose. They removed tiles there on purpose. Dude, this thing can tank heat. If this thing was made out of aluminum, that's death. Death right there. That's death. That's you die. That's you're not making it back. But because it's made out of stainless, it can tank the heat. I mean, dude, you can lose parts of the flaps. Just the way the stainless moves the heat around, it can actually tank more heat than the aluminum can. It's crazy, dude. Yeah, even the door closed. Can we see them fully extending the flaps during re-entry again? Yeah, sure, man. Dude, that whole part was completely insane. I know it didn't look like much, but doing that to a ship, like where they opened up the flaps and basically flapped the wings on the thing like a bird going like 8,000 kilometers an hour is insane. That the fact that it held together is a testament to the engineering. That's insane. Like, I can't even find the right frigging words for it. Dude.
Oh, this is space.
Yum
I'm
food,
in
get to the
space.
sub to Northern Sky. Yeah, Bolton, I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to say. It's hard for me to read paragraphs, dude. If it's like more than a couple of lines, it goes off the page before I know what's going on. Yeah, Shy, it ain't bad, man. Yeah, Algar, what a tank, dude. What an absolute tank. Yeah, Demo, something weird happened to the bottom of that heat shield, man. I'll tell you. Is that what the ship did after Seco practiced the maneuver? Maybe, Hampus. Fluffy, gifted 5, thank you. Would you say that Block 2 has redeemed itself? I never doubted Block 2, Noctralox. I said they redesigned the entire ship. I'm amazed it worked. Even at all. Ruinous, get the sub to Dragon. Thank you. Just mean they're closing to finalizing the design. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit longer, Air Menace, but yeah. Interesting, alleviate. Yeah, 5 to 10 Gs at the nose. How long into Flight 11? Flight 11 is probably going to happen faster than we think. They have to retool the ship testing area. Somebody gave Elon Musk a tier 1 sub. Thank you. They have to reconfigure the pad to do a ship static fire to get 38 rolling, but why didn't they design this in the 70s rather than the shuttle? I don't know. $59.55 when they did that maneuver. There you go, Dragonheart. My pleasure, man. Yeah, you see it ablating away, Dago? Isn't that crazy? That's ablation because they had burn through, but it was apparently induced from SpaceX. Foz, I don't think anything went wrong here. Everything looked fine to me. Starship performed amazing, dude. Can you please explain the S-turns that it did? John, I think they were trying to break it. Oh my goodness. Dude, I know this doesn't look like much. Oh. That's a lot of change in G-forces there, man. A lot of change in G's really, really quickly. How the heck? Maxim, EJ, go 1123. I think hot staging caused flap damage. The flap damage was induced, Maxim. It's the same rate of ablation on both sides. I don't think that happened. They're already filling the tank farm. Dude, 11's going to happen very soon. That's badass, man. Yeah, look at the speed go down when they do it. Watch. Watch. How much can that body tolerate? Apparently a lot, Tej. That's dude. I'm telling you, man. If this thing's made out of aluminum, that's death. You're done. You're not making it. The fact that Starship can actually just honey badger this re-entry is kind of insane to me. Don't do this. Yo, watch. Watch the speed go down. Holy crap! Dude! Oh, that stresses me out just watching it. Note how one flap is deployed and they're modulating the back flaps. They're trying to bend the whole ship.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Check your Discord DMs for slowed footage.
I don't need help with slowed footage, guys. I'm just trying to enjoy the moment. You're really screwing it up. Can you please stop? just watch the footage, man. Just enjoy it. Dude, this is awesome. Dude, I'm gonna be watching this for days, man. Can we name Starship the Space Warthog? Well, technically he's dead. Wouldn't it be Thunderbolt 3? Dude, those front flaps were fine. There's no burn through down there. It looks mint. Chupa thingy. I like it. It's got a nice ring to it. Yeah, Snibbles, I mean, cross-range capability is great. Yeah, I mean, it landed right, dude. Landed right next to the buoy. Badger, you approve of the Badger designation? Hell yeah. I guess, Aqualex, I don't know. Surprised me. I thought I saw something come off and then the explosion happened. I was like, yep, all right, cool. Are we back live? This is a replay. Ender Boot, here, let me show you what happened. Watch this. Dude, they had buoy cam and it was awesome. What happened to that thing, man? It's freaking orange. You know, you guys were talking like, did it rust? What happened? The engine UI didn't work. Fire the UI guy. No, don't. SpaceX's UI is amazing. It looks like SLS. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. What a treat, dude. What a treat this is. It sucks that it exploded. That's crazy. That sucks that the thing exploded, man. What is on the chin of that thing? Like, I don't know. What the heck? Yeah, I saw it, Finaro. Yeah, it deposited. What does Scott have to say about this? All right, let's hear what Scott Manley has to say on the subject. Scott says, so how are the Orange Rocket bad folks right now? Nice. 2020 with the 70-month resub. It's got patina, dude. I can't believe that. I can't believe that thing. Burn, yes. Re-entry burn. Unbelievable. Pat, so glad I watched it with you. Right on. You could see some of the orange on the flap hinge in the flip and burn cam. Yeah, I saw it. It's right there. Do you guys think that's maybe the glue from the tiles or something? A lot of people are saying oxidization from metal burning. Maybe it's those metal tiles that just popped off. See, I'm just... For a split second there, we get a pretty good shot of the front of this thing. Bacon Warrior, 39-month resub. It's like after the buoy cam comes back. What happened up here? What is that? What is that? What happened there? Flight 6 didn't look like this. No, that's some TPS test that they were doing, dude. CLES, obviously. Yeah, Bill, I see it. Yep. Its nose fell in Colombian snow. I highly doubt they're using cocaine as a thermal protection system. It'd probably be too expensive. It looks like a whale. Nice. Yeah, dude, they definitely had a bunch of thermal protection system tests going on here. It looks like a whale breaching in that shot. It really does, dude, doesn't it? You don't know until you try. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to watching. Okay. Zoom in on the tiles. Do you notice color? This is a picture from John Krause. So yeah, dude, whatever they were using down here started to burn off. It's their adhesive or whatever. I don't know. Crazy, dude. Unfreaking believable. You don't see, like, fellas, that's the thing. You don't want gap filler with tiles. So the tiles, and keep in mind, I don't really know too much about their unifibrous tile because they won't tell us about it, right? But when the tile gets really hot, it does expand to an extent. You generally don't want a gap in between that there. because the tiles will expand, and if the tiles are designed to expand and fill the gaps. That's why if you look at like the shuttle, for instance, it seems to be a bunch of gap in the tiles. When it goes to re-entry, the tiles get so hot, they expand a little bit and they seal and they make a perfect heat shield. Now, SpaceX is definitely filling in the gaps between their tiles here. I'm just not sure what the heck that is. So we're catching Starship next time, right? I don't think they're going to catch Ship 38. I really don't. So the orange is a glue between the tiles? Derek, I don't... Dude, at this point, brother, I don't know if that's glue or not. I have no idea. I don't know what that is. I'll figure it out, but I have no idea what that is, dude.
Dude, what a way to end my vacation.
What's up, man? Ernox here.
Holy crap.
That was pretty awesome, dude. That was pretty sick. You guys think they're going to catch Ship 38? You think they're going to get it? Is the G-load similar to the shuttle or a little bit heavier? It looked to be about in line with it, T-Man. In fact, the re-entry trajectory looked to be about the same. Yeah, I don't think so, dudes. I don't think they're going to do that. I mean, maybe. I don't know.
You do have a better view on your monitor because 4K.
Yeah,
What the heck is that on the front of it?
I don't know, dude. I don't know what that is. They were testing something with the thermal protection system because the front looks like they dipped it in snow and the back looks like they dipped it in rust.
Yeah.
Ship 37 is built a snowman. Yeah, guys, I don't think they're going to try to get Ship 38 back. I think they're going to fly the same dang thing here. Oh, I'm bumming that thing blew up, dude.
That's too bad.
I'm bumming. Could that just be the black layer that got ablated away? I don't know, Mason. There from what I can surmise here, there's all kinds of thermal protection system tests on this thing. Who knows what that is, dude? I don't know. I really don't. Like, I'm sure we'll figure it out, and I'm sure we'll know about it in the coming weeks. I'm sure this footage will be nitpicked over end, like. Yeah, see, it's all rusty right there. I can't believe that. I can't believe it's so freaking cool. What happened to that thing?
He got warm.
Rust from what? Mutter, that's what I'm really at a loss here, dude. I don't know. It's stainless steel. It looks like it's been to Mars already. Will IFT-11 go to orbit? That's a good question, Cheeseburger. Yeah. Yeah, Brandon, that's a good point. Oh, my goodness. Rewatch the launch, ETA? What? You want to see the launch? Oh, all right.
Eight, 7, 6, 5.
Hang on.
4, 3, 2, 1. We have liftoff.
Vehicle pitching downrange.
Booster chamber pressure nominal.
40 seconds into.
What the funkin' waggles? Dude, that is the... I don't know, X-Wing. Yeah. No, dude, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Holy balls, dude. That's crisp.
That is the sexiest thing
You've ever seen. Dude. Oh my goodness.
Flight 33 out of 33 Raptor
avionics
engines.
power and telemetry nominal.
Yeah, I noticed some stuff coming off. Like, you see some interactions with the plume right around here. Watch. See that? I don't know if that's ice. It could be tiles.
Getting good call outs. Healthy system.
See, there's more over there.
On the booster as it starts to pitch over the Gulf.
Also, I think it was this engine right here.
This is space.
2020
I'm in
gifted
space.
10 subs. Thanks, man. So you're 2020. How's your how you doing? You out of the hospital yet, dude? Engine dropped at 133. It's that one though, right?
Seconds into flight. 33 out of
Booster and
33
ship,
Raptor
avionics
engines.
power and telemetry nominal.
That engine turning off right there, it was not planned.
Getting good call outs. Healthy systems on the booster as it starts to pitch over the Gulf.
Hang on.
Did I see the shot from John Krause? You bet I did. Holy crap, man. That is one heck of a shot he took.
Dude, that's...
So they're working together to fill out the whole surface of the Earth.
Nope. White nitrates form from plasma reacting with the nitrogen venting. Jack, it's got to be something like that,
For
dude.
the boost back.
What I'm thinking, guys, is what it's something they were pumping out of the ship. We haven't seen that with any of the other flights. I mean, we did kind of see Ship 31 when it landed, and it was a little bit scorched, but it didn't look like that. Ship 29 definitely didn't look like that when it made it through. So, dude, I don't. Those were thermal protection system tests. We know that for sure. What they were testing, I have no idea, dude.
Burn, putting the first stage on the path for splashdown in the Gulf. After that, we have our next major event is going to be hot staging, which is happening in just over 90 seconds from now. To get ready, the booster will shut down all but 3 of its Raptor engines. The clamps holding the 2 stages together will release,
strange.
and the Starship second stage ignites its engines.
That tells me that the computer shut that Raptor off. It's new, rust cooling. Yeah, I'm out of the hospital. Actually out of bandages and headed back to work next week. Doing really well. Looks like I reversed Michael Jackson yourself. No, that's ignorant. No, that's ignorant. When do you think SpaceX will be done testing the heat shield and will have a completed heat shield design? I don't know. It's hard to say, Maddie, when that could happen.
The ship then separates from the Super Heavy booster and heads to space. At the same time, the 3 engines still firing on Super Heavy will flip the booster around. 10 more engines will ignite for the boost back burn, putting the first stage on the path for splashdown in the Gulf. As we mentioned earlier, the hot stage will be jettisoned for this flight, and that should occur just after the boost back burn. So we're about to shut down the first stage and perform.
Operation confirmed. We've got. All right, seeing the engine start to throttle down.
Miko.
I mean, it's a shame
Ship
that
ignition.
you land the booster
Yeah, it's all right.
onwards and upwards.
Boost back burn startup. Stage separation.
Stage separation.
That's Wild, man. That's absolutely insane. This whole thing. Dude, you feel how crazy this feels, guys? Feel like that felt ridiculous, and they didn't even get anything back. Can you imagine when they get the booster and the ship back, how nuts that's actually going to be? They didn't, dude, we're just amazed if that thing gets through re-entry right now. Can you imagine? That's gonna be such a good day, dude. How many tiles were removed for this test? I don't know particularly offhand, Prima, like how many they took from the whole thing, but they definitely took a lot off. The reason why I know that's part of the reason why I know, like, with the aft flaps.
This is space. I'm in space.
This is up to Jaka. With the aft flaps, they both burned through in the exact same way in the exact same spot. So we kind of can extrapolate where they took tiles off of. Like, they definitely took tiles off of the meat of the back flap. Like, if the ship is right here and the flap does this, they right there, because it ablated the exact same way on both sides. The ship catch will be just absolutely crazy. Checked Starbase Live. Tower didn't move for landing. Got it, Mutter. Thank you. Orange could be from the experimental metal tiles. Yeah, maybe Aitor. That's right. Amazing coverage, dude, and awesome stakeout. Yeah, no problem, T-Man. Oh, gosh. Tank trucks are already at the tank farm. Sweet. Yeah, they are, dude. I have SBL up. I've had it up the whole time. Look. Guys, check this out. There's already trucks out at the pad loading up. Dude.
Oh, it's good trucks too. Those are all Pete's.
Yeah, we got a couple of old school Pete's right there. I like the red one, man.
Yeah.
Pretty made. It's all in a row. Which one are you taking?
I'll take the one in the middle. She's
Can't believe you've never been cow tipping before. Get ready to live. Nice. They didn't tile the bottom of the ship aft flaps. Yeah, they definitely didn't. Good old-fashioned long-nosed Pete's. That's right. How are they ever going to produce enough propellant? Buck, they actually just this. So the bottom right frame, just over that dune right there, there's the air separator. It's going to make LOX and nitrogen for them. So that's two out of 3. You need methane, but I think they can. I don't think they're going to have a problem procuring hydrocarbon-based fuels in Texas. I'm pretty sure. Did you see the little Dragon capsule on the flaps? Yeah, Ned, I did. Yep. What do you think of the next steps towards Flight 11 timeline-wise? Methane, get Pad A ready to go. Get it suited up for another Starship test. Put Ship 38 out there and test it. Actually, you could do whatever the next booster that they're going to use. You could use that and do a booster static fire. And then reconfigure the pad for ship testing and go. 25 a year hired from Boca. Flame Trench this week will be brilliant. It'll be pretty good. Proud of you. Thanks, Blackness. Thank you. 15-2 will be out in the next few days. Yeah. Hey, Rudy, how you doing? How's the vibe? Rudy, much needed W, dude. I bet SpaceX feels like a bunch of rock stars right now. That was awesome, dude. That was so cool. Rudy, what got me is the flap deploy at 9,000 kilometers an hour.
That was
purposeful
nuts.
Induced cheese to try and rip the ship in half, and it was just like, this is fine, whatever, I'm good. It's all fine. Like, dude, that was nuts, man. Starship Redemption. That's right. Dude was just flapping its wings. It's like, yeah, I'm good. Whatever. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. At Mach 7. That's so cool, dude. Oh, that was one of my favorite parts. The vibes excellent, dude. He was on fire. We're so happy. It was a much needed W, dude. Yeah, bro. Your jaw was on the floor. How's this thing holding together? Dude, Starship's a tank, dude. It's a tank.
Dude, compared to the burn through that we were seeing on all the other ones, this one was like almost nothing.
The only parts where I really saw that thing burn through is the parts that SpaceX let it burn through, which is... Nardrolot, sorry about earlier. I didn't mean it like that. It's all good, brother. It's all good. I just get a little flustered when there's a lot of you talking to me. It's a lot. My brain just goes, it's like a slot machine going, you know? Yeah, those front flaps look fantastic, dudes. The patch over at NSF really means something. That's right. People on X are saying it was a bird strike. No, something popped. I thought it, at first I thought it may have been debris. It's hard to say. I think something local to that area popped, dude. The strain gauge sensors during the stress test were so crazy, everyone went silent. Dude, Rudy, I puckered on stream. I was like, no! I didn't kind of put two and two together what was going to happen until Dan said it on the cast, and I went, oh, no! Don't break! It was a straight pucker. I'm like, oh, please stay together. Please stay together. And then the thing's just like, yeah, it's fine. Just, we're just going to pitch up and pitch down during re-entry, going Mach 7, whatever. No big deal. I'm like, dude, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. That thing is a monster. What the heck did you guys make? Oh, my goodness.
I could not believe that.
In localized areas, Steve? Yeah, absolutely. The shuttle couldn't do that. The shuttle couldn't have done that. No, that would have ended very bad. Like, that would have been bad. Talking about the aft end, I can't say much, but it wasn't a test or a debris strike, but we learned. Yeah, something popped. Something popped, dude. Hey, it happens. Whatever. I'm sure you guys probably figure out what it was by now. It was kind of funny, and it still made it through, dude. It doesn't care. Starship don't give a frick. It's like, all right, whatever. Just make it through. No big deal. It's fine. So Columbia, if it was steel, it would not have lost it. Well, yes and no. If it was steel, if it was stainless, bloody, it probably would have made it. But you got to remember that it's not the aluminum part of Columbia that suffered a problem. It was the reinforced carbon. It was the thermal protection system that had a problem with it. But, we're in many ways, bloody, I think the Starship program is vindicating the shuttle for reusable transportation systems. And, Starship being able to tank these reentries makes me very happy. It, even though the shuttle had its teething problems, we lost 14 with it, but Starship's vindicating it, man. This thing doesn't care. Goes right through. Does not care.
How about that deploy?
Yeah, dude, the Dumbling deploy was fantastic. I really appreciate it. Yeah, that was awesome. I thought a satellite got stuck when it went, man. I thought it got stuck, but it was just pushing one out, backing up, winding up again, and pushing the other one out. Yeah, Flix, something popped outside of it. Yeah, it definitely pushed in whatever it was, dude. Wow, congratulations to everybody at SpaceX. They must feel like $1 million right now. That was wild, dude. That was absolutely crazy. Next launch within 2 weeks. I'd give it a month, guys. At the very least, I'd give it a month. Give it a month. See elevator Kate's link. Last, please. Theory on the orange. Who is this? I'm not familiar with Storm Silverwalker. Okay, it originated from this point, and you can even estimate the velocity and therefore point in reentry when deposition occurred based on the expansion fan angle it created. No, we got another V2, Greg. 38 is the last one. 39 is the first Block 3 ship. Yeah, guys, this is definitely something that came off from the tiles. Whatever those little blip tiles are, that's what did this, whatever it was. Overlaying discoloration with pre-launch shots. I mean, someone's going to do it, Aqualux. Somebody will do that. That's what I mean. Guys, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where that is. I got to go read. I got to go do some homework or start reading about, discoloration during reentry. The shuttle's tiles never did something like that. And I don't think we've seen something like that on past starships either. But we did know that this thing was carrying a lot of thermal protection system tests on it. So that's something from those tests. Because it ain't from the tiles. That discoloration is on top of the tiles. But, like, what's the white discoloration? What's the orange? I don't know. It's clearly two different experiments here, but that's about all I can say. What's that, Baron? Dude, the dumpling dispenser. Yeah, look. Yeah. Bonk. Oh, no. Hey, I gotta be careful with the sounds, guys. That's making some metal scraping sound, but yeah, I get it. Careful about linking that stuff. Audio. No, I don't need my Starship stream getting demonetized, man. Please, please understand. I'm not looking at links because I don't like you or anything. I gotta be careful. Shuttle tiles and also Dragon's heat shield turn white after re-entry. Yeah, Matt's right. Like, jeez, what a day. What a crazy past couple of days this has been. Dude, sound effects are claimed. People claim sound effects. I could fart and someone would be like, that's my recording. I'll be like, nah, it's not. I made it.
Freshly squeezed, dang it.
Mm-hmm. The booster landing was great, Mutter. It was awesome. Could it be on purpose? Like FlowViz? It's definitely on purpose, Finn. That is not an unexpected thing. It's definitely on purpose. Ship 38 is the last baby you worked on. Hopefully she do better. Off to KSC. There you go, Rudy. 38 will be fine, man. Dude, 37 was fine. That was mint. Is it maybe a heat map to see the hotspots from the outside? Yeah, somebody was saying, Neanix, that it could be like FlowViz from F1, from Formula 1. Like, I wouldn't rule that out, to be honest with you, dudes. But once again, I'm not... Dude, I thought I knew a lot about these thermal protection systems, but that just kind of... You know, like the ending scene in Men in Black where he's like, yeah, I got a good hold on things. And, Jay's like, yeah, I'm good. And then Kay's like, oh, you're still a rookie. And he kicks open the locker, like, and they're in like a train, like an intergalactic train station. Like that... That's how I feel right now with thermal protection systems. I'm like, I thought I knew what was good. I don't know nothing. I don't know what the hell's going on the screen there. Dude, look, they're dude, how many trucks they got out there? I still see the 3? Yeah, there's still the 3 out there. I missed the end. Successful landing. Crustacean, dude, you got to see this. You have to see this. This is unbelievable. Watch this, man. Dude, this thing was coming apart at the damn seams. Look at the wings. I don't know, Alucard. I have no idea.
Pretty successful, so.
This thing's coming apart at the... Look at the freaking aft flap. You've got to be kidding me. My voice is going, dudes. What is that flashing light? It's not a flashing light, Gamer Boy. It's glowing. It's parts that are on fire. Yeah, they didn't get any burn through down here, man. They only got burned through where they took the tiles off. Unfreaking believable. Long night for those truckers securing at night. Hope they have all they need for the night. I think they do. I mean, the hazmat boys you really gotta be careful there. I'm sure they know. Why is it always that corner? So Crustacean, before it was that corner on the front flaps. That's the aft flap. And SpaceX took tiles off there. That's induced. They did that on purpose, which is crazy. They were beating the snot out of Ship 37 to get good testing data, to figure out where the limits of the vehicle are. All right, Night Future Tech. Is the end goal to ditch the tiles altogether? I don't think so. But who knows? Who knows what the future is? Who knows what's in store in the future, man? Crustacean, watch this. Oh, man. Look at this thing flapping around, parts flapping around. It still made it. Dude, that's perfect. That's a perfect landing. Holy crap. And then it blew up. Can you believe that, dude? That's I can't even find the words, man. Yeah, interesting, Mutter. I don't know. They said that they removed tiles down there, but I don't know. Maybe I misheard. I'm gonna have to review this off stream. Went out with a Viking funeral. It was awesome, dude. It was so cool. There's some orange leaking out from under the knot of tiles where the catch arms would scrape. Well, not leaking, but maybe depositing. I saw it, Hokey. That orange, dude, I don't think the orange is from, like, the tiles or anything. It's definitely intentional. It's got to be an intentional, like, form of film cooling, but I just don't know what you're going to film cool with that's going to do something like that. Once again, I'd have to talk myself through it, like, because, or do some research on, like, transpiration cooling, you know, or film cooling of thermal protection systems. It is... That's weird, man. I've never seen anything like that. But that's cool. That's what makes this fun, man. We get to learn new stuff, which is great. All right, guys. So, voice is starting to go. I'm starting to get tired. That was a long day, but it was a fun day. That was awesome. We will look through this more on I'd say, well, we'll do a space news tomorrow, and we'll talk more about this. But that's all I can do tomorrow. I want to take a rest here to make sure I get the rest of the sickness out of my system, and I got to drive him to the airport. Unfortunately, the last day, man. It's been fun.
It has been.
It's been fun. Thank you for all your help with everything.
Yeah, no problem at all.
So, after I'm back from driving him back to the airport, we'll pop in and we'll do a space news. Okay? Yeah, Pat, it's good stuff. Your guest for Flight 11 is September 30th. All right, outdoorsman. But anyway, thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed it. That was awesome. This is so cool. The Starship flights are so awesome. They're so fun to watch. And I like watching them with you guys. I really enjoy your company here. It's a good time. Thank you for all the support. Thank you very much for watching. Gonna take it a little bit easy tomorrow, but I will be back for Space News because you are not gonna be, dude. I'm gonna be watching this footage pretty much for the rest of the damn night. I mean, okay, all right. Maybe I won't. Maybe we'll review it more in detail tomorrow. That's probably a better idea because I need to get some sleep. All right. Thank you very much for watching, guys. Here, let's see who we can raid on the Twitch side of things. Stibbles. Thank you for the bits. Drive safe. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate it. All right. Let's raid Etal again. Like watching his RimWorld streams. It's a good time. On the YouTube side of things, I'll talk to you guys later. On the Twitch side of things, raid Italix. Italix, a good buddy of mine. Fantastic streamer. Good dude. He has a pretty hardcore RimWorld save going right now. Go see what he's up to. And I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow. Dude, the voice is really starting to go. I gotta stop. Good night, everybody. I'll see you. Thank you.